memories from Albany's tournaments in years past. I don't think that we're live, actually. Are we live now?
I see the live button.
Okay, sorry, some technical difficulties, my bad. So we have Zach Ansel and Jonathan Lind in our first game of the day. These two have never played in the Chicago area. Zachary listed as from Los Angeles, California, but he is actually a senior, I believe, at Case Western Reserve in Cleveland, Ohio. So I've actually seen him at a couple Ohio tournaments in the last couple of years, even though I still have not done to play him myself. Joey, do you know either of these players at all?
Absolutely. I've played Jonathan, Zachary less so, but that is a surprise I haven't yet, but it is time for them to commence, and they're playing their first game. And looks like these players are just about ready to go once he removes the 10 vowels from his rack.
Yeah, it's I've had racks with 7 vowels on them, but even 10 is a little overkill. There we are.
So Jonathan is going first. He is on the right. And we are off to the races from upstate New York. There's been some inclement weather, per usual. Some have not made it yet, but some have, and here we go. The blank is a good sight to see.
AIIONR blank for Jonathan. Looks like only 2 playable bingos in this spot. Joey, do you have a preference of which 64 pointer that Jonathan should take here?
So I think between the options of Amorini and Robinia, Amorini would fit perfectly if you put the O on the star, and that wouldn't expose any of the double letters to a vowel. So I think Amorini is the play here, and it looks like he's found it promptly. And waiting in the balance will be Zach, ready for his bingo, as all of our fellow canine lovers will be elated.
Yeah, this will be interesting because I think, after he plays Amorini, he can play canines with the 5 underlaps at least under those first 5 letters of Amorini. So, Joey already a natural at this. You as soon as you said Amorini, Jonathan seemed to set it up. This is one where you could certainly see players miss both of these options. So kind of a you don't really want your first rack of the tournament to be a thinker like that. But Jonathan, maybe just trying to see if he has a better option. Although with all 1 pointers in the blank, the most you can get is 64. So in situations like this, are you just kind of plopping down the first thing you see?
Yeah, well, when you have a blank on your rack, you definitely want to be deliberate and make the best option, because usually, or maybe not usually, but a lot of the time, you're going to have a lot of options. Sometimes you might have 50 options, and you really have to dig into the weeds to figure out what the best theoretical play is. But here, he just has 2 options. Looks like he's probably just running through the alphabet obsessively. And it's good to take your time when you have the blank and make sure you don't overlook anything.
Yeah, so for those just joining us, I'm not sure if we were actually broadcasting everything on YouTube that I thought we were. Apologies again for those early technical difficulties, but we are bringing you the WoW division of the Albany New Year's Early Bird. I am Jason Idolsky, Joey Kraftchick also alongside doing commentary. So he's actually going to slot this a couple spots to the right of where you were suggesting. I think you we're going to play it with the O on the star, but he will play it with that first I.
Yeah, I think all in all, it's pretty marginal. Putting an M in a double double as opposed to an N, maybe slightly worse, but not when the M is the blank. It's not a big deal. And in another matchup, it might be a factor that the S hook of Amorini is not necessarily known to be invalid. Amorini is the plural of Amorino. I'm quite certain both of these players know that, but there's a factor in that if you're playing a lower rated player who might not know.
Yeah, those words that end in I usually do not take an S, but some certainly do. So Zach has K9 set up. As I mentioned, the highest score for that is 71. It's 5 underlaps under the first 5 letters of Amorini. He can also play for 66, although slotting an S in the triple lane. Could be safer and play crannies or Narsines through the R. That would be sacrificing 6 points. Joey, are you just going to take the points with K9s here?
Yeah, K9s looks picture perfect, doesn't give back anything within reason. Where the C would be placed, there's some potential for a CH play that hits for 40 something, but you can't play anything that doesn't have some downsides, and this one definitely is the strongest of his options. And limiting your opponent's opportunities is one of the big factors in winning games. The harder you make it for your opponent, the more likely they are to make mistakes, and the more likely you are to win.
All right, so 71 for Zach, although he has given his opponent a chance to score 41 and clean up this rack with Juicy through that C in K9s. Nothing else really compares, so it's just a matter of if Jonathan will see it.
Yeah, I think Jonathan will find it. Juicy is one of the worst case scenarios for floating that C out there, and all in all, it's not devastating. But meanwhile, Zach has drawn a lot of vowels. He's not going to have too much next turn, so he's going to be looking to clean up his rack. And with this board already super tight, this game has ugly early written all over it.
It certainly does, although he certainly has a lot of options the way the Amorini K9's overlaps are set. You can put the A on top of that MI. Obviously any of the vowels he has goes on top of the RE. You could even put an E on top of the ON if necessary. So meanwhile, Jonathan is going to play Juicy. So basically, perfect start from both players so far. Jonathan
And
will
I spoke
take.
too soon. I wasn't looking at the board or the theoretical board once the J was going to be there, but Zach actually does have a pretty good play. He has Odeon, which will score 26, it looks like, and I think he's going to spot it.
Yes, indeed. He can, by far, his highest scoring play, 26 for Odeon. As I mentioned, though, the overlaps to Amorini, Zach can play Odia on top of the last 4 letters of Amorini, making or, dis, AN, and OI. That would score 20, but it would keep a consonant. It would leave ANO versus AA. Of those two, do you still like Odeon?
Yeah, I think I like Odeon. There's some value in opening up the board if you're Zach, because you're down a little bit, and there's a potential for Jonathan to kind of hit back big, overlapping the D in Odeon up from that double letter. But most likely, after a play like Juicy, his rack is skewing towards having lower value tiles since he just burned the J and the Y, and that would be less of a factor than normal.
Yeah, leave inference is a very big thing, and after Juicy, I don't know if you can really make any leave inference because your opponent, I think, is going to score 41 and get rid of JUIY with any number of different leaves here. But is there any leave inference that you're making from a play like Juicy?
Yeah, I mean, I was stretching a little bit on that one. I think Odeon's probably just the best play because of the points, regardless. Because the other suggestion of the play, playing four tiles, leaving two vowels and a consonant, it doesn't really set you up for success more, seemingly.
So Zach does play Odeon. And back over to Jonathan with just the two E's as his vowels, F, G, L, M, T. And as you mentioned here, a lot of column D options after Odeon that Odia would not have given.
Yeah, it looks like Jonathan has Felt, which is going to score 37. So that's definitely one of the worse case scenarios relative to what he would have expected. But is that even the best play? He's setting up Fleet, and that wouldn't hit the JO, but it would score 34, so just a few points less.
Yeah, you
What do you
could
think? Would you
play.
play Fleet or would you play Felt?
I would actually play something else. I would probably burn both of the vowels, and in that same spot where you play felt, you can play FEME for six more. And I think scoring six more and leaving GLT versus EGM is worth it. Now I feel like, especially this year, I've been kind of leaving way too many three consonant leaves or four consonant leaves, and then getting totally hamstrung when you pick all consonants out of the bag. But I would take the six extra points here. I don't know how you feel about that.
Yeah, I guess I have more of a disdain for the G than you might, but I think all in all, that would be acceptable because points are nice. And with the way the board is being constructed, you know, it's not like you're going to have much next turn, most likely. But nonetheless, Jonathan has played Felt, and he has a nice 50-point lead here early on a closed board.
Yeah, and Zach a little bit closer to the bingo, but none going down. Um, that felt play does kind of set up. If he draws a couple A's here, maybe just you plunk down MA off of felt, and that'll score almost 30. So meanwhile, back to Zachary, who is again closer to bingoing, but has nothing playable. Looks like either Obia on top of Amarini, where he could have played Odia last turn, or he could just blow the rack up and play Biotas off of that Y in Juicy. Obia scoring 22, Biotas scoring 34. Joey, are you playing one of those two, or do you see something else?
Yeah, this is a very tough decision. He's going to have to think long and hard about this because I think there's also a third consideration. I probably wouldn't play it, but playing Ba where Juicy is just to take that spot out might have some value. Um, with the Q being able to be plopped there for 33, that could kind of bail your opponent out if they draw it, but it could also help you if you draw it. So that's kind of a tough one, whether you want to leave it open or not. But in this situation, down 45, Biotas has a lot of appeal. It scores a lot more points than Obia, but Obia is a very beautiful play because it doesn't give back anything if he doesn't have an S hook for a bingo, and it sets up your own S hook. So I think that I would take a few minutes here. I still haven't decided as I say this, but I think whether he plays Biotas or Obia, I think those are both acceptable, and it's kind of just how you're feeling in the moment thing.
Yeah, I think I certainly like a good fish, and Ba off of Juicy scores 23. Like you said, it takes out potential HM plays or something like that. The only downside is you're drawing into AIOST, and you look at the board as it's presently set up. There really isn't the only places to bingo other than nines are to the N or through the I, and through the I when you leave AIO and two consonants is quite unlikely. So I do tend to like Obia. Like you said, it sets up the S hook. I think the AST leave is worth it over blowing the rack up, but he's had both of them set up on his rack, so he's clearly seen both options. It's just a matter of which one he prefers.
Yeah, after thinking about it a little more, I'm leaning towards biotas because I am now considering the fact that there are two unseen M's and other ways that Jonathan can cash in that spot with the six, and some of them could be really big if he gets the Z or a Q or something. So I think I would probably play biotas, but this is absolutely also a good play, and we'll see if he can hit a bingo.
So he does go with Obia. Jonathan, as you can see, has McGill set up on his rack. That's not a word. It's McGill, which makes me wonder if he thought it was a word and was going to play it on top of Amorini there as a phony bingo. Regardless, 22 for Zach gets him within 23, and back on Jonathan.
Yeah, so it doesn't appear that Jonathan has anything really of substance here. I'm trying to find candidate plays. I think he can play EM and ELM over where Felt is for 22. That's probably his only option because I don't think he has any sixes from that MY. Are you seeing anything that stands out besides EM?
No, you've very quickly diagnosed that there is no really good play here. 22 is his highest scoring option, whether that is playing EM, where you mentioned, or playing MIG on top of Obaya, making more Ibis and Jin. But yeah, like you said, there are no really good candidate plays here, and I expect Jonathan to take a little time because it certainly looks like a flexible enough rack that you should be scoring more than 22 while leaving EGILL as your best option. But on this board, it's just not there.
So Jonathan going with the content play and saying, I'm going to try this phony six and hope it stays because all my other options are so terrible that I might as well. Now, whether that is a legitimate strategy to play an intentional phony, that's a debate that will go on till the end of time, but Jonathan appears to be drawing, and I don't think it was held.
Yeah, a little surprised. Zach's word knowledge is top notch, and looks like he kind of looked at it a little funny, but didn't even hold. So a break for Jonathan here.
Yeah, that was interesting decision. I tend to never do this kind of stuff just out of paranoia and respect, but maybe I should be a little bit more willing to take these risks.
Yeah, so you seem to think that this was a deliberate phony. I don't know if it's that or just that Jonathan, again, he had McGill with an E set up. It looked like he was fixing to bingo with it. So maybe just a misunderstanding of the spelling of the word or what vowels go after it. Um,
Yeah, you're
am
probably
I?
right. I'm giving him too much credit for a phony, but I think that I have a hard time imagining that he was very sure this was good. He had to
Yeah,
have
and
at least a
also,
little bit of doubt.
yeah, Zach also not the person to take chances against. I would think so. Our first real mistake of the game there with Zach letting that phony go, but meanwhile back on Zach, who that play does give him a lot more options than he had before with that C. He can play Izar, he can play Mirza, both scoring 26 and leaving Rust, or he could score 26 playing Lutz and leaving a RRS, kind of a pseudo setup for his A. Do you like one of those three plays, or are you seeing something that I'm not?
Yeah, this is a sad situation because when you get the Z on your rack, you'd really like to get more than 24 points, but given the board, this is all he can really do, and I think he made a good decision here. Um, a play like Izar, given the leave of RSTU, might be a little harder to hit a bingo over the top of it. So, but Mirza floats the A, sets up his S, and now he has an S back hook and an S front hook. So that's probably the best decision.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Jonathan, kind of rewarded by the bag for the phony. He pulled out air eights, which goes off of Obia, the most obvious spot and the highest scoring spot. However, if he wants to be more defensive, he can play the nine, using DE to make D air 8s. Again, that's score 61 as opposed to air 8s at 71, but air 8s does throw the A in the triple A.
Yeah, Zach picking up a second U, which was a tough sight to see. So he's going to be in a pretty desperate situation here once Jonathan lays down his bingo. He's going to have a 110-point deficit, but he has a decent rack, so he might be able to find his way out of it. And I think Jonathan here won't take much longer before slapping this down.
Yeah, this other than cultures vultures, I'm trying to see what this plays through and if it has any options.
Yeah, I don't believe so. I think an F for sulfuret would be good, but the F is not floating,
Yeah, plays
and he's
plays
going to be stuck fishing.
yeah plays through nothing but clunky consonants. CV for cultures mulchers, forgot about cultures vultures, forgot about mulchers with the M, and then as you mentioned, the frustual sulfuret pair. So those are the only 8s in that rack. So yeah, after especially if Jonathan plays air 8s, that's going to be very frustrating to have nothing but singles and that A floating in space.
Yeah, his candidate plays after he bingos are going to be very sad. I'm thinking about Luau for 8 through the A and Mirza. Um, because I think, yeah, at that point, especially Zach is going to want to leave that A dangling in the triple, as painful as it is. And here we go. Jonathan is finally slapping it down.
So it'll be air 8s for 71 and a 100-point lead, and Zach will be in comeback mode here. Luster by itself is a pretty good 6-letter stem, but not with another U. So are you just being really sad and playing luau through the A to kill the triple, take your 5 points and set up two 2 lanes for 7 starting in S, or is there something else you're doing here?
Yeah, I think it's so bleak that I'd just leave the triple open and just hope that Jonathan can't effectively score or block. Although that in itself is pretty unlikely because all he has to do is make a parallel play with the triple letter next to the E, and that kind of scores well and blocks everything. Um, so definitely not a situation you want to be in here. And Zach is probably going to take a lot of time on this turn because any chance he has to win this game is going to be dependent on him navigating it correctly.
Yeah, the tricky part though about leaving letters in space like that is, sorry, I was behind on updating the score there, is that a lot of times after a post bingo draw, like your opponent is going to be more likely to have like the B or the H that Jonathan has, whereas after a couple turns, you're assuming your opponent is grooming the rack to bingo, and is more likely to have something like what Zach has now with the 7 singles. So, and as we can see here, if Zach does play a Lulu off of the Allen McGill to kind of open things up at the bottom there, Jonathan is going to have Obia for what I believe is 45, 42 or 45, and it's going to take a really, really big lead, 130, 140 points. So very, very tricky spot. But I think, given that your opponent has just bingoed, makes it more likely that he has the clunky tiles that are going to hit hard up there.
Yeah, Lulu was an option I hadn't seen or considered yet, and I kind of like it. It's unfortunate that Jonathan has the H. Now that I think about it, there were 2 unseen H's, so this might be a little bit too risky, but as I've already said, it's just you're trying to figure out what play wins 2% of the time versus 3% of the time, and that is a very tedious task.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Zach drawing 3 consonants, which is not what he wanted to see. He does have pretends through that E, but unfortunately, the A is the only vowel this rack does not play through. And assuming that Jonathan plays something like Obia, this is going to get really bleak really early for Zach.
Yeah, so Jonathan can play Hooted under the U and Ulu, which would score 51. But right now, it looks like he is considering Hoboed. Is that good?
That is a word, yes. So
It is word. Okay.
57 probably beats the 42. Although when Zach plays pretends, he will still have a shot in this game, even though he'll be a bingo down.
And it looks like Zach is holding. And hey, look, he's been vindicated. I just a second ago was not sure, and my general reasoning is because I stopped studying several months ago, and there has been a very precipitous fall off on my word knowledge because it requires a lot of upkeep, and I just don't care to do that when I'm not playing tournaments. So I apologize to the viewers that my word knowledge is not what it should be, but you'll have to bear with me.
One of the beauties of commentating for WoW as opposed to Collins is that as Zach accepts to play, regardless, I was able to commit that play because we know that Jonathan will score 57 for it. If this was Collins, he might score 52, and I'd have to wait. But I did kind of want to see that definition scroll along the bottom there. And hobo is actually a verb meaning to live like a hobo. So kind of that hobo lifestyle, you can use that as a verb. So. 310 to 153, although I expect Zach to find pretends and play it fairly quickly. He's got it set up on his rack. It is his only bingo, probably wants to do the due diligence of looking through that A, especially with that A in the triple lane. But meanwhile, Jonathan pulling the blank of his own, so it looks like after Zach bingos, he's going to bingo right back and take a stranglehold on this game.
Yeah, when Zach played Lulu, he had to have the E go unblocked to get down pretends, and that happened. But the only real way for it to happen was for him to hit him hard, like the way he just did with Hoboed. And once Zach plays his bingo, it's not going to matter too much because Jonathan should have a litany of bingos here to follow up with. I'm seeing E Victor and ED for like 90-ish, but he probably won't do that because it puts the R on the triple, so he'll probably just play something through the A.
Yeah, I was going to say I'm not seeing immediately something through the A in Mirza, which would probably be the better one. Um, Either
I think
that
there's
or something
coactive.
that would work. That would be a nice one.
Yeah, invocate would fit through the other one. We'll see how it plays out. I don't
Yeah,
think
it
Zach
would it,
should be
it would
taking.
double the V. It just leaves a hook that you're not kind of thrilled with.
Oh yeah, and yeah, I'm surprised Zach is taking all this time here. I don't think, as bleak as the situation is, I don't think you can really consider anything other than bingoing here and just shrugging because you know there doesn't seem to be any other path to winning.
Yeah, I was trying to see if he had like some really nice like maybe 40-point play that kept the S or something that might be justifiable, but I agree with you. He's going to be way behind after Jonathan's bingo. And he's probably going to want that time, for what is going to be a very complicated rest of the game.
So that has been slapped down. We'll see what he pulls here. But yeah, like I said, yeah, and the Q and then the G is the first two tiles you see. That's pretty much it right there. Hard to recover from the QG combo.
Did find the U though, so perhaps not totally dead yet, but pretty close. Meanwhile, Evictor, as we pointed out, Jonathan's highest scoring bingo with 91. Could also play, as you said, Invocate is 82, or Vocative is 84. Again, that would require very impressive word knowledge to think of making the other blank a V. Are you going to take the points with Evictor here, or are you going to play be a little bit safer and play through that A in Aries?
Yeah, I think in this situation you would definitely want to avoid opening up the triple because that's your only way to lose. and that should mostly apply to every game you play. Never go out of your way to open up a triple triple. But yeah, I think any of the options will do as long as he makes a valid play. And for those that are new to Scrabble, it is imperative that you try your best every turn because even though Zach is going to be unable to win this game once Jonathan likely bingos, spread still counts at tournaments and it can come down to the wire and every point counts and you want to play your best and try to close the gap as much as you can even if you can't win the game.
Yeah, that is a very good point. And it's certainly one of the positives of using spread as a tiebreaker. I know that using spread as a tiebreaker, has its faults, but I still feel like it's the best of a bad set of options. I don't know how you feel about how ties between people with the same record should be broken in Scrabble. I know that some people feel like we should move away from spread, but I feel like one of the positives of spread is that it does kind of force you to continue to do your best in this spot.
Yeah, I think that it's hard to argue for something else like head to head combined record against everyone else with that record. I mean, that would just be a little convoluted. This isn't the NFL. But yeah, I mean, spread doesn't tell the whole story, of course. It's kind of strongly correlated to how many blanks you draw, and if you're able to blow people out or just squeak out wins. But at the end of the day, it does also reflect how well you're playing. And it appears that after Jonathan played his bingo, he's being held. So that'll be an interesting development to see if Zach releases it, and it looks like he has.
Yeah, so 82 for Jonathan, now up 392 to 229. Zach EFGMP. He does have the QU combo, but unfortunately on this board it doesn't look like it's scoring much, nor that he can really kind of set it up to score a bunch later.
Yeah, I think as I foresaw earlier, I think he's probably just going to drop it for 33 in the middle left. I don't see any plays that involve the Q. Otherwise, he could play Quag through the A and Mirza, but I don't know. It's might as well take the extra points.
Yeah, I guess you're probably going to want to leave as many tiles in the bag and try to prolong the game as much as possible in a situation like this. So probably playing one tile for 33, probably preferable to playing three tiles for 28, which is the Quag option.
Right. Yeah, precisely. So now Jonathan, he's up 163 points. He's looking in that bag, and he can take a breath because he cannot lose this game. So, like I said, Zach, his mission now is to try to save some spread. And one of the things that makes Zach excellent is he's always cool. He's had a rough game here, but he's going to stay level headed and he's going to be able to make his best play within his capabilities every time.
Yeah, I was going to say. So the thing that I was talking about with spread also kind of works in favor of of the other player who is also motivated to continue to do their best. So Zach is gonna play Quag, which maybe I think if you've kind of given up on winning the game, I think this is kind of your best spread saving play.
Yeah, I don't mind it. Getting rid of the G is nice, and there's no one tile hits that he could have hit if he just dropped the Q. So obviously, EFMP doesn't hit much either, but maybe there was a combination or two in the bag that did hit, like Pomfret, but he did not hit Pomfret.
Yeah, probably. I just saw. I don't know if perfume was even available in the bag from. Looks like it. No,
Nah.
because all the U's are gone after Quag. So
So now Jonathan's here with a lot of consonants, but those are some pretty good consonants as far as consonants go. So he can play something like Whitey, overlapping the O and the E and the D in hoboed, or he could do something like Harry through the AI over where Obia's is for 30 something. Which of those options would you prefer?
Yeah, I was trying to think if you could. I guess you could get really fancy and play hair through the AI, trying to set up the Y, but I feel like that's going to get sniffed out a bunch. Even though when it gets sniffed out, it's not always the easiest to block. But I would probably just take the points with Harry through that AI for 40. Although it looks like wear or wait are options as well. YD is nice because it does kind of kill what's the best bingo line on the board. Also kills that G as well. So if you still have any doubt in your mind about the outcome of this game, I do like your YD option.
Yeah, after thinking about it more, I'm leaning towards Harry because, as I said, what's the question now? How are we going to win the game by the most points? Or if you're at Zach, how can we lose by the least points? But for Jonathan, I think Harry is the way to go. Given the pool, there's really not a huge chance that Zach is going to hit a bingo this turn. So I'd go ahead and cash in the points. That spot is something Zach could hit himself, so you're taking that away from him. But also, Whitey, while it would block bingos, it would set up potential high scoring plays in the bottom right with the X or the V or the K that Zach could cash in. But all in all, it's kind of nitpicking, and it looks like he is just going to play Whitey and say, let's get this game over with.
Let's get this game over with. Indeed, that will score. Well, I committed it probably earlier than I should have because he's looking at it like he may change his mind. But
Looks
nope,
like
he
25.
will. 29 actually. So
29,
421.
rather, yeah. Yeah, I
For
didn't
Jonathan.
properly count it before. I think the fact that it's 29 actually makes it better. They're the best play. So Zach does not appear to have anything super glorious. He can play. Gosh, yeah, my word knowledge is he can play Fem and Fid for 30-ish, but I don't see anything from the bottom right that's a 5.
Yeah, it looks like he's found what seems to be his best play. He could play foam up top for 41.
Oh, right, up there. Totally forgot that spot existed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty trivial decision. Pretty trivial decision there for Zach, 44 points, and leaves some hope of somehow hitting a bingo.
All right, so Zach is going to play foam for 41 as he continues to try to keep the spread as small as possible. Again, 6 games after this, so spread, especially in these shorter tournaments, quite often a factor. AIRSVWX for Jonathan.
Now, this is interesting. Zach has drawn peerage, but I don't think there's a spot for it, but that's kind of a little, teaser as to what I was saying. You just make your best play and somehow maybe something good will happen. You can cut some spread. I don't think there's some run out here where Jonathan opens up a spot for it, but yeah, it could have happened.
Yeah, now I'm looking at Jonathan's best plays here, trying to see if he can do anything that accidentally gives Zach peerage. But even then, I'm not seeing anything.
So from Jonathan's standpoint, trying to figure out what's the best play, there's 4 tiles in the bag. So as a general strategy, most of the time you don't want to empty the bag and let your opponent potentially bingo out, because if they bingo out, they get everything from your rack, and that's a disaster. So Jonathan's going to look for a play that uses 3 tiles or less, and in this situation, it is sort of realistic that Zach could bingo from invocate, and he could have something like Dragnet and invocated. So I think here Jonathan's going to want to figure out a way to make a play that doesn't empty the bag, but also blocks that invocated hook. Do you see anything there that would be worth obstructing?
Not really. I mean, when he had the Y, the Y went there. So he does have sax or six, although again, well, I guess with all the I's and U's gone, it would force the seven to start with the vowels. So, of which there's not that much, probably just agented. Yeah, I'm not seeing too much there. So sax or six, and actually sax keeping the I for yourself. You draw one of the three E's, then you'll be able to play Wive in that spot. So I like this.
Yeah, that's a great play by Jonathan. And as you pointed out, there is a very deliberate reason why he played sax instead of six, because with three unseen E's, he can draw an E, play Wive for 44. And he did not draw an E, but so it goes.
Yeah, I was gonna say little. It's a good thing he didn't do anything that got rid of both the A and the I. We knew that the vowel was or the bag was full of four consonants. Although obviously he did not. So Zach trying to see if there's a one tile fish that would work for him, and I don't know if there is. I don't know if he can fish for something that begins in A or E. Um, so even if he fishes one tile, Jonathan will, even knowing that Jonathan only has one vowel, will probably have enough flexibility to block.
Yeah, definitely not a board conducive to a one tile fish that can some potentially draw into something that's unblockable in both spots, but nonetheless here at least Zach has the comfort of knowing that his opponent has junk and he can save some spread here by playing an optimal pre-endgame and endgame. So with the unseen 8 tiles, he can basically just imagine that's his whole rack, and he's going to want to block that spot as he's doing now because he doesn't want Jonathan to hit a big play with XI.
Yeah, we saw Jonathan had Dirk set up, which would have scored, gosh, about 40 or so. So Zach with some very nice board vision, playing deeper. After he pulls the N, he will have agent to the T, so quite possibly will go out.
And yeah, this has been a very well played game by both sides, and it goes to show just how fickle this game is, just how little a margin of error there is. The only error was just not challenging a word. There was no major errors unless I'm forgetting something. And, Scrabble is a game where you have to play perfectly, or that's how I see it.
and then sometimes you play perfectly, and still lose. That mistake that Zach made wasn't 100-point mistake leaving the phony on, and yet he's still gonna lose by more than 100. So yeah, sometimes you can play perfect, and it's still not enough. So I guess one of the reasons to hate or love this game, depending on how you feel about that, but. Jonathan actually very close to setting up the very slick kid vid to that ID in the bottom. I doubt very much that he will see that, especially given the circumstances. It would be by far his best play. He could also
Well,
play kid there, so agent must be Zach's only out.
yeah, I think he would have GEAN there as well. But yeah, otherwise he's not going to be able to go out on another part of the board. So Jonathan's requirement to play the optimal endgame is make sure his opponent doesn't go out, but also how he can squeeze the most points out of this. And would Kid Vid? So Kid Vid is what the engine said is the best sequence, right?
Yeah, because I don't think he has any outs after kid vid, and then you have RTW, which is going to be fairly flexible. I don't know if it goes out, but you can at least play where again through that AI on the right side of the board there for 28. So
Yeah, one of the less glorious parts of Scrabble are these end games where you're down 160 and you're going to have to find a marginally best play. But wow, he proved you wrong, and he found Kid Vid. Look at
he
that.
he did prove me wrong. He played. I was gonna say when you look at this game, considering that he got away with McGill, I think you could argue he actually played better than the engine because Hoboed I think was right. I don't as I go over his plays, I don't see anything that he did much differently. So very impressive performance from Jonathan here.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the Scrabble metagame is it's quite the thing. If you can get away with a phony, you could argue that it's the optimal play.
Yeah, see, that's the thing because I guess I always kind of had the mindset of and maybe that's just kind of giving my opponents too much credit, but that playing a phony is never the right thing to do because it's just too risky, if it comes off. And that also was kind of a one reason I always tended to struggle with lower rated players is because like I never really kind of pulled the trigger on deliberate phonies like I probably should have been. So, but you seem to have which is probably the right viewpoint, which is that playing a phony, right time, right place, right opponent, is viable.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very compelling case. I mean, the main person that's good at getting phonies by is a very, very good player named Jackson Smiley. And while most players don't do it, he is willing to honestly assess his opponent and his odds of getting it through. And it's not a coincidence that he's won the World Cup 3 times. It's a good strategy sometimes, and you can't you can't knock it.
All right, so meanwhile, what is Zach's best endgame here? It looks like obviously you have to block the eye through which Jonathan can play Rit. So looks like AN or ANE.
Yeah, both players using all their clock this game. You have 25 minutes each side, and it's a good thing to take your time. Use the time you have. It's use it or lose it.
Yeah, how do you were a pretty fast player. So do you tend to grind over these end games of decided games, or are you kind of like me where you kind of go 50% and decide that yeah, I might be burning spread, but saving brain power is more important.
Yeah, I think it depends on the mood and the difficulty level, but in the situation, because yeah, like in an early bird where first place is $80, I'm really not going to be trying to squeeze out 5 extra spread points. But in a different situation, I'll be desperate to squeeze out every spread point I can. So, um, but yeah, I mean, I'm kind of a specimen that does not represent the average player. But yeah, generally, I just would play very fast throughout the game and constantly force my opponent to have not much time at the end. But that's kind of a hard strategy to implement without having played for 20 years like I have.
Fair enough. So AN, this must have multiple outs. GEY. Oh, and then GIE through the I in invocates. So I would expect to see. Oh, and it does also block the wait where combo. So
Yeah, it looks like Zach has made the best play there. Definitely didn't want to give Jonathan any more cheap points with the W, and that's going to force him to play something like, yeah, I don't even see, what does he have? Wit or Twin? I guess Twin would be the best. No, because then he'd have Twinge, so they can't do that.
yeah, looks
So I
like
guess he's
looks
going to
like
play Rye, WRY.
yeah, yeah, that looks like the right one. It gives him reg instead of GEY, but that's only one more point. So it gets rid of your W and scores 9, and that's really the only way you can do that. Although if he plays twin and sets up twinge, it would be probably his only mistake of the game.
Right. Yeah, at the Nationals, I'll just skip that story now that we've got the plays going. So he doesn't find Rye. he's overlooked twinge, and as you just said, yeah, this is his quote unquote biggest mistake of the game, which is a 8 to 10 point error. And Zach wastes no time in punishing him. So next up, we are going to have our second round of the day between David Spargo and Ari Sink. We are going to take a short break once this game is over, but now we're going to cut to the overhead mic potentially, or are we not doing that?
Yeah, I think we're good for overhead mic. All right, sounds like we're having some issues with the overhead mic there, picking up more of the background noise as opposed to the actual players. Really, the only thing of interest in that post-mortem is if Zach thinks to look up McGill, or if they...
It's too close to some stuff, and I hadn't looked at that stuff in a while.
Amorini, Robinia, some 2.5, not that many.
What is it, sir?
Amorini and Robinia.
Yeah, you definitely want to be the one that doesn't take the S. So.
Maybe. Oh, wait. Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Invocate is good.
Yeah, I just wanted to take a second to make sure.
Vocative. Yeah, you did triples. First times was a good fun.
I mean, it was my only bingo. It took me 2 minutes to convince myself there wasn't anything with the A.
Oh, gotta get a phone.
All right, the classic post-mortem end in 2025 going into 2026. Got to get a photo. I was never one of those that took pictures of every board. I just knew I could recreate it from my score sheet later if necessary. But were you a picture taker, Joey? Did you always take a picture of the board?
Absolutely not. I love writing down my racks, annotating my games, and posting them to be immortalized on crosstables.com, a great website. But sometimes it is warranted to take a picture if you hit a big triple or have a 10 combined bingo game like I did this past summer against Eric Harshberger, which was a NASPA record, but not a WIGPO record. I think that's what it was. Was it 10? I'll have to check. But yeah, pictures, whatever floats your boat. A lot of players, I don't know if it's like half, but I would say a substantial amount are habitual board picture takers.
Okay, I'll have to find that game with you and Harshberger. I must have missed that one. So anyway, as Joey said, we will be coming back in a little bit with Ari Sinke versus David Spargo. But until then, we will just take a short break to get organized, and we will be back with you in a couple minutes. Hello and welcome back to the 2025/2026 New Year's Scrabble Tournament, generously supported by the Word Game Players Organization and Bob Lynn. Jason Idolski and Joey Krafchick giving you coverage of the early bird, where we saw Jonathan Lind in Game 1 play very, very impressively and score a big win over Zach Ansell. Our next game also will give you two of the top seeds in the early bird, and that will be Ari Sinki going up against David Spargo.
Yeah, so we got another good matchup ahead. Ari Sink is a longtime player. He's played just about as long as me, 20 years, I believe, although a lot less games. But nonetheless, he's been a 1900 to 2000 player very consistently for a long time. And he is facing off against David Spargo, who is a newer player, but he has risen up the rankings very fast. And he is a worthy opponent. It's going to be a very good game. Have they played before?
Yeah, I would assume so at this point, but all right. Oh, 6 times. That's actually, the first one was 0 times, which was less than I thought. This one more than I thought, and not just 3-3, had all 6 games. So if that continues, then this will be Spargo like that.
Yeah, I think this matchup is going to be close to a coin flip, and it looks like we are ready to rumble. Ari is going first, and here we go.
So always nice when you can see the first seed and the second seed square off. We saw Jonathan open with a bingo in our first game, but that will not be happening with Ari here.
Yeah, so this is going to be the kind of rack that you will be presented with often when you play Scrabble. All one-pointers, no bingo, nothing too glorious, and a very tough decision. So there are no 5-letter words that I'm seeing. Are you seeing any 5-letter words here that he can play?
No, not only that, it doesn't look like, other than loin or royal or something, which leaves 3 vowels. I'm not even seeing any 4-letter words that are worth playing here. It looks like the only word worth putting on the board is uni for 6. So I think it's just a question of what you want to leave when you exchange. I think INR is best, but you could certainly talk me into keeping just NR, or maybe ILN. Maybe the L goes with the I better than the R does. What are you keeping on an exchange like this? Because I always find these positions, very revealing in terms of what top experts want to keep here.
Yeah, this is, like I said, one of those very unglorious aspects of Scrabble, but these unglorious aspects make the glorious aspects worth it. But nonetheless, I think that if he plays uni with the I on the star, that is acceptable. It does take a front M for uni, and that could be a factor, but it shouldn't be a super big deal. And uni itself doesn't really give back much. If you happen to float him a tile for an 8-letter word, it is what it is. But generally speaking, I look not to make openings playing 2 or 3 letters that score such few points. I err towards exchanges, but this is admittedly very tough play. I'd have to think about this for like a few days to give you an honest answer of what I might have done. But nonetheless, I think this is fine, and he's just going to play it and move on. And it looks like David is going to answer with the bingo.
Yeah, unfortunately, Scrabble games you only get 25 minutes aside. So unfortunately, I don't know if I don't think you're slated for commentary later. But if you're doing commentary tomorrow and want to follow up on this position, I would certainly love to hear your thoughts. But yeah, David has Nardine in this spot. It scores 65 in 2 places and 62 in 1. The 62 pointer obviously hooking to the I to make in. Whereas the others, it's a matter of where you want to put the N in the triple line. Do you want to play Nardine under uni, or do you want to play Nardine over uni? So would you rather an N be as the 7th spot in a potential triple or the 2nd?
Yeah, I think that the way he's doing it is the right play because there's a lot of combos that will triple, particularly ing words, but also ine words. So this is a good play, and also there's the factor of the Nardine on top would give ZA, and obviously this one gives the X bombs, but lesser of two evils. So I think this is the right decision here.
Yeah, and certainly in this spot, if he had played it up top, then Ari's only one tile away from joint. He's only one tile away from Ginny, which would each of those would score 60. Whereas it's going to be harder to put a big tile like a J or a K or an X or a Z on that double letter score there. It's got to be a 6-letter word as opposed to maybe just doing it with a 5. So certainly seems like Nardine, the spot below, was the right idea. So meanwhile, Ari will cash the J in on this turn, playing Jin. He could have also put it one spot below. Don't know if Joey, if you have any strong opinions on that. Maybe having the O certainly makes it more likely that he'll be able to use that spot himself as opposed to going one spot down.
Yeah, I don't think there's any need for that because the D front hook is going to be a bigger factor. And if he plays it a little lower, then it wouldn't score to be enough to be relevant, really. And now that he's down, he wants to leave himself more opportunities to hit higher scoring plays. So I think I like his placement of it. And the tiles are just going to dictate the game, a lot most of the time because, he drew the J and the V on a 3-tile draw, and he's just forced to play Jin, leaving LORV because there's nothing else to do. And now he's kind of screwed here with his bad rack, and he's in the hole.
Yeah, meanwhile, David making what appears to be his best play with a rack of Yay Soap. He will play Yay underneath Nardine for 32 and keep Soap. And meanwhile, Ari's rack is not getting much better.
Yeah, E's are the life and soul of balancing a rack, and Ari desperately needed an E to get out of that leave of LORV, but all he got instead of E's were duplicates, so this is a pretty tough situation. He's already down to bingo, and it would be nice if Provo, like the Utah City, was nice, but I do not think he has any high-scoring plays that hit the O with Joe.
I do remember I once somebody played Riga on me, the capital of Latvia, and I was like, gosh, like if this was a word, like I would have remembered it from my 4s because I would be like, oh yeah, the capital of Latvia is a word. So one of the few times where I had the courage of my convictions and the confidence in my word knowledge to challenge something. And so yes, unfortunately, Utah City is not valid. So no Provo here. And it is pretty sad. He's got a bunch of 19 and 18-point plays, but even those, it looks like keep stuff like RV. He could play the pro that he just drew and draw into LORV again, but it wasn't a great leave before and still isn't.
Yeah, so his candidate play is Orlop over the top of Uni, making LUN, PI, and 1. That play is a play that is valid, and that's pretty much all he can do at this point. There's really nothing else, I don't think, that he can do because Orlop scores, and at that point, if his other plays are basically exchanging, and I don't think that this turn warrants exchanging. So if he sees it, which it looks like he has, I think you just have to suck it up and do it, even though the board is kind of dying very quickly. And he's just going to have to hope for the best.
Yeah, like I said, there were a bunch of 19 and 18-point plays. So if you're only going to score 19, you might as well keep your best leave. And of all the 19, 18-point plays, RV is probably the best leave. So nice play there from Ari, even though it only scores 19. And back to David, who does not have a great rack himself, does have the double S's in case he wants to get rid of one here. But even then, he doesn't have any great options.
Yeah, and Ari has drawn not only a second V, but a U to go with it. But as it turns out, as you can see, if he happened to get an S floated for himself randomly, he'd have survival. And the funny thing is, he does have 2 S's, but it doesn't look like there's a situation here where he's going to be floating an S for no reason.
Yeah,
So-
you could play Upsoar or Sapur to that R, which would give it to Ari. He's got Soup set up, and it looks like, I'm assuming the spot for that will not. Yeah, it would be under Da. It would be under 1, so that would not do the job. And
So
I do
David
feel
here
it-
is in a nice. Sorry, you go.
No. I just feel like, if even if David wants to get rid of the double S here, I don't see other than that Upsoar idea, I don't see a way that he would do it to throw it out in space.
Yeah. So David's playing very quick and deliberately here early. I love it. Soup is his choice once he hits his clock, which he has, and here David's in a nice position. He's got about a bingo lead, and this play gets him closer to having a balanced rack as he's getting rid of his U and his second O. And from this point on, he's going to just want to try to keep the board nice and contained, unless he happens to draw into a bingo that forces him to open it.
Yeah, close to a bingo there. Just needs one of the T's so that we still haven't seen any yet for ice boats or aerobics, which is what he's going to get after ovular here. So, he could have played Vulvar ovular, very close though. So he'll play ovular, and I would expect to see aerobics. There's no better option here, right, Joey?
Yeah, nothing I can see. This was a very good find and a quick find by Ari here, and he correctly identified that this is the standout play, and he didn't need to waste any time deliberating on other options. And Volvar has its merits because it's nice to get rid of the second V, but all things considered, this scores more and blows the board open a lot more. Well, not a lot more, but it opens it a little more. And
yeah, so David has finally found the better bingo that both of us missed.
Oh, right. Yeah. I can't say I actually looked because they're playing so fast, I'm not having time to really look. But that being said, I suspect they'll slow down here soon.
Yeah, I saw aerobics right away and then didn't even consider the L for sociable. So 82 for David, takes a 100-point lead, and poor Ari is going to need to draw something pretty soon to get back in this game.
Yeah, so I mentioned the D hook for Jin earlier as a somewhat relevant factor, and his best play, it would appear, is going to be David, Davit, and Jin, which will score 31 and keep the board a little bit open. And meanwhile, David takes a 107-point lead, and the board is pretty tight, and he's got a nice balance rack. I don't see any bingos immediately, but David's in a really advantageous position here.
Yeah, very much so. And I know I did an Ari game at the holiday party where I feel like he drew like this the whole game. I was like, Ari isn't gonna want to be on stream with me commentating anymore, because I'm kind of feel like I'm putting the curse on him here. But you are correct, David, by far the best play. Nothing really close. So it's just a matter of if he remembers that D hook to Jin. Having played it himself, he probably was considering that when he played it. So it looks like he's about to set it up, and yeah, nothing close here.
Yeah, with the way he quickly found ovular, I was very sure he was going to come up with this, as his play finding skills are on display here, and he's going to need to draw that first blank out of that bag to really have hope in this game. So we'll see if he can pull that on this 5-tile draw.
Found the
Which he did not.
X. Yeah, found the X, which is normally a good tile, although not great on this board. So he would have Fox off of Sociable, which is not bad. But meanwhile, over to David, who it seems to me that he can just play Maced on top of that spot that Ari just created. Although there are a lot of candidate plays which are fairly close in valuation. So do you like Maced here, Joey, or is there something else that you're seeing?
Yeah, so in this specific situation, with David having an impending 100-point lead after his play, I would actually play MAC, because that shuts down the board in a major way, and that basically forces Ari to have an S or a blank to bingo with the soup or Orlop hooks. The R is still dangling and ovular. That could be a factor. But all in all, I would actually play Mac, because you really want to play defense here, and the extra points that you get with Maced aren't really worth it.
Yeah, I think that's a very good point. Now that I look at Mac versus Maced, I think Mac is a far better play.
Points are great in some situations. Sacrificing them is better in other situations. And having the leave of ADER after Mac makes it very desirable, because you're kind of guaranteeing you're nice and balanced for at least a turn or two. And he has gone with that, so look at that.
All right, that gives him an exactly 100-point lead. He's got a very nice sleeve of Reed here, although as Joey just said, the board not exactly very amenable to bingos unless you have an X to hook Orlop or Soup. So meanwhile, over to Ari. Is it Fox underneath Sociable, or does he have something better that I'm not seeing?
Yeah, I've been looking. I don't see anything better than Fox. There is a little bit of volatility to be created with that spot when you put the F there right above the triple. The underlaps that could impend could create the OXO or OXC hook with one Y in the bag, but obviously in this situation, as we've mentioned, he doesn't have a better X play, and he doesn't have the liberty of not making volatile plays.
Yeah, I would also like to point out that in one of those sentences that is different in a Scrabble context versus other contexts, that David has diarrhea through the R and ovular, although he will certainly be playing dashier hooking to make soup and hitting the double. Ari does play Fox for 39, and looks like Airshed is going to go down for David unless... Oh, wow, he does have a 91-point option here, which I did not see.
Is it a double-double or from the R?
It is not. It is neither, actually, which is what makes it hard to see.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, I'm rusty. You're going to have to tell us.
Well, if it's 91 and it's not hitting a double, then you know that the H is going to score a lot. So that'll be kind of my last hint here.
Well, I'm not looking at the chat. I'm not looking at Ulu. I'm going to wait and make it suspenseful for myself. But this is a very bleak situation for Ari, because not only does his opponent have the blank and he's going to bingo no matter what, even if it's not for 91, but Ari has also just drawn 3 Ts, and 3 Ts are bad.
3 Ts are bad enough, especially when you kept one in reserve.
I guess he might have had 2. Nonetheless, he has 4 on his rack,
okay.
And 4 Ts is very, very bad.
All right, so David had Airshed set up and is now apparently considering. He could also, I did not consider the Y hook to soup, so he could also play Hydrie or Hayride in that spot as well, and now he has Hydrie set up.
Yeah, that would be an interesting choice. This is another good example of when you have the blank and you have a bunch of bingos, you really should take your time, because each play has its little differences. And, in this situation, David his goal should be to give back the least amount of points. He doesn't need volatility. He's taking a very large lead, and he doesn't want his opponent to cut the spread at all.
Yeah, the beautiful thing about Hydra is that it does kind of block the R for bingos as well.
What was the 91-point play?
Head rail through the A and ovular.
Okay.
So AHB.
I was looking for
ED.
something that hit the double word. But wow,
Yeah.
that is 91.
It actually stops one short of the double, so probably gutsier than is necessary. You know, like you said, this is probably worth sacrificing the 15 points for. You know, it blocks the R, it kills the S hook and the Y hooks to soup. So, you know, seems to be right. So,
Yeah, good choice by David. And it looks like the play's been held. I guess Ari might not be familiar with it and feels that challenging it off is his only chance, but David is drawing his courtesy tiles. I'm not sure if he's still on hold.
Yeah, having a little issue with blank cam. Our producer Josh Greenway is trying to get it. We can see the bottom of the Y there. It is. It is definitely a Y, but just like the players are looking to get warmed up before the main event, you know, we're kind of working out all the kinks on stream before the main event as well. So that includes camera placement for the blank cam, but we know that is a Y, and we also know that Ari has 4 T's and no real good options here. I assume he's just going to play Tot underneath Fox there. No, he's going to play Tanto and try to keep the board open.
Yeah, it looks like this is probably his best play, and it's not going to give back much, but maybe he can pull one of those 2 S's out and find himself a bingo next turn.
And looks
It
like
looks
this
like
is
he's being held too. Wow.
Yeah, those high prop 5s are always tricky.
Yeah, the lots of words like this, you know, you see so seldom that you just kind of forget about them. Scrabble is a funny game like that where, you know, yeah, it's just a tedious thing to know each 5, and if it takes an S and this and that, it's a very tough task.
So it looks like David is just looking at his counter plays. Ari still hasn't drawn yet, so you know I think it's safe to assume that he's on hold. But I feel like usually when I'm holding an opponent, I'm kind of writing the word down. I'm trying to figure it out, but he has just let it go. So
for those who are not familiar with the rules and regulations of tournament Scrabble, you are permitted to have a courtesy draw. After 15 seconds of being held, you can draw your tiles, and a lot of the time you'll just put the courtesy tiles you draw on a separate rack so that you're keeping them separate while you're still on hold. But that's not the case here because the play was accepted and David has decided to play Ego, which nicely blocks that part of the board.
yes, so fortunately Ari finally finding the blank. He will have bingos off of the H in Hydrier. They score 69, which is nice, but not as nice as Ari needs in this situation. Whereas I update the scores, he is down by 138. So this will only cut into that deficit by half. He'll still be 69 behind after this, and it looks like he's going to choose Palette. Although this could be Galette. So this is one where we will need blank cam, unlike the Hydrier bingo last turn, to see if this is a P or a G, and he's gone with a G.
Yeah, nice find. Quickly pulling the trigger, and this is a situation where he's going to probably need a 3rd bingo after this first one to have a chance to win. It's probably not going to happen. Not a lot of tiles left. The board's kind of shut off, but there's still some hope to get the deficit to a reasonable range.
Yeah, in looking at David's options, of which there are not many great ones, I'm just seeing if he plays something like If he plays something through that E, yeah, like a GIED, like what does R even do after that? It only scores 10, but you've killed the Orlop. You've killed the S hook to Orlop. Unless he's going to bingo 2 and O or something ending in OSE. Certainly seems like something like that will really make life difficult for Ari.
Yeah, so in this situation, David is up a bingo. He is in a very good chance. He has a very good chance to win, and he knows it, but he's just got to be very deliberate and make sure that he does the best thing that can score, balance his rack, and prevent his opponent from bingoing. So realistically, the best way Ari can bingo is hooking the S in Orlop. So I would actually try to block the Orlop's hook and kind of just step on his neck figuratively and say, "You're not bingoing, you're not winning. This game's over." He can play something like glides and Orlops. I don't know. He could play Gill for 10, which leaves him DEIS, which kind of keeps his back rack nice and balanced in case Ari blows it open, and then he can pounce on that. What are you thinking about here?
Yeah, I'm actually. I feel like it was my idea to just like. I mean, you're not going to score much on this turn anyway. But I think your problem with just saying, okay, he's not going to win unless he bingos, is that there are options in that bottom right. If Ari, who has the W part of the equation, were to have something like Enow is going to score like 50 some. And that's a way, like if because you're not going to score much on this turn unless you play something like Riled from the R in Hydrie for 28. So this is a tough spot, here for David. More difficult than it certainly seems at first glance, with the nice balanced rack and the 69-point lead. So okay, he's going to go Gil, which is I think a variation on the GIED theme that'll kill the Orlop's hook while also not giving anything back.
I'm just a little off. So the GIED would play where?
Through the E in Galette, so he would have played the GIED
okay,
and drawn into EILS.
Sorry, I overlooked that completely before because I was thinking it was like a parallel somehow. But nonetheless, David has played a defensive play, and in the bottom left, yeah, it would have been nice to just plunk ED, take the spot out, take the points, but given his leave, given there's only one O out, I think you can roll the dice and kind of just say if he has E now, he has E now, but it's pretty unlikely. And we'll see if this pans out for him.
The thing about Gil is that it does, well, I guess GIED did too. Now he can play through that I. As somebody pointed out in chat, I don't believe that the plural of QWERTY goes to IES. I think it just takes the S. But if there were an open T to see QWERTIES would be pretty cool.
Now, with no unseen blanks, this is less of a problem, but the other consideration now is the kind of sneaky potential triple through the O and Ego hooking Tanto, and I don't think that there's any combinations that would fit with the unseen with no blank out. But if there was a blank, I'd have some serious doubts, and I might eventually have to address that spot somehow.
That is a good point there, Joey. I should look and see what the. All right, so we're looking at 5 blanks, OS, and then another blank. So there are 128. So I feel like there has to be some potential for some of these in this pool.
Yeah, so Ari now is down just 80. So after David only scores 10, he's kind of feeling good about that. He probably feels like this game is not over. And hey, it isn't over. But yeah, it is bleak. But with the Q, his best play is most likely just playing QI and the GI from the blank and Gillette. Is there a better play you're seeing, Jason?
So he's actually gone for EW in down bottom left, which kind of takes that spot out. He's got QI. He's got your idea kind of in reserve for later. It turns out if he had played QI, David just would have instantly played Sidemen alongside of it for like 100. to end the game. So in the short term, it is going to work out for Ari. Meanwhile, David now has no home for sidemen.
Yeah, I totally overlooked EW there. I was focused on getting rid of that queue, which is something that should be a priority, but sometimes in these tricky situations, you just have to keep the queue and hope for the best. It would always be nice to just dump it, but sometimes with the way the game goes, you don't have the liberty of dumping it when you want to, and you just have to live with it.
Yeah, especially considering that there is a U unseen, and I think in the desperate situation that Ari is in way behind, I think having that U out, not to mention having the QI spot in reserve, like it's one of those where we know that David has the only other eye, but so maybe after you play EW, you draw the eye. You don't like having double eyes, but then okay, I can make this QI play. Set up the eye. I'm the only person that can have it. So I think in this instance, I kind of prefer EW to QI, although they certainly both have merit.
Yeah, no, EW is absolutely the right play. And now, David, as I was about to mention it, sorry, he's not playing what I thought. If RIMED is good, I think that's what he would want to do here, scoring a bunch. But this is also nice because it takes out the impending triple potentials and keeps his rack nice and balanced.
Biramos is still in there, although Biramos would now not be a bingo. But now that does make it a little bit more interesting. We went from 120 some options that fit to now 16 that go MOS in that spot. So, and again, most of these are out of play with stuff like backmost, club moss, because both of the C's are on the board, etc.
Right. So yeah, now things are a little tighter. It's never over till it's over. David has a 65-point lead, and he's in a good spot, but he still has to be careful. So Ari is looking at playing QI for 24. I don't think he has any other candidate plays, and he just kind of has to hope and pray that David doesn't have the eye to punish it and take out the spot.
Yeah, David has. Is this? I assume the word on David's rec is good in WOW, but not NWL. Meanwhile,
No,
it looks
they
like.
they didn't take it out of either because it's a potato.
Oh, that's right, because it's a potato. Okay, so we don't have
Yeah.
to tell people to avert their eyes with.
Right.
So it looks like Ari has QI set up, has not put it down yet. He does have plenty of time, so just wanting to consider all his options. But I feel like after David makes his play coming down, that's going to make Ari's path back really difficult, because then there's essentially going to be no bingos.
Yeah, so looks like David is going to be able to play Inked and QI for a ton of points. And that is going to pretty much be the game because Ari's not going to have anywhere to bingo. And he will just be left trying to salvage a little bit of spread, which he's going to have an opportunity to do because he has good letters on his rack, but they just don't, unfortunately, they don't bingo.
Yeah, so now the question is, are there any triples through the MO, even non-bingo triples that would get Ari back in this game now that if we do a score update and we can see the unseen tiles from David's perspective. So he's looking at those. So I don't think anything is going to work. David has the K, which will kill which will kill the Able Mosque option, although there's also no L's as well. So yeah, I don't think he can fish for anything. Biramos was possible if he kept the eye, but the problem is the only way to play the Q without an eye was to either plunk it off of Gil or Sociable for 11, and that's not justifiable as far behind as he was.
Yeah, so now David is in the tank, but now he's not in the tank. As I start talking, he's going to go ahead and play Kinder. I'm not sure if he saw inked and just thought this was better, but nonetheless, this is a couple more points, and I think it's a good play. He's going to score a lot, and that's just going to not. It's even if he sees something like Biramos as a possibility, it's not a possibility rather. He could probably outrun it, but yeah, there is no Biramos, and looks like he's going to leave 2 in the bag.
Yeah, and I think that was probably part of it. All else being roughly equal, playing 6 tiles versus playing 5 and ending the game faster. Leaving 2 versus leaving 3. Now Ari only has 1 or 2 tile fishes, and really I think the only way to open the board is maybe off of MAC there. So only being able to play 2 tiles is going to really hamper his ability to fish for any sort of miracle here.
Yeah, and I think if there was some sort of play that scored 30, it's probably worth taking out the triple possibilities just to have the peace of mind, because we know that Ari doesn't have an eye to crush the Q spot. But nonetheless, there was nothing that David could have reasonably done in that situation, and the pool was bad enough to where triple didn't seem like it was a thing.
So now I'm trying to see what Ari can fish for. He does have the eye and gill open for bingos. So if he just plays the H off of the AT, to make hat. If he draws into oyster, what of the unseen tiles? Obviously the S, but does he have any other draws that are potential winners? And then even if he does draw a bingo, like is David going to see that it only plays in one spot and be able to block it as well?
Yeah, it looks like that S would be the only thing there. And yeah, there's just not any hope for hitting a one-tile fish. So I think in this situation, you just want to try to go out first and score points and save as much spread as you can. But looks like he's going to use his time here and try to come up with something. Looks like he's considering a 2-tile play, but I don't know if his current thing where he's touching the letters means he's about to play it, or if that's just a mannerism.
Just a mannerism. Yeah, I've only played Ari a couple times, but I don't recall him doing anything like that. I'm not seeing the spot for the EH that's going to score super well on this board, which makes me wonder if maybe it is just a mannerism thing. So, meanwhile, David, who has the kind of rack that you're okay with having as long as you're up by 87. Otherwise, that's a rack that you hate. So we know that AZ is in the bag. No real great Z spots on this board, right? So nothing in terms of having to worry about that, it looks like.
Yeah, so the Z or the A will be what he draws if he plays one tile, but looks like we're not going to be getting a one-tile play. And yeah, the Z will maybe score through the I and Gill or the A and Sociable, but otherwise nothing spectacular.
Yeah, so just checking up on a couple of things in chat. Yes, just a reminder that we are streaming the WOW lexicon, the North American lexicon that the Word Game Players Organization uses. So yes, Collins does have kinders, where kinder is also a noun referring to kindergarten. So kinder is not available in this lexicon. Also, it looks like I keep saying it's by Ramos and not by Ramos. As a child of the 90s, I remember the Enrique Iglesias song By Ramos, so I'm kind of pronouncing By Ramos like that, but it apparently is by Ramos. So apologies for the mispronunciation there.
Yeah, I certainly had no idea about that, but hey, you learn something new every day, right? So yeah, Ari's gonna use all of his time like I suspected he might. The pre-end game in Scrabble is the most difficult part of the game because you have a very narrow range of draws and combinations that you're faced with, and you have to permute how all these things could possibly go and what's going to give you the best overall chance. And it's a very difficult thing, and it's something that computer engines even struggle with because it's very hard to predict, 3 or 5 turns in advance or 7 turns in advance when you have less than 7 in the bag.
Oh, so there is, chat has pointed out, many thanks to Joel Davey, there is a one-tile fish here, and it doesn't really matter what tile it is as long as it is the H or the Y, and he has it set up because if you draw the F, then you can play foremost through that MO. The non-bingo triple, which will score 13 times 9, which is 117 plus Tantos, so 123.
Yeah, that would be gnarly. I think in any case, David would sniff it out and block it, but I think you still have to go for it and at least give yourself a chance to win if you can somehow get an opponent error.
Yeah, that rack is so bad that he doesn't have a lot of blocks, but he could just play webs off of Kinder or tubs or tugs through the T. So I think, yeah, if David, I'm sure has already tracked what's unseen to him, which is the 7 tiles on Ari's rack plus AZ. And honestly, may just play webs down there just to kill it. Even if there's not anything, like just in case there was something.
Yeah, so Ari is not only going to use a lot of time, but he is going to unload the clip, it looks like. He's under 3 minutes. He's used 7 already on this turn. And this is a good display of focus and all of those things. And he's trying to play until the whistle's blown.
Yeah, I was wondering if you could fish off. If you fish off the H off of the E in Kinder, does that make it harder? Actually, probably makes it easier for David to block the foremost possibility.
Yeah, most likely. Ari would have to sort of hope that the E is also in the bag, and that makes David's life difficult. But especially after taking this much time, David's going to be figuring that Ari is going for the triple that does not exist.
So yeah, now down to a minute and a half, and I always hate to have that little time. So he will go with just dropping the Y off of HE to make K. Don't think there's anything wrong with that. He did draw the A, so David has to be somewhat careful. He can't just throw open the board willy-nilly now that Ari has earshot.
Yeah, so there's some nice options here for Ari once it's his turn, but it will all be to no avail other than to cut some spread. And I think David quickly here is going to play webs. I don't think there's any other considerations. And he has 6 minutes to think about it, so we'll see if he uses all of it.
Yeah, if we get a chance to listen to the postmortem, I will be curious if Ari saw the foremost potential. But yeah, Webb's 34, highest scoring play by quite a bit, especially compared to plays that hold on to the S. So almost certainly worth it. It kills any potential triples.
Yeah,
so
so
he is gonna
another
draw the Z. Has to make sure he doesn't Z stick himself. But I think with the I and Gill and the A in sociable, there will be plenty of spots for the Z. What were we gonna say, Joey?
I was just going to say that this was another very well played game on both sides. I think the only mistake is when David played EM, he could have played rhymed, which is good, right? RIMED.
Yep.
So yeah, really well played game by both sides again, and we are very lucky to have such great. Wait, is oh my god, he has Horiest. Isn't that good? HOARIST.
Oh, the I and Gill. I forgot about the I and Gill. Yes, he does.
Wow, the tight bingo spot. Wow, okay, and David sussed that out, and he's gonna block it. So in the nick of time, that was kind of exciting to realize that existed.
I think Webb's would have actually. Oh, it would have been really close after David draws the Z, if Webb's does outrun Horiest or not.
Yeah, that would have been quite the plot twist. Wow, but it looks like David is going to escape, and he's going to be rewarded for playing a good game.
Although after you block the fizz spot, the biz fizz spot, there's not a whole lot of. I guess he can play Zag or through the A in sociable, but if Ari goes there, which is probably unlikely given that he's down under a minute, I think he's probably just gonna play his highest scoring out in 2, or no, he's just gonna start with as. No, he's not gonna start with as.
Yeah, Ari's out of time here, so he's just going to kind of have to pick something. There's not enough time to figure out the pure endgame situation since he used all of his time for the pre-endgame. But it was time well spent. He was doing his best to find a path to victory, and he didn't draw the tile he needed.
I mean, he did draw a tile that threatened a bingo at least, so he did have that going for him.
Yeah, that is absolutely true. So he goes with Heart for 31. And David will likely play
I think
Zags.
I think Zags is best. And then
The reason he'd play Zags is because Ari's going to go out with his 2 tiles no matter what. So you might as well just put the S on the board for the extra point, even though in a normal situation you would never just dump your S for 1 extra point.
Yeah, and then the OS obviously is going to go a bunch of places. I don't see anywhere super awesome for it, or at least anywhere that David would need to think about blocking. So yeah, I'll be curious. As we listen to this postmortem, I'll be curious. What I assume they're going to talk about that turn where Ari just played off the Y, that he took about 8 minutes or so. Which has to be the right play because, again, he draws the A, then he threatens Horiest through Gill. He draws the F, he threatens Foremost.
Yeah, it should be a lively postmortem.
So yeah, we have, as you've said, we've seen 2 very well-played games. Unfortunately, just kind of 2 games where one person seemed to get the better of the tiles and kind of run away and hide a bit. But like you said, it does make this job a little bit more boring when they just keep making the really good plays over and over again.
Hey, Scrabble's never boring. That's what I say.
Fair enough.
Scrabble is a majestic game, for lack of a better word. So David under 3 minutes here, and he's going to go ahead and play his best play. And that is all she wrote.
All right, and then that 13 for OS is the best option. David is going to win this one. We have a score of 424 to 366. The players may have something different than that. So looks like they've agreed on the score. They're doing the handshake. So let's cut to Overhead Mike.
There. Correct, our horsiest. Because I kept I drew the A.
Right.
But the problem is, I have to have some phantom threat down here that you would block instead. And
Yeah,
I couldn't
that's
come up
tricky.
with a phantom threat I could possibly have. But if I fish off the H, instead, I can't come up with any threat that I have. So by the time I was down to 1 minute, I just said, forget it. I have to
Like, hopefully,
I have to
don't
hope he
see it or
screws it
something.
up. Yeah, I was hoping. And
Yeah, if we just like play webs there or something and just take
Right.
the points.
the problem is in 99% of, I assume you drew the Z,
Yep.
but in 87.5% of cases or 75% of cases, you're just going to dink off whiz for 35 and game over.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. It's
So
also
that's
true.
the problem. So it never works. I basically can't come up with a way for it to work. So I would have definitely been open to alternative ideas, but I didn't have enough time, and I screwed up the end game too because this is probably terrible. And I realized afterwards, I just play this and then go. I just play this and then go out with other, right, with mace.
That's true.
Yeah, so it's a heck of a lot better. Although maybe you block other. I don't know. Right? Maybe there's a way to block other profitably, and then I don't know if I have anything else. And then I was like, oh shoot, I could. Maybe there's a way for. Yeah, because like if I play as and you just play like bugs or something, and then oh no, that doesn't work because of bother and all that. But there's got to be some way that you can block.
Yeah.
Anyhow, all my tiles sucked, man.
Yeah, I guess I don't know. Maybe I put like bust there or something.
Yeah, something.
So then you don't have room
Like
for
boss,
bother.
right? And then you threaten Azal. I don't know. This seemed like the straightforward end game to save some spread without going overtime.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, with considering time pressure, I think that's
Yeah.
like not bad.
and I'm 99% sure this is good, and I'm
Yeah, I
99%
think
sure it
it's
takes
good,
an S.
Yeah.
And I wanted there to be an R out so I could try for rearmost,
Right.
but unfortunately there was no R out.
Would be cool. Yeah, I needed to be 100% sure that
Yeah.
wasn't good to challenge
Yeah,
it. Because
yeah.
like otherwise I just like keep the board close and just cruise to an easy
Yeah.
win.
So this worked out very well for you. That was
Yeah,
Good,
my league was
positional
EARD.
and this was a good positional play too because it's got Orlops. And then this I had to just pray that you didn't have the last die
Yeah.
because I
I mean,
didn't
that-
feel
that
like I
makes
had
sense.
any other options. All right, I'm sure the stream has come up with some idea. Oh.
Maybe. I don't think that endgame was winnable for you. or
Well, the
for
end game, but the
endgame.
pre-end game, there might have been like a 1 in 36 or something.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Yeah,
I don't
if
know.
there's something, then I'm not seeing
I'd
it
be,
either.
maybe it was just stupid to try, and I should have just taken some points and gone out with things.
You always gotta try. Go for the win.
Yeah.
Don't give up until it's over. Okay, I gotta do the.
You gotta do the
Thank you.
work.
All right, David's
You're off the hook. As well.
David's got to take the picture, and yes, when Ari watches this back, if AF was in the bag, he could have Horiest, he could have Foremost, and it would have been very interesting. So, like he said, a 1 in 36, maybe a 1 in 56. I'm not sure exactly what the odds would have been there, but yes, Tanto good, and did not consider. He considered rearmost, but did not see the one tile fish for Foremost. Just fished for the bingo, got the bingo, but David doing a good job to block and seal the win.
Yeah, I don't know if there was something that we overlooked, but Ari, being humble, he's assuming that he could have done something better in the pre-end game or at some point in general, and I don't know. Probably a pretty good game.
Yeah, I was going to say, Ari was like, I'm sure I could have played that better, and he probably did have a better endgame, but again, he only left himself about 45 seconds to play the endgame, which is unideal. But I think that pre-endgame play was right. I think you just have to fish off the Y. If AF is in the bag, you threaten both, and so that certainly would have made life very interesting for David. But I really think, given what Ari drew, he probably played that about as good as he could have.
For sure. And in the next minute or two, we will be able to tell you what our next matchup is going to be. But in the meantime, we're just going to hang tight for a few minutes. And we have some things to say. Firstly, you're watching Let's Play Scrabble. You're watching the Albany, New York New Year's tournament, and it is sponsored by WIGPO, Word Game Players Association organization, and Bob Lynn. And it is a great tournament, and you should try to go. They run Albany in the summer, they run Albany in the New Year's, and those are just a handful of tournaments in comparison to all the Let's Play Scrabble events. So go to letsplayscrabble.com, check out the website, see what you might find.
Yeah, I think we kind of got cut off a little bit there at the start, but I think we were just kind of talking about, you were talking about the Albany venue. Now, I've played the Albany New Year's tournament a few times, but I don't know if it's at the same place that it was, 10 years ago or so. But you were kind of talking about that venue, and again, I'm not sure if everybody caught that the first time. So can you just talk a little bit about, where the tournament is, and you were raving about it before?
Yeah, so in about 20 years of playing tournaments, I've gone to Albany somewhere around 15 times, and one of the many appeals of it is having a great venue. The Marriott is a nice hotel. It's inexpensive. And, when it's snowing outside and it's -10 Fahrenheit, what better way to be spending New Year's other than cozied up playing Scrabble in a hotel? So that Marriott in Albany is a place I love, and I've gone to many times.
How have you put up good results? And is that also where the July 4th tournament is as well?
Yeah, so all of the Albany tournaments of the last 10 years or so have been at this Marriott off of Wolf Road. And actually, one of the main factors of why it's such a great venue that I totally overlooked is the restaurants, right next door to the hotel, 800 feet away. You can get all-you-can-eat sushi for $30. And I love all-you-can-eat sushi. And I would be willing to pay more than 30. So 30 is a bargain.
30 is a bargain for all you can eat sushi, as long as it's decent sushi, which I assume it is.
Oh, that's good. So yeah,
Right.
you could get sushi, you can get barbecue, you can go to Olive Garden, Red Lobster, Chipotle, anything reasonable within half a mile you can walk to. Lots of great food options. And, it's nice, knowing you can go somewhere and fly there and not have to have any kind of a rigmarole to get fed.
All right, so Joey, apparently doing a side hustle for the Albany Chamber of Commerce over here. Did you have any really, did you ever win Albany, or any really notable results from any of the Albany tournaments you played, or were you too full of all-you-can-eat sushi to play well?
Yeah, I won the one in the NWL sideshow this summer. Then I won one in the summer of 2015, I think, which was a pretty good field that year. So yeah, I've won a few, but nothing really that noteworthy. Sometimes you win, sometimes you don't. When you've played 225 tournaments like I have, you're going to have some wins.
Wow, that's I know you've been around for not as long as me, but I know you played more often than I do, so I'm probably right about that number myself. So,
hey, we're both millennials. That's all I know.
all right. So while just fixing the blank cam, getting the players together, etc. As Joey said, you were watching Let's Play Scrabble, the best place to watch live Scrabble on the internet. Let's Play Scrabble streams more events more often and with more innovation than anyone else. I don't want to. I'll give you a little tease that if you end up watching the main event, we already kind of got a sneak peek into some awesome innovations just between the holiday party tournament a couple weeks ago, and now that Let's Play Scrabble is looking to unveil to help improve the stream, and I think I think viewers are really going to like those. So if you want to help build the future of Scrabble live streaming, please consider becoming a Let's Play Scrabble super friend for just $5 a month. You can click the join button below the video. And if that's not in your budget, we totally get that holiday shopping has just finished, and the budget isn't great for some people. Then just share us through word of mouth. Subscribe, like the videos. and be sure that that your Scrabble friends and non-Scrabble friends know that we are here streaming. Also, just want to give some shout outs to all the people who make this possible. We've talked about the equipment. George Bissonette makes the Let's Play Scrabble board. Sarah Rosenbaum of Cozy Tiles creating the Let's Play Scrabble tile bags. Steve Sagan of Video Ninja, part of the streaming technology that powers these streams. And we haven't seen WordJudge.me yet, which I guess isn't that surprising given the word knowledge of the players in the first two games and the fact that this is double challenge versus 5-point challenge. But if we do get to see WordJudge.me, Art more responsible for that. So it sounds like we have players. I will reset the scores here. Joey, do you know anything about the two players that we're going to see next?
Yeah, so our next matchup is going to be David Weisberg of North Carolina, who is here for just the early bird, not the main event, apparently. And he is facing Stefan Katz, who is from Southern California. And based on their ratings, it's going to be a pretty even matchup. These are two of the lower seeds, but hopefully they can give us another quality game of high-level Scrabble.
Yeah, and you just taught me. I just did commentated a Stefan game from Madison over Halloween, and I think I pronounced his name as Koch probably like 24 times. But you have taught me that KAC apparently equals cats, which is quite counterintuitive, but so it goes.
Yeah, I am just the messenger. I think Stefan told me that a few years ago, and I made a mental note. I am recalling now that he is from the great state of Minnesota, which is probably a factor in why he was in Madison. And it's very easy for me to remember this because the number of people who are Minnesota Timberwolves fans is a very small number of people, but Stefan is one of them.
Okay, I know that Stefan is listed as from Los Angeles, California. So, but again, I don't know much about him. So, as you might expect, Stefan, Los Angeles, David from Chapel Hill, they have not crossed paths. This will be the first time. So,
and we are off to the races. As I said, Minnesota
right,
Timberwolves.
he's repping. He's
right
repping,
on cue.
All right, I know that that you're quite, and I use this term with all sorts of endearment, an NBA hole. I've just heard
Yes.
Bill Simmons use that term a lot. So, yeah, I guess I was going to say, given the Chapel Hill versus Los Angeles, this is kind of Hornets Clippers or Hornets Lakers, but I guess it's more Hornets Wolves given Stefan's fandom.
Yeah, I think Stefan moving from Minnesota to LA was a good weather decision. I don't know when he did that, but he did at some point. So here we go. We got David going first. He has BILNORR. Nothing too special here. He can play Broil, which is the standard play. That's 20 points. It does open up the possibility of the extension of Pan Broil, which isn't devastating, but it's something to consider. I don't think this rack I don't think this rack warrants playing shorter to try to maybe bingo next turn. I think you just take the points and run. What do you think about this play?
Yeah, Broil seems pretty standard, and you are keeping an end, so I guess not. You're 1/3 of the way to the extension if either player sees it. So, but yeah, I don't think the extension plays a huge factor one way or the other. Broil, you're not going to score as many, and NR is a perfectly serviceable leave. So meanwhile,
Yeah,
Stefan.
Yeah, you go.
Oh, that's right. EENNGIL. No bingos. He can blow it up by playing the non-bingo double of Leering 432, or he can make a sort of fishy play by playing off the EN 4876 or something like that. So really interesting position. What would you do here, Joey?
Yeah, this is one I'd have to think about. for a while, and it looks like he's going to do that as well. So facing your opponent playing Broil for 20, you have no reason to believe he has any particular strong rack. He just kind of has an average range, so we call it. So here, Stefan isn't desperate to bingo. That being said, his options all score very little. He doesn't have any double doubles. He does. He is leering, and he's found it in the time. I didn't look really that diligently, but he did, and he quickly has played it. And this definitely is worth blowing up his rack. It only scores 32, but that's a lot better than anything else in this situation. Just take the points and run.
Yeah, and I tend to agree in this spot. There's no real great fishes, and obviously ELGIN is going to bingo a lot of the time, but the times it doesn't, then you're stuck scoring 10 points, 2 turns in a row. So especially with no power tiles, I'm good with blowing this rack up, even though I would have been very tempted to play short and try to hit the bingo. Meanwhile, unfortunately, the G is in the wrong spot for frontage, and no playable bingos here for David, although that E next to the triple will give him a chance to play of for 28 if he wants to go that route, and he has it set up. I think OF is right here. Do you agree?
Yeah, I think this is almost as trivial as a decision in Scrabble is going to be. Just take your 28 points, take out the hotspot, and you leave a beautiful AENRT, very likely to bingo next turn. And in this situation, it's especially important to play there because he has an opponent with an X, and the X would kill him here.
Yeah, so no Vax or Vox or Wax or anything like that for Stefan, who now has to come up with Plan B, with a whole lot of unpalatable, not really good bingo tiles that he has to get rid of. But it looks like he can. His Plan B will be playing under Broil with Vax or Fox, or maybe Fawn if you want to get fancy and keep the X for better things. Are you seeing any big difference between Fox or Fax here?
No, I think that it is worth considering that although it's not available here, as far as I can tell, when you have an X or a Z or a Q or a J, you want to look in these early game situations, especially, any situation, but especially in these early game situations for a setup. There's not quite anything he can do here with his other tiles because they're not flexible, but you definitely want to maximize your power tiles. So if you can somehow set up a triple letter score or something like that for your X or power tile, you'd want to do so. But it doesn't seem like he can effectively do that here, so I think he's going to go ahead and play Fox. I think Fox is a little better than Fax, because A's are better than O's, generally speaking. And this early game situation doesn't have any apparent advantages to the O or the A.
Yeah, and plus you play Fax, then the A goes on top, whereas with LO nothing goes on top. So he had Fox set up. Now he's considering Vox, but I don't see where that would go. I guess off of the LO, so Vox and Lox would score 27.
And another factor is that, well, less so now that he's playing this, leering takes a front F for fleering, and he does have that. It doesn't seem like it's going to come into play now, but that could have been a thing. But nonetheless, I like this decision. Fox would have been more points, but it's nice to get rid of the V, so all things considered, I think this is a good play.
So back over to David, who's got the Eastern Ernest Nearest combo. And obviously many options. And now with the V being floated out in space, that's going to turn his highest score for this rack from 68 to 74.
Yes, a nice find by David, very decisively. playing it quickly. And now we're off to the races. So David has taken the lead, but to his kind of clunky leave, Stefan has drawn the blank. So while he probably doesn't have a bingo with the double N FW, he's going to have a lot of options here to score with the triple available, the triple word over the second E in veterans. And he's going to probably take a lot of time on this turn to make sure he makes the absolute best play with all these available options.
Yeah, I was going to say Ian blank a very nice draw. However, when you lead fawn, then that does kind of hamper your ability in to bingo right away. So if he sees it anew through that E in veterans, looks like his best option scores 42. It does leave the F, but the blank, I think you would still, I don't want to say expect to bingo next turn, but almost certainly bingo next turn or the turn after that. Highest scoring play with 42 as well.
Yeah, anew would be his standout option for sure. But we have the luxury of having the engine. He doesn't, so he's going to take a while here and make sure there's not a better option. It'll be interesting to see if he spots it, but even if he doesn't, all of his second options are going to be more than adequate. He could play Fan and FE for 30, which would score well and keep the blank. But yeah, anything other than a new would be a mistake because, it scores more and, he's down early, so he won't be down much, but he'd rather maybe not block the board like a 3-tile play on top of veterans would.
Yeah, so thinking about it, obviously in situations like this where you've kind of got clunky tiles, you do also want to make sure that that you're not missing any bingos. Your opponent's just giving you an R, which might play well with that rack. Also easy to just play few on top of veterans. That'll score 37. It'll kind of open up that top row for you. It will also kind of blunt your opponent's options to play through the triple. So few is not a bad second option, and now it's what he's got set up. I would like to see him, find a new here because I think that is the best play.
Yeah, I didn't consider few before. It's not much of a drop off, but given the double ends, it's a less appealing option. But nonetheless, it looks like that's what he's going to do, and he'll just have to hope he doesn't draw a third end, which he probably won't with only two in the bag.
I don't know. Last game we saw Ari leave 2 T's, play 3 tiles, and then draw 2 more T's on a 3-tile draw. So never underestimate the bag's ability to give you more duplicates to the ones that you've already kept.
Yeah, Scrabble is a beautiful game in this regard. If those tiles are in the bag, you can draw them.
That is.
David here doesn't have anything that's worth writing home about, but he could play Wished or Mushed through the S in veterans, and that would score in the 30 range, but it would kind of give back some easy scoring spots. So maybe he wants to consider something that dumps the... Yeah, I think Wish. Do you see anything here that would get rid of the W that's not Wished?
Yeah, no, it's Wished or Mushed up there. He could play Do under veterans, making Wed, RE, and AW. That's 33, but that gives a lot back, and HIMU is not the best of leaves. I guess the H and the M do go decently on this board, but it certainly feels like Wished is the right play.
Yeah. So in this situation, David has a chunk of a lead, but not a full bingo lead. So that's a good position to be in, but you still got to make sure you make the best decision so you don't end up with a bad rack and allow your opponent to come back. So he definitely wants to find that perfect medium. And on the other side, Stefan has drawn well. He faded the triplicate ends, and he'll have some bingos here. But if David plays something shorter, he can maybe not give up as many points.
Yeah, I was going to say he will have Annoyer, Annoyed, and Anodyne. Unfortunately for him, nothing that fits in that top row. They all begin with the letter A. Not even seeing anything playable through the S. Obviously, the N is not going to really help much, as is the double A. And through the R is just Annoyers. So
yeah, it looks like his best option is going to just be to play anyone and AWE, leaving the blank. And
there we go.
It'll be interesting to see if he comes up with that, because that's going to be 45, leaving the blank and taking out that spot. But David has gone with Inhumed. This is actually a pretty solid play. I thought about that as a potential fish last turn, as in he could have just dropped the W where the FE is. But there's only 2 ends out, so it wasn't really like that glorious. But this play scores and turns over some tiles. And what do you think about this? Do you think Wished is a better play, or do you like this route?
I think Wished is a better play. I was just more looking at now that Anodyne is going to score more than it did before. Do you still want to play anyone and keep the blank, or do you want to just take the points now with Anodyne?
Yeah, I think that Anodyne now, although it does score more, I'd still rather take the 45, leaving the blank, because it's going to set up a big S hook, Anodyne would, and there's 3 S's in the bag. So that would be a little bit volatile, and he's now in a range where if he's scoring 45, leaving the blank, he's not in a terrible situation. Like, he can easily be in a lead in a turn or two, so I would go ahead and play anyone, but that's a kind of tough find. Finding those standalone 6s is one of the many arts of Scrabble that I love. So we'll see if he can come up with it, or if he decides, even if he does come up with it, just to play Anodyne anyway.
Yeah, I know that I would not have considered playing anyone. I would just be looking at, all right, Annoyed, Annoyer, Anodyne, like, which do I want to play? Now, I think before this hit the board, it would have been 63. Now, if he'd played Wished or Mushed on the right, then he can play it, to the triple. Like, then it's then anyone is blocked, and it's pretty clear that you play the bingo. But I think going from 63 to 77, playing under Inhumed. I know that the E lands in a not so good spot, but I still think that you play. I still think that you play the bingo. But there is certainly merit to scoring 45 and keeping the blank.
Yeah, and funny enough, as he was shuffling about 10 seconds ago, he was shaking his head, and I just thought it was funny because he was annoyed.
He will be annoyed to play Annoyed, and he will be annoyed if he sees that Anodyne played for 14 more points. So, assuming that is a D, not wanting to give back the S hook by playing Annoyer. So, somewhat annoyed that Annoyed will only score 63.
Yeah, so now Stefan right back in this thing, but David is going to hit him hard with some points with the Z in his hand. What are his best options here? He can play... So we confirmed it's a D and not an R?
Oh, we did, yes. Blank Cam confirmed that.
Okay. Gotcha. So as far as... He could play something like SOWED under Annoyed, which would actually leave the Z and score very well, all while clunking up the board. Is there a better option? I guess, yeah, you just leave the S off, of course. What am I saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think, just play Ode. And yeah, I'm not seeing any great Z plays. Are you? Or the engine
No, this is right. I think there are really no Z plays other than Does underneath Inhumed for 34, and you can score 39 and keep STZ, which is a really potent leave. So yeah, pretty sure this is right.
So good, quick play here by David, and Stefan has found himself with a litany of vowels: AAA, HIOR, and he is not going to have. Okay, he has mohair from the M, which is the absolute standout play for 45
Yeah,
points.
one of those very few times where you have 5 vowels and you can score 45 on a turn.
And I apologize to the viewers. This is my first time doing commentary. While I have a lot of experience playing Scrabble, I'm trying to talk and find plays like while looking within the first 5 or 10 seconds of looking at the board. So I'm going to try to stop doing that and just figure out a way not to do that.
Yeah, I was going to say I think that was some of our intro that got cut, unfortunately. But yeah, this is your first time doing this. But I think it looked like the old. I know that Stefan plays Collins, and it looked like he wanted to play Ohio underneath Inhumed, which unfortunately would make DI. So sometimes you have to you don't see that until it goes on the board. At least he caught himself. But would definitely like to see him find mohair in this spot, but. It doesn't look like that's occurred to him.
Yeah, Stefan is one of the handful of people in North America that actively will play either NWL or Collins. Not a lot of people do this because it's just a pain in the ass to separate words, and you'll constantly be finding yourself getting stuff challenged off. Eventually, the confusion is unavoidable, but he does it nonetheless. And what do you know? He took his time and found the best play. That is a big change of events.
I feel like in Collins, he just would have probably. It looked like he wanted to plunk down Ohio, and then the fact that it would have made DI and not been a valid play made him look a little bit harder, and it helped him find mohair. So good for him. Very impressive.
Great find by Stefan. He's going to maintain a small lead, but things are very much still fickle. He's going to have a lot. He has a lot of work cut out for him still, and especially now that he just drew that absolute junk of a rack.
Well, the good news for him is that David really doesn't have a great Z play for the second turn in a row here.
Yeah, so it looks like he's considering just playing Zap for 27, which leaves pretty well. He could play for 28 up top, and in this situation, David's now behind, so I think he actually would rather play it up top where Veterans is, so that he can leave the board a little more open for his own bingos. And after Stefan plays 5 tiles, his leave is very random. He's not particularly worried about Stefan having a strong rack where he needs to make it a little harder for him to bingo. So all things considered, I think the best decision is playing Zap for 28 and hoping you can hit through the H, A, I, or R.
So what do you think about playing Zep for 28 off of the E in Inhumed? So again, scores the same, but this way, if Stefan has like 2 O's, OA, something like that, you're kind of giving him an out to dump his extra vowels and score 30. Whereas Zep doesn't do that, but it does block the H.
Yeah, I think it's worth considering, but overall, the play he just made up there takes away some more of the cheap overlap plays that you could be hit with. And then, of course, it takes out the bingo lane. That's could be a pain to deal with later in the top right. But nonetheless, he's made his decision, and looks like they've stopped the clock to confirm a score. But Stefan is desperately going to need David to miss his bingo draw, because if he bingos, he's going to be in a pretty brutal spot now down and having a board that's dying very quickly.
All right, and so the 2-tile draw JR, so that's good for 7s, but not for 8s, I think.
Yeah, it looks like it was JB.
Oh,
I'm
JP,
guessing
not
that
JR.
the-
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I know how that could
So
get.
that's just bad,
I know how that
period.
So yeah, JB, pretty much the worst thing he could have drawn when you want a bingo, other than maybe the Q that's in the bag. So Stefan's going to have a little bit more opportunity now to come back now that his opponent's bingo is delayed. But his options here are pretty brutal. Are you seeing anything that stands out?
There is one seemingly standout play here. He can play Ague, A-G-U-E, off of Inhumed, so putting the A on top of the D in Inhumed. It also makes Y-O-U and E-W-E, so it scores 22, which is about as good as you're going to score, and also retains your Y.
Yeah, that looks like a good play. In a situation like this where your rack is this bad, you're just going to have to take the lesser of your evils. Obviously, leaving AIY isn't very promising for next turn, but you just have to take what you can get and hope you can draw your way out of it sooner rather than later.
Yeah, really not. I'm just trying to see. He could play YEA off of Inhumed as well, but again, that AGIU leave. You do have the R at the bottom, so that might help a little bit. It's got to be so frustrating. He's drowning in vowels, and opponent just made a play putting a Z where if he had different vowels, like I said, he could plunk OA or OO and score 30 on this turn. But instead, he's going to be hard pressed. He's got 23-point plays that leave terribly, or 22-point plays that leave mediocrely. Whereas again, replace those two A's with two O's, and he's probably already played and moved on.
Yeah, no doubt. And he is about to be under 10 minutes on his clock, and this is a factor that could loom large. If Stefan runs out of time, it could force some errors in the end. So he should be looking to speed this up and try to put the time pressure back on David so he doesn't have that advantage heading into the rest of the game.
Yeah, like on the one hand, this is a very complicated turn. On the other hand, don't want to see what happened to Ari last game, where you take 8 minutes on a turn, and then leave yourself 45 seconds for the end game.
So this will beg an interesting strategic question once Stefan plays, because David is going to have the opportunity to play Jibs and Zaps, which will score 41. And I think that is enough points to where it's warranted just to burn the S, especially with 3 in the bag, or I guess 2 in the bag from his standpoint. But it wouldn't be crazy if he just played Jab, where Mohair is, for 23, still leaving his strong EISTT. But looks like Stefan has exchanged. Now, that is something I didn't consider, but it's not insane. And that is his choice. And let's see if it pays off.
Yeah, I think there were enough decent plays to justify playing through. But like you said, 3 S's unseen and a blank. So David is gonna fish again. Oh, that's a very nice fish, getting rid of the JB for. Let me see what this is here. Hang on. Exchange from Stefan. So he's going to play Job for 23. So I think it's very close whether you should blow it up with Jibs for 41. But I like taking another crack given how open the bottom of the board is.
Yes, I overlooked this play that he just made, and I think it's a good decision because Jab blocks a lot of the stuff that you could potentially hit with your leave, and Job does not do that. And David has to balance this approach because he's not out of the woods. It's a tie game, give or take, and he still would like to bingo and take a lead. And given his opponent's exchange 6, I honestly would have probably just played Jibs and just taken the points. But holy smokes, while we weren't looking, to a leave of E, he drew 6 consonants, but it didn't matter because the perfect tile was floating for him on the board.
Yeah, I was gonna say, oh my goodness, he drew 6 consonants, like doggone the luck, and and sure enough, he's playing.
For sure?
This is a word for sure. It is being held. David somehow missing his fish. Somehow missing his fish again with the AI draw. So Yeah, so if he challenges, this would totally flip the game on its head. But he has. Oh, I thought I saw Stefan going for the bag. Maybe it's released, but just disagreement on how much it scores.
Yeah, great find by Stefan here. It looks like they've stopped the clock to count the play. I don't know,
Yes,
it's
yeah.
bizarre, but a thing that's happening. And wow, that's a big swing of events. So, merely seconds ago, Stefan was sitting with absolute dreck, and then he makes a probably good decision to exchange, and it pays off immediately in a kind of bizarre way.
Yeah, so now, I said this game would be flipped on its head, even if David challenged. David hasn't challenged, but the game has still been flipped on its head because David has gone from kind of being in control. Played job, took a 30-point lead, drew into a very nice bingo lead, but now he's missed. And if he doesn't bingo through that R at the bottom of the board, like how are you getting back into this game?
Yeah, Scrabble can change on a dime, and this is a good example of where you shouldn't be too results oriented. Yes, it's very unfortunate for David that he drew JB on a 2-tile draw and then missed his bingo again, and now he's down and doesn't have a bingo still. Very unfortunate, but he didn't do anything particularly wrong. It's just sometimes in Scrabble, when you reach into the bag, you might draw JB, and it is what it is.
Yeah, sometimes you draw JB, you draw AI when you don't want AI. So that's the good news is that David has a lot of time. I know that we talked about Stefan getting low on time, but I guess when you exchange and draw the one playable bingo and can insta play it, then it doesn't really matter how much time you have.
So yeah, this is one of those dreadful situations where you have all one pointers and the board is dying and you just have to figure out a valid play because you can't pass. There's nothing from the Z that David can play that scores well. There's nothing that he can really do to open up the board. And a play like AIT under Grackles, it's a good play for what he has, and it's probably what he has to do, but it's very not ideal, kind of obstructing the R partially because now you're boxing yourself into only hitting bingos that end in R or start with D, and Stefan can block both or within a turn or two.
Yeah, so I expect David to take a while and figure this out. I mean, he could. I know that I can sometimes get a little gun shy when I've drawn into the same leave twice and missed, but he could give it another try. His highest scoring play is 18. He can play Ani off of Zap, play off the AI, and hope that drawing into EI STT works the third time. Third time's the charm, as the Americans say. Third time lucky, as the Brits say. That does keep it scores decently and keeps everything open. Also, kind of stops Stefan from playing across there if he's drawn a bunch of vowels. But there are really no great options here. Are you seeing anything better than Ani, Joey?
Yeah, I think that is probably the best play. Also, it stops his opponent from hitting something with the Z that would score 30 or so. So, yeah, I think that's the best play, just to play A and I. And it looks like he has it lined up and he's considering pulling the trigger as he is almost 4 minutes into this turn.
Now, you probably fish so infrequently as opposed to someone like me, but do you let the superstition kind of get into your head where you're like, I've missed drawing into this leave twice. Like, do I really want to go back? Even if it's my best play, like, do I really want to do it a third straight time?
Yeah, I am a superstitious person, but that wouldn't be a situation where that would apply for me. But yeah, like I said, I would have gone with jibs because you're getting 41 in that situation going up a bingo. And I don't think, like I said, I don't think it's a big mistake or maybe even a mistake at all for him to play job. But yeah, in my case, I try to avoid fishing as much as possible because getting in these situations where you're stuck with one pointers and can't bingo, it's just the worst. And I just, yeah, you just want to avoid it. if you can.
Yeah, and that is kind of one of the downsides to fishing is that when you missed, when we saw it a little bit with Zach Ansel in our first game, again, that wasn't a fish, but, he had 7 singles, including 2 U's, and your opponent throws an A, bingo's putting an A in the triple line, and there's really nothing that you can do about it. Had to play 8 points and leave it open. And set up his opponent for 57, which is part of the reason he lost that game. So certainly, I think that was the spot where I would have, even though I think the engine gave a slight preference to blowing it up with jibs, I would have played job if I'd seen it. I think there was maybe a spot he could have played jab, I think, through mohair, but that would have killed the board. So yeah, I would have played job if I saw it, but it certainly hasn't worked out for him.
Yeah, fishing is a part of the game. You're going to have to do it sometimes, but, you just have to figure out through experience what is warranted in a certain situation. And if things are marginal, I try to err towards the play that does not fish. But that's a very broad oversimplification of a very complicated strategic game. And a lot of it's just predicated on word knowledge, as most things in Scrabble are. Like, if you don't see your options, it's more likely you have to fish because you don't see your options. But after 6 minutes of deliberation, David has finally pulled the trigger on what is likely the best play. And because he took so long there, now the time advantage is evaporated as both players are about equal on the scoreboard.
Yeah, Stefan has a really interesting idea here. If he plays Ceili, Ceili, off of that G in Grackles, he can really blunt that R. David could still play from it. But then, he would basically have from the R or, to or through a C, not scoring anything. He would have the D on the right-hand side too, playing from the D. So I'm curious as to what you're seeing in this spot, because I'm not seeing a great option for Stefan.
Yeah, so with his 37-point lead and his opponent fishing for 3 straight turns, him blocking is absolutely imperative, and there is no perfect situation. He's going to have to live with it if he doesn't successfully block both spots, because it doesn't look like he can. So he's going to have to pick something that scores decently and at least blocks one of them. You don't want to have this turn be a turn where you don't block anything. You have to make your opponent's life difficult. What I'm seeing is him playing CEI, LI, and GI, because that blocks the R. It's more likely you hit an ER bingo than an RE bingo, I'm pretty sure at least. And the C being floated out there in the bottom left is not really a factor. So that's probably his best play. Are you or the engine seeing anything better?
No, I suggested Ceili because it's what the engine suggested, and the more I look at it, the more I think that is the right idea. Meanwhile, David, I did not realize that only 1 T has been put on the board, so I guess he was kind of playing with fire drawn into to 2 Ts for so long, and this time he has missed in part by drawing the 3rd T. So 3 straight draws into EISTT with a wide open R at the bottom of the board have not worked out, and certainly has put him in a bad situation in terms of winning this game.
Yeah, so it doesn't appear that he's seen his 5-letter word, and now he is approaching under 5 minutes to go, and there are a lot of tiles in the bag. So what we're going to see in this game is going to speed up, and it's going to be a very stressful run out for both of these guys. But little does Stefan know, his opponent is kind of screwed here with all these T's, and T's have loomed large today. It's a theme.
So he's going to play Rin, perhaps fixing to use that R to bingo himself and put this game away. Again, no great options, although I'm not sure I like Rin. It does kind of, stop your opponent from using that ZA for points. So meanwhile, over to David, who drew DT and now has side with 3 Ts. And so we're back to do we fish or do we blow it up? But again, even if you blow it up, you're only going to score about 20 points. So um, there are a lot of plays that are very close in valuation here. Is anything standing out to you?
Yeah, this rack is so depressing that I haven't even considered any options. But I think that from David's standpoint, there's still hope. He's down 50, and there's still those 2 tiles he can bingo through. And all in all, yeah, I mean, he can play toted through the O. I think that's maybe the only thing worth considering, because if he plays tot, now you're just faced with being outrun even with when you bingo. You're going to have to score points at some point. But he has decided to play tilt, which is kind of a in between of what I suggested, and he still has an opportunity to hit to the R or from the D if he can draw the right letters.
Yeah, especially with 5 A's unseen, drawing into DEST here, if that R stays open, is not bad. So now back on Stefan, who, if he sees Koltai, I think after tilt, Koltai is going to look really good. So like with the CEILI play last turn, which he didn't see, it'll basically kill that R after David's play of tilt. It will score decently. The C means that even if you bingo through the C, it won't score anything, and he can't really play along the bottom row because, again, using the WOW lexicon, no CH, the H's are gone anyway. So Koltai looks really good to me here.
Yeah, Koltai would be the standout play. We'll see if he can come up with it. And if he doesn't come up with it, I don't see much. And if he doesn't block the tilt hook, David's going to have study for a good amount, and he could somehow win this game without bingoing after all this. And with that blank in the bag, things are about to get really interesting. And I don't know about you, but I'm ready for something very interesting.
Yeah, like I said, we've had 2 very well played games so far, but less competitive games. And so this one, we've seen kind of more mistakes, quote unquote mistakes from from people who are seeded 6th and 7th, as opposed to seeing the top 5 seeds play each other earlier. But yeah, this game has been more compelling. I was going to say that I don't see a way that David can get back in without bingoing. But I guess the game is close enough and the board is yucky enough that it is possible. Stefan's seen Koltai, which I think is a really good play.
Yeah, it was a good find. It was a necessary find, and that's going to probably be the icing on the cake here, because once David plays study, even if he does draw the blank, there's simply not enough spots on the board to score. There is going to be one potential situation where he could win if he Q sticks his opponent, but that's going to be irrelevant now because Stefan has found that last unseen blank, and he's going to be able to cruise control.
Yeah, you would think. Study scores 35 and gets him within 40, but this board is just so bad. I think even if he were to draw the blank, I don't see a way back in.
Yeah, so time is dwindling. Stefan under 3 minutes, David under 7 minutes. It's hard to imagine a path to victory after you play study, but yeah, you just kind of have to play it. And from his standpoint, like I said, that Q is unseen. Maybe he can somehow win with a Q stick, but as we can see, that's not probably going to be happening. However, even though Stefan does have the blank, drawing the Q would certainly be a pain in the ass.
Yeah, I was going to say, what if you have the case 2 S's? What if you maybe try to get back in the game by drawing like a squat or something? Like you keep your STU, like he's got the DEY set to the side. If you can score decently with that, maybe you try to draw the Q in one of the 5 A's. We know that Stefan doesn't have any, and then squat down there is going to score, I think, 77. So that's basically your bingo score to get you back in the game.
Yeah, that's a really good idea. with all those A's out, it's almost a guarantee you pull one out when you play your next play.
If he plays this, I love this play that he's considering of yes. That scores 35. It keeps you within hailing distance. It leaves fairly well. And like I said, you draw Q and one of the 5 A's, and even if your opponent has the blank, you're still in there.
Yeah, so this is a very great play. I didn't see that possibility of playing yes there. And as you were talking about it, you guys are in sync. He sees the Q possibilities, and let's see if he can pull it out of the bag. Wow, he drew the A, but not the Q. So good idea, just didn't happen this time.
So now the question is, do you set the TED, those 3 letters aside and just keep going for it, or?
Yeah, I think you're kind of forced to now, and Stefan quickly, as he kind of has to be quick, he quickly plays his V there, which eliminates any possibilities of bingo. But if you're Stefan, you kind of still have to be a little worried because you're not up by that much, and there's those big Q plays in the bag unseen, and he's just going to have to hope to fade it for one more turn, which he has, luckily. But let's see if David can come up with a plan that somehow will give him a chance.
Yeah, I didn't bring this up last turn, but David can actually take the lead this turn. There is a 39-point play. It's very difficult to spot. It also, burns some of your best tiles and does not leave very well. But David can take the lead right now and just try to run if he wants to.
Yeah, I think whatever play that is being referred to is probably the best play. I'm looking. Because otherwise, David's going to have to consider playing something like 2-2 from to the U and Culty, or Tau opening up a bingo line, forcing Stefan to have to deal with it. But then he'd be burning one of his A's if he plays Tau, so he wouldn't have the ability to play squat. So this is a tough turn. It'll be interesting to see what he comes up with, and he'll have to come up with it in a short period of time because that clock is dwindling.
Yeah, what if he plays Tech off of the C? You look like you're opening up, and you are opening up, a potential bingo line, but you're just kind of trying to bait Stefan away from the tilt spot. It gives you 2 chances to draw the Q.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. If you draw an A, you're kind of screwed, but if you don't draw an A, there's a lot of ways you can bingo, especially if you just draw the blank. But you could play out said or something like that.
So he's going to go. He's going to give himself 3 chances at it, and score 13, which is not bad.
What was the 39-point play?
He can play issue, making Zaz. So you put the S.
Oh, holy smokes! Wow. What a tough find, and wow, that would have been a sick find.
Meanwhile, AIU was the opposite of what David wanted to draw there.
Yeah, that is a very punishing draw, and this has been a very sad run out for David.
And the sad point is, unless once Stefan makes his play, there is no exchanging possible because there will be less than 7 in the bag.
The Q is lingering, and it'll be interesting to see who draws it and how it affects the rest of the game. And it looks like he's going to eliminate any possibilities of squat from his standpoint and to go ahead and play Neem.
Yeah, squat or squat. I think when you're looking at 5 A's, 2 U's, and the Q and the S, probably best to take out that spot. So that AIU draw looks like it'll be the death knell for David. No real way to either fish for bingos, and now the squat potential has also gone as well.
So Stefan has picked up the dreaded Q, and while he's going to hold on and win this game, it's not going to be by a whole lot because he is going to have to do something, and it's going to look like Yeah, I mean, I guess he'll just play Qua through the U. But if that gets blocked, he doesn't have anything.
Yeah, I was gonna say even with the blank, I think he could still get. Hard to see him getting Q stuck, but it's possible.
So yeah, David's candidate plays here are going to be very bleak. I think he's probably just going to throw in the towel and play something from the M, but maybe he has other ideas about a fish that I'm not considering.
Yeah, and so I can't remember the last time I've seen like 3 minutes combined with 4 tiles in the bag. So the rest of this game will go very fast. He will go Ulu. It does set up the S, and so now, like you could, the problem is I don't think that being Q stuck will be a detriment. But if he goes Q stuck and goes overtime potentially.
Yeah, that was a very interesting development. I was considering he could play Ulu, and that would perfectly block the spot he needed to, unbeknownst to him, but I didn't really see the merit in playing it because I don't know what path he has, but
Well,
I guess
it
he
sets
could
up
somehow hit
it
things to
sets
the
up
eye.
cats if he draws the Q.
Right.
So cats
And
there.
I guess there's
if he-
also a possibility of hitting bingos to the C.
yeah, I think that is his only way back in. I think cats is going to get blocked like basically every time.
And just like that, Stefan is out of time, and he is picking up his tiles, but pretty much no matter what, he's going to be going over and losing at least 10 points. In tournament Scrabble, you lose 10 points for every minute you go over time. Now, this is going to be very interesting. What is the engine saying about the win percentage?
Oh, I was going to say I would have to go back and look
Sorry,
at
the
that
bag
for
isn't
nice-
empty, so
Yeah,
I guess we can't speculate too much, but Stefan is definitely sweating here because he knows he's going over, and he has to be very diligent to not go more than 1 minute over because then he'll lose another 10 points for 20 total points.
yeah. Like if there was a way that he could have maybe set up the queue and maybe he can down the road, but David's the bag is empty now, so I guess that was another downside of that.
Oh, it
Of
is
the
empty. Okay.
PO play. Yeah. Now it is empty. So yeah, one of those end games where you kind of wish you had more time if you were each player, and hopefully you'll notice the little little fire icons or emojis once each player gets under a minute. So I wonder if we'll have more of those as players get over time.
Yeah, I have a feeling that this will not be the last we see of the Flames for the next 4 days. But this is one of the big things in tournament Scrabble. Time is a big factor, and playing under pressure, playing under stress, that kind of makes or breaks players.
Yeah, and it has been pointed out. I forgot the A hook to Dev there, kind of a little blank blindness. So quad cat, but if he takes that spot with the 3 A's of his own, if he plays something like Tau or something there, yeah, like AA, I think now now he can play Aqua from it. So I don't know if you can Q stick him in the spot. This is just too bad that David just drew copious amounts of vowels at the end here.
So yeah, he's gonna play Aqua. He's gonna hold on and win this game, but it wasn't without a sweat. And we'll be sure to cut to the overhead mic once this is over to see if they have any interesting things to add about what they might have been thinking.
Oh, also Aquay to that Ian Leering would have worked as well with the AAQ and the U as the blank. Only scores 17, but okay. So he was never getting stuck with it, but like you said, he'll win, but certainly not the prettiest game. But W is a W, as they say.
Yeah, this is a rarity in Scrabble where both opponents go over time. So this is a very interesting anecdote for you guys all to see. This is not something you'll see every day.
Yeah, if David plays AA one spot over, doesn't hang the A out in space, then that forces Stefan to find Aquay.
Okay, now this is interesting. Is this one of the added words, Marg?
It is, yes. So Marge,
Okay.
I believe, slang for margarine.
Gotcha.
So
Tells you what I
401,
know.
345. David will go out with the I. And both players limiting the time penalty to 10 apiece. So we have 401 to 351. If they have it right, they will agree on 391 to 341. I assume that they'll take a little bit of time here to confirm the score. Obviously, in a situation like that, maybe a little bit behind in doing paperwork at the end in terms of writing down the plays if they do that, as well as the score. So it looks like they're post-morteming. I think we can cut to overhead, Mike.
Well, after until it was a while. So yeah,
Yeah, it seemed like drawing QU was possible.
yeah. Like when I played Ted, yeah, I kept ASTU, and then when I played this, I was keeping like AAI or AOITS or something, and I drew another two A's
Yeah.
for cats. Grackles is really nice.
Dumb luck. It's a terrible rack. I had to dump it.
I lost track of like where did I play after Ulu? Realized, of course, I should have played AA here instead of down there. Then
Yeah,
we probably
I missed
still have
that.
something.
I probably should have played caught here. I just didn't take long
Yeah,
enough to
like
see it.
yeah. I wonder if there's a Q stick situation after that.
Probably is. It's
Yeah,
just going to take a while to either
yeah,
of us have time to figure it out.
yeah. I probably still don't get enough. Maybe.
If you can do it fast,
Yeah.
and then I get the penalty and you don't. But
Oh right. Yeah. True. I get it. What did I play after Ulu? Sorry, I'm just trying to keep a record here, and I lost track of the words.
yeah, I stopped.
Oh.
After what?
After Ulu.
Oh, it had to be AA, right?
Oh yeah, yeah for 12. Yeah. Messy but interesting game. Well played.
Not seeing anywhere to submit. We're missing something on the.
What's
Is
that?
it on this page or is it somewhere else?
Oh, the
This-
live scoreboard.
Yeah, no, to submit
score.
the.
Oh, okay. You just scan. There's a.
Yeah,
Oh, here. I think you can scan
I
here.
scanned it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and then it should just
got-
pop up with the URL.
All right, so submitting scores usually means that that the postmortem is over. So yeah, very interesting game, very tight game. Very interesting with the Q coming out late, all the vowels for David at the end. But yeah, I think arguably the best 6-consonant no vowel draw of of Stefan's life. Keeping the E, drawing 6 consonants, and yet having the open A for Grackles for 88 helped seal that one away. What's with the dog leaving? I was hoping that he would come back there.
Yeah, it was kind of uncomfortable to hold her in that position for more than a few seconds, but nonetheless, it will not be the last you ever see of her. And yeah, back to your Grackles point. Yeah, Scrabble is so funny. I mean, in almost any situation where you draw C, G, L, K, R, you're not going to be bingoing. But as it turned out, he had Grackles just dangling there for him, and credit to him for finding it quickly. And that was imperative that he found that, and it ended up paying off.
All right. So I think at this point, I think we have to regroup a little bit. I think we have to determine what our last game of this morning session that we'll be showing on stream will be. Again, 4 games, lunch, and then 3 games. So one more game before we hand off for the afternoon session. So I think we got to figure out what that is. I think I could use a quick break myself to just stretch my legs a little bit. So we will take a couple minutes and we will be right back. Again, you are watching Let's Play Scrabble's coverage of the 2025-2026 Albany New Year's Tournament Early Bird. All right, welcome back to Let's Play Scrabble's coverage of the New Year's Scrabble tournament, generously supported by the Word Game Players Organization and Boblin. The last game of the morning session of the Early Bird tournament before everybody breaks for lunch. And we have the always fun Stefan versus Steve matchup. Stefan Katz, who just won the last game on stream, will be playing the only 3-0 in the division in Steve Grove.
Yeah, it'll be nice to see another unique player. Steve will be on the stream for the first time this morning. And from the great state of Michigan, also Jason from the great state of Michigan. Is that correct?
Yes, indeed. I have played Steve. Gosh, I don't even know how many times cross tables would say, but then you count casual games, and we're probably coming up on 100. So, yeah, I know Steve's game, like the back of my hand. 354 tournaments. Actually, surprised it's not more than that, considering how long he's been around. But as you can see, more than 2,000 career wins and a career win percentage of 56.5.
Yeah, his 4,000 tournament games puts him in the top 100, which is more than I can say.
More than any of us, save 99 of us, can say. So, Stefan, we didn't really get to look at his player card before the last game. So, as you can see, 1754 rating, only 66 tournaments. Surprises me. I feel like he must just play all the biggies, because I feel like he's at every tournament that. So, similar career winning percentage in 57.4. So yeah, this yes, also he's playing CSW in the main event. So yeah, we did see him almost play DI last game, which would not have been the right play even if it was a valid word. So actually forced him to take more time and find what was his star play. So yeah, so Stefan is he plays both dictionaries. I know that Steve was dabbling in WL/WOW. They have played 3 times, which is twice at Word Cups, once in Phoenix. Steve with the 2-1 lead, encounter by 17.
So it looks like we are about to be ready, and here we go. Stefan is going first, and this is, like you said, the last game before lunch, and this is a must-win for Stefan to stay in the hunt for the early bird.
Yeah, I assume that this is a straight round robin. I assume that hopefully our producer Josh can confirm that. So it is a straight round robin that has been confirmed. So all right.
And it looks like Stefan has drawn a bingo to open. If he can find it, he has Doormen, and that'll play nicely for 70 points, or 76 rather, if he finds it.
Yeah, the old nut butt. So moron is not a word, and end room is not a word. Neither is den room, but doorman is. So I feel like I would see the ones that I mentioned before I saw doormen. So we'll probably want to take a little bit of time here and make sure that, or he'll just.
This must be a Collins word.
Yeah, I'm just about to look, but it's certainly not. Certainly
Yeah,
not
it's
in
going to come
the
off
lexicon
quickly.
word. So for our first time in the tournament, we'll get to see wordjudge.me, including camera on the players. So yes, Morendo, the Collins only anagram of doorman.
So yeah, definitely not the way you want to start, but it'll be interesting to see if Steve identifies that he does have doormen available, and whether his play can even possibly prevent that possibility entirely. In a vacuum, Steve would just play something like woman or waft to start, but now that he has perfect knowledge of his opponent's rack, he can make a standout play.
Is there one available though? I
no
mean,
doubt.
the EN starting with DO, ending in EN. Steve with the W, all sorts of O and E play on both sides of that. O and E play on both sides of M. O and E play atop the F. I just don't see how he can stop doormen from coming down.
Yeah, and it looks like he's not going to even consider that there was a valid bingo. He's going to quickly play woman. And this might actually just be the right play, but he's not taking the time that he probably should be taking here. And there's also a lot of extensions to woman, as we all know. I won't even speculate other than lay woman. Nothing else immediately comes to mind. Mad woman, but that could be a factor later in the game for extensions.
Yeah, air, probably the highest prob bingo of the lot, air woman. Yeah, also gives Stefan the A for marooned, so if he doesn't see doormen, you are kind of giving him an out by letting him play marooned through the A if he sees that.
Yeah, so I think in all likelihood, yeah, okay, so he's found doormen,
He
but I
did
was going to
find
say,
doormen,
even if he doesn't, yeah, he'd probably see marooned, and Stefan can just pretend like he went second and that opening blunder didn't happen at all.
Exactly.
And Steve, on the other hand, has drawn a lot of consonants, but he did get the Z, which is always nice. So we'll see if he can cash it in, though.
Yeah, well, that R is going to land in the perfect spot for him to play Fritz and draw into CRT.
Yeah, that looks really good. Let's see. Is there anything else? Probably not. So yeah, we'll see if Steve can come up with Fritz. We'll see if Stefan can draw well post bingo. And I wonder, we'll find out later, but yeah, I wonder if he just didn't see doorman initially, or if he just thought both were good and thought Morendo was the better of the choices. Hard to say. But this goes to show that playing both lexicons has its drawbacks, because it's very, very difficult, unless you're Nigel Richards, to completely separate lexica.
Yeah, and I'll be interested to hear if it comes up in the postmortem and how they talk about it. If so, I'm sure that Stefan will probably look it up and see that one's a Collins only one.
Wow, and Stefan is drawn very well. He's drawn into satrapy, and if he finds it, it should play, because it looks like Steve is looking at Tiz for 36 instead of Fritz. And yeah, you seeing any other things besides? Okay, so he's considering Fizz, which I guess is better. Yeah. So yeah, that looks like an okay play.
Yeah, I'm still playing Fritz, but maybe he just wants to, all sorts of HA, stuff like that coming down there. At least now he blunts that. So I don't know if Fizz would catch up to Fritz if I ran a sim. Probably would a little, maybe not all the way. So, I mean, I guess this is fine.
Yeah, Fritz is absolutely the standout play, but Fizz, not a huge mistake, but something he would probably rather have back if he sees Fritz. And now the onus will be on Stefan. Can he find his 7? Satrapy, kind of a tough find. Are you seeing any 8s or extensions to woman or double doubles through the O, possibly?
Nope. Yeah, if he doesn't play Satrapy, I mean, Pay or Yap off of woman there, we'll score decently, 31 or 29, and keep ARST. So that's not bad. But Satrapy, the clear play here, again, if he can find it.
And now another impending situation will be whether that O stays open, because Steve will likely see his bingo. That's going to be, I think, his only bingo through the O of Tue Dec, a very obscure play. And hopefully someone in the chat can pull it up so it gets defined. But he spotted the bingo, Satrapy, and it's going to come down.
So yeah, this Tue Dec, I mean, it's early, but if finding Tue Dec may end up being the difference in this game. But meanwhile, a very nice find from Stefan.
Yeah, definitely flexing his word knowledge. His body language there as he hit his clock was like very funny. I feel like he was kind of thinking like, I want to be humble. Like, yeah, man, I just found that. Like, no big deal.
Just found Satrapy on stream, no big deal.
So yeah, Steve definitely needs to find this. Bingo bango by his opponent. He's down. It's not the absolute end of the game if he misses it, but this board is tight already. He's going to have to find his bingo to give himself a coin flip chance to win, and if he doesn't find it, he's going to be a lot less than a coin flip to win.
Yeah, and just getting back to Satrapy, especially finding it, but that'll be a nice mentally for Stefan, because if maybe you can tell yourself, hey, if I'd played Doorman on the opening turn, then I wouldn't have drawn Satrapy, so it's actually going to work out okay for me in the short term. So yeah, Steve, hopefully we'll find Tue Dec here. This is like the kind of bingo I could see him missing, though. It's one of those like not super high prob, kind of medium prob. If it's one that if you haven't studied in a while, it's kind of easy to miss. So he also hasn't set it up yet, so that it's one of those turns that the longer he goes without playing Tue Dec, like the less likely it is that he's going to play it, because it is the only playable bingo. It's the quote unquote obvious play if you see it. So again, the longer he goes without playing it, the more that we should doubt that he's going to see it.
Yeah, what do we know?
I'm batting 1,000. I'm batting 1,000 this morning, I tell you.
Yeah, I was going to say those, the EU is a very unnatural sequence in English. So, if you don't learn words by alphagram, then it's kind of tougher to see. But most experts, they're pretty much in alphagram mode, and they'll just kind of see stuff if it's familiar.
So meanwhile, now another question in this game: will Stefan know that Tue Dec takes the S, and will he know Skeigh? So if he knows both, then he can cash this rack in for 53.
Yeah, I would be lying if I told you I remembered with 100% certainty that it took an S, but nonetheless, this is going to be a huge factor. It could be something that pops up this turn. It could be something that goes on the rest of the game where both players are kind of playing chicken. But at any rate, Steve has found the first blank of the game, and that means trouble for Stefan.
Yeah, not seeing any bingos with the board as presently constituted, though.
So yeah, the 6-letter word of Skeigh is one of the obscure words in the lexicon, but nonetheless, it is present here if the spot stays open. It's his turn, so it is open. And yeah, this is just a tough play all around, because you have to be 100% sure, or at least somewhat certain, of Tue Dec's, and then you also have to spot Skeigh, which I'm hoping I pronounced correctly. And yeah, anything else besides this will be suboptimal, but as I said, this is a very difficult find, and I would be immensely impressed if he could find this play.
Yeah, I was gonna, like you said, you have to both see the S hook to Tue Dec, be confident of that, and then you have to know Skeigh, assuming that's how it's pronounced. Slay is, Sleigh is Slay, so Skeigh should be Skeigh, but as we all know, English doesn't always work that way. Steve does have bendings if the board, stays as is. So if, or even if Stefan were to find Skeigh, bendings is available through the I in Tue Dec. That looks like the only playable bingo here. He does, I believe, have one of the. No, he does not. Never mind. Bedwoman is no good. Somebody mentioned that in chat, but Bedwoman not one of the many extensions. Only 8, I guess, so not that many. I thought there were more.
Extensions are one of the most fun aspects of this game, and it's hard to think about them, or sometimes you'll even think about them and forget about it later.
Yes.
That's happened to me all the
Yep.
time.
Oh yeah. Got to write them down. I think those 5 to 8 extensions early on the opening turn. I think you almost got to write them down, because we never did. I was looking at that last game. We never did, when the peas came out, talk about Panbroil.
Yeah, I did kind of remember it throughout, and it never was presented on a rack. But nonetheless, it wasn't even All that sexy.
Yeah, the P came out at the end, and Stefan had the blank. So, but the using it with the Q, I think was of higher importance. So,
So after 4 minutes on his clock, he has not played the optimal play, but he comes up with Griff, which scores decently. And given his rack, there was kind of no situation if you don't play Skay where your leave is any good. He still has to deal with the GK, which is a horrible, clunky combo. But if he draws LAR and plays Grackles, I will leave the building right now.
oh my goodness, it's right there. Yeah, well, that's not there anymore because Steve has found bendings.
So yeah, good find by Steve. Not wasting any time.
Shoot, I have it. Bendings is no good. Bendings is Collins only.
Oh, it is okay.
I'm sorry. I was looking at. I had the wrong dictionary. So we'll be interested to see if this gets challenged. They can be even in playing. That'll be fair if each has played a Collins only bingo.
You had me fooled when you mentioned it.
Yeah, I was looking on Ulu on my phone and I didn't realize I had it set to Collins. So play is being held. So the fact that I do also want to mention that the fact that Stefan didn't play hikes. All right, he is gonna look it up. So Steve, with a little chuckle, he might not be in quite as good a mood when this comes back no good. But
you were suggesting HIGHT?
No, just that he didn't play hikes and Tue Dec. I think that means we can safely assume that Stefan isn't going to play the S hook to Tue Dec unless he's desperate. Because hikes, if you see Tue Dec, hikes is a way better play than Griff.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And while it is nice for Stefan that he just challenged off his opponent's bingo, and he's not going to have a bingo available next turn, Stefan's rack is so horrible that he probably should exchange if he doesn't see Veges and... Wait, sorry, is that good? VEGS?
Yeah, well, Geeks is 56, so...
Geeks, right. So yeah, this will be the litmus test on whether he pulls the trigger on Tue Dec. He's got to have considered it, of course, with it just being floating there, but a lot of things could happen this turn. If he doesn't pull the trigger on it, could he play Vive through the eye to get rid of the Vs? Would he exchange? All sorts of things could happen.
Yeah, and this is one that might take a while because we know that there are no playable bingos with the board as, I guess you would never play Vive because then you give your opponent bending.
Of course.
So, yeah, so instead of, not often you see an exchange when a player could play for 56, but unfortunately I kind of hoped that he would draw into kegs again and fish for Grackles, but I guess not.
Yeah, that would have been... quite the anecdote.
That would have been that if he had drawn, I guess, whatever AL or whatever he needed to draw there. I think we might have both left in unison and just left our poor producer Josh to pick up the pieces while we recovered.
So it looks like Steve is going to play Begin. No,
he's going to play Beginned.
Oh man. Well, I don't think this is staying on the board. What do you think, Jason?
I would be very, very surprised. I don't even think this one is Collins only, honestly. Yeah, this one.
Stefan's body language has been cracking me up. As soon as he hit the clock, he did that outward breath. I think he has to come up with this challenge. It's just not English.
It's just bad English, and usually bad English is no English, and in that it is not in the dictionary. So after not getting any action in our first 3 games here, WordJudge.me is getting a lot of action here in game number 4.
Absolutely, more action is better than less action, and it's been quite the turn of events because not only is Steve lost 2 turns in a row, but to his exchange, Stefan has drawn the blank, and he is going to bingo and take a very commanding lead in this game. But now he has to figure out what bingo he can put on the board that doesn't give Steve a bingo, which shouldn't be too hard, but he still needs to make sure he's deliberate about the process.
You say it shouldn't be too hard, but I'm looking. That one does.
Maybe
Piteous.
Piteous through the T.
Piteous,
Yeah.
yeah. Epitases through that T wouldn't. Yeah, so you can't play through the C. I think everything through the C will.
And while we're waiting on his impending decision, I want to bring up a point regarding the Bendings situation about study habits. So obviously, if this was Collins, Bendings is just good, and it's not even a discussion. But in my word notes, I have a very long document with word notes and different patterns and things to help me remember stuff. And I didn't even bother to just think about it, but I knew once I thought about it that I had a line in my notes, which is very, very long. Bandings, bindings, bondings. So when you just kind of make these kind of notes, then you can access them in your mind if you just think about it. But it's just goes to show, you have to do the groundwork to make notes like that are going to help you remember these things, because they're going to come up when you have a 20-page document with thousands of anecdotes like that. It's going to come in handy all the time. So you want to create kind of things, study guides. I don't really know how to characterize it, but you want to be very diligent and deliberate about your study habits so you can remember these things that are kind of tough to remember.
Yeah, I was going to ask if you had I know that when I commentated a game of Ori Swift at Word Cup, that I think I can't remember if it was the INGS words or it was something specific that he had stories or mnemonics for which did and which didn't take the S. Did you ever have anything like that, or you just kind of had your sheets with your notes on them?
Yeah, so Ori, that's his thing, is the INGS. He's a specialist, and if you're going to choose one subsection of words to specialize in, that's the best one because it's the most tedious and most common, and it's really it gives you a big edge if you really know with precision which do and don't take an S. Yeah, in my case, I actually didn't do all the necessary groundwork to make these kind of notes that helped me a lot until recent years. I used to just kind of do alphagrams, do blank bingos on Aerolith, and I called it a day. But I was a little bit more motivated in the last few years to elevate my game and do the work that was really necessary to get my word knowledge to a better point. And it definitely paid off. I feel like my results in the last few years have been better than ever.
All right, so Stefan finding one of his high-scoring options that does not give, not unless there's anything through the E, which I don't think there is.
Yeah, I don't see anything. And unless Stefan draws complete junk, Steve is in a pretty brutal spot here, down 100. And with his rack, I think his best play is going to be something like BENNE to the E.
Yeah, I was going to say, the way this game is going, I do just want to have a blank cam look just to double check and make sure that isn't an S. Like I said, the way these two have been phonying, just want to be sure. All right, thank you, Josh, for that. That has I committed before seeing the blank cam, but yeah, 231, 140. No bingos. Yeah, I guess he could play. I mean, he could play DENI. That's his highest scoring play of 23. BNG is a pretty good leave, but if you don't know the S hook to Tue Dec, there's just not that many places to bingo on this board anymore, especially after you play something like that to block the E.
Yeah, so it would have been nice to see Tue Dec be a factor where they're playing chicken the whole game, but it doesn't look like it's going to come to that, most likely. And Steve here is going to need a lot of help to come back. But hey, crazier things have happened.
Yeah, I mean, he does have the blank. Stefan has just pulled a bunch of vowels. So it's not that far fetched to see Steve come back here. I mean, he's going to play something. Oh, he's just going to play Ben and try to set up the D and the E in that. Oh, is he considering Ben because he has the case blank for? Yeah, he's going to say, "I'm going to take the chance that you haven't drawn an S or a Y, which he hasn't, and make you deal with it."
Yeah, this play is certainly interesting, certainly good for the stream, and it's certainly going to make Stefan have to take his time this next turn and do something that blocks it mostly or entirely. So it doesn't look like Steve will have any bingos that hit the spot hard, but he will have, or will he? Maybe he won't have any bingos that play. He has a lot of 7-letter words for his tiles.
He's got foregone up top, if nothing else. It won't score much, but
okay. So yeah, little life for Steve if he can bingo bango here.
Meanwhile, the Airwoman extension has come into play, as that seems to be Stefan's best option here.
Yeah, I think knowing that Steve has E, G, and blank, you're just gonna have to suck it up and play Airwoman. But I don't fault him for playing Dariol here. Turns over a lot of tiles, which gets us closer to the end of the game, which is what he wants, being up 100. But yeah, Airwoman here would be 39, and I think you just have to take the 39 points.
I don't know. That's really dangerous when your opponent, I guess you know that he has E, N, G, S blank, and so you're not always going to hit that. But, I said that Airwoman was the best play, but I certainly don't mind, playing Dariol, taking 6 tiles out of the bag, and kind of mucking up that part of the board.
Yeah, because of, even if he did draw an S, it'd be kind of hard to hit a lot of bingos. I mean, so many things could happen. If you draw an I, then yeah, you can make the blank the S, and you're kind of likely to hit it. So yeah, all in all, I think Dariol is probably just about as good as Airwoman, maybe even a little better.
So meanwhile, he might get in this game faster than we thought. Foregone is the only playable bingo. It only scores 62, and it puts the E right below that triple. But unfortunately, the V and the S, the only constants for Stefan, and those don't really go there. So he really isn't going to have, if Steve finds Foregone, he really isn't going to have a way to use that spot. Instead, Steve is going to play Genro.
Interesting. And while we wait to see what happens next turn, I think it's worth noting that while we are all looking at Stefan's rack, which has a V, a U, and 3 E's, he actually was sort of close to having evacuees if the C was somewhere else on the board.
Yeah, the C's in the right spot. It's just that Ben got put there.
So yeah, this is a situation where it's kind of all or nothing, whether you see Tue Dec and can play Uveas. But nonetheless, Voss and Dariols will be adequate enough.
Okay, so you say Z instead of Z, and you say Voss instead of Ace. Now I know that as well.
I thought, isn't it supposed to be Voss?
I feel like more Americans say Vase, but I think technically it is Voss.
Okay, yeah, I try to be correct. I'll say Spokane. I don't say Spokane. Yeah, I just want to be accurate. I want to be educational.
Oh shoot!
So, yeah, okay. It looks like he's gonna play Vase, which scores a few more than Uveas and Tue Dec, but Uveas and Tue Dec would have been slightly better just to dump the U. But nonetheless, this is not going to be a big deal because he's taking a big lead on a dead board.
Thanks to chat for pointing out that I committed the wrong version of epitases. So I have the S and the blank switched, and I think enough plays have been made that I really don't want to go back and fix it. So hopefully that does not become a factor.
Yeah, I'm gonna go out on a limb. Probably won't be a factor.
I doubt that people will play there. I guess NT. Yeah, well, it's unlikely to be sure.
So now Steve is sitting here with the nice QU combo, and he does have available 66-point play. He can play Quest, and that will require burning the blank, but he kind of has to at this point to score and hope for the best because he has no other options.
Looks like he's considering Toke, which I don't think is a very good option. We know that Stefan will hit it with Bolt for about 1,000,000. So hopefully, okay, he's going to go the Queen route instead, and so A, E, or R, and he's going to go with the E.
So yeah, now Stefan has his clock on him. Under 10 minutes to go. Steve hasn't drawn yet. I don't know what's going on, but there he goes. So yeah, it's very unlikely he's going to be able to dig out of this hole, but getting 66 points feels good after you haven't scored much since Tue Dec.
Yeah, kind of killed the S hook to Tue Dec in the process, but yeah, it's going to be very difficult to see Steve coming back on the board as presently constituted. This board very, very, very dead for bingos or even high scoring plays. The X is still out, but even if Steve were to draw the X, which he didn't, it just doesn't really. You've got the spot underneath Tue Dec, but that's not even going to score, 50. It's not like you have an X bomb potential. So, yeah, very, very difficult to see Steve Grobe coming back in this one.
And the board is so tight now that we could possibly be seeing in a few turns passing.
Oh, that would be fun. I haven't done one of those games in a while.
Because right now, Steve's only options with his junk are Veg through the E, through the E and Tue Dec. Yeah, it's pretty bleak. If this was not a tournament game, I probably would have resigned.
I guess, he could play True's bottom right. That would help open the board a little bit. I feel like Stefan's then going to play off it and re-kill the board, but that is something. It does leave GTV, which is also not good. But yeah, maybe Gott making Oda and Tons off of on the left hand side in that F column. Then maybe you can play off of if you draw an A, you can play something and kind of open the board that way. But yeah, this board is pretty bad right now.
Yeah, Trues would be heavily punished with leak, but he doesn't know that, and that's probably his only theoretical way of winning, even leaving GVT. But I don't know if he's going to come up with it nonetheless. And I'm still not seeing any good candidate plays otherwise. And while we're waiting on this bleak situation to unfold, I wanted to cap my discussion of study habits. It wasn't a very organized lecture, but the point of it is you should take notes. This applies to other things in life, of course, that are academic, but so it should be kind of obvious, but you should take notes when you study Scrabble words because there are just so many infinite things you can take notes on that will be constructive. That you just should do it if you care about maximizing your abilities.
So yeah, were you one of those people that always thought that you should, if you learn a word, that you should learn the the hooks to said word, and maybe not necessarily a definition, but at least if it's a noun or a verb or what.
Yeah, definitely. In recent years, I started specifically caring about part of speech and all that. I can't speak for my early study habits, but yeah, nonetheless, the healthiest thing to do is learn parts of speech and hooks, and try not to learn too many definitions, because then you'll run out of storage in your brain. So Steve goes with got for some points, and he actually draws pretty well. It's not going to matter or play anywhere, but he does draw to the 7-letter evictor, which came up a few games ago, of course.
Yeah, it came up first or second game on stream, was not played because it would have been overly gutsy to play for 91 and open the triple lane while way ahead. So it's funny how those words seem to come around even in 4 games. Again, we saw Stefan leave kegs at one point with the C open after having played Grackles the game before, and ALR is not that low prob a draw. It could have happened again.
It could have happened, all right. Too bad it didn't happen.
That would have been the ultimate. That would have been the ultimate. We would have walked off. We both would have walked off, and
would have been. It would have been. Yeah. So Stefan goes with queen. Now we have 2 queens on the board, and all Stefan has to do is not open the board, and he should be able to win. There are theoretical ways that Steve can still win this game from the standpoint of Stefan, because after he opened the board on the left side, his last turn, he can hit things ending in AS, forming soda. But as we can see, Steve has neither an S nor an A.
I apologize if you heard my laugh there, but Steve has a playable bingo here, and if he plays it, then I will walk off.
My mind is absolutely completely blown right now. Steve has a bingo.
He has a playable bingo. Yes.
Okay.
I think even Nigel might miss this one, quite frankly.
No.
It is the disconnected 10 of vociferate. Through the FE and the A.
MG. Yeah, no way Nigel misses that. Come on.
I guess maybe not, but
I'd lay you 50 to 1.
Well, I might take those odds, but I think he would see that.
Wow, that's unbelievable. And the funny thing is, even if he found it, he still could lose, but it just goes to show how amazing of a game this is. You can be in what seems like the most dire straits, but lo and behold, there is a disconnected 10 waiting for you to be played.
Yeah, I was going to say, maybe it goes to show that you should study your 10s. I never even got to the high prob 9s, even though at an Albany game, in fact, I chickened out on toenailed against Joel Sherman, lost a game in which I outdrew him and should have won, and that was Joel's advice to me: study your high prob 9s, which I never did. You're good. You're good with your 9s, though. You've made some super cool 9 finds. I feel like throughout your career.
Yeah, I mean, I have found them, but I don't know that many as far as just like 9s that aren't 8s plus a hook. But yeah, I did learn the top 1,000 by probability because they do come up a good amount. But yeah, if I could change something, I would have gone back and learned more 9s earlier, because they come up about every 10 to 15 games.
Is it that much? You've done the math on that?
Oh, absolutely. That doesn't mean it's the right play to make the 9, but they're available every 10 to 15 games. Because a lot of the time, when you have a blank and good letters, like, it's pretty conceivable there'll be 2 tiles on the board, play through, but it's a lot of the time doesn't score anything or isn't optimal or for one reason or another.
So meanwhile, Stefan really doesn't have a great way to block that opening that Steve Grobe has just created. So I think he's just going to take the points with with Rocky, leave very well, and say even if Steve hits it, scores 80 there, I'm still going to have a slight lead.
Can we get some? Is there some way we can arrange for as soon as the game ends that Josh walks up to Steve and says, "You missed vociferate"?
You missed vociferate. You missed a disconnected 10. What's wrong with you?
Like, it's such an unbelievable thing. Like, I feel like I want to see his reaction in live time. Like, I feel like we should do that, even though it's not necessarily like optimal for some regards.
I'm pretty confident Steve will watch this back later. I know I did a game with him in Madison, and he watched that back later. So I'm sure he'll watch it back later. But yeah, in real time, it would be funny.
So now we're just kind of going through the motions. Stefan's going to be able to hit this spot hard with Phil and Zhao. And he's going to be able to rack up a little more spread here. And Steve has found the X, but to no avail. There's nowhere that it can play for anything noteworthy.
Yeah, kind of sucks to have to block the bingo lines there. But I mean, if he draws the L himself, I don't know. Maybe that's not the right play with 3 L's unseen. I feel like your opponent's going to have an L way too often, maybe. But if he draws it himself, like that's a Ixtal down there, that could get you back into the game.
So yes, Stefan is going to play the 5, which is nice because 3 more points. No reason not to take them. And he is going to win this game. Steve is going to drop his first game of the tournament heading into our lunch break. And he'll be sitting at 3-1 with a lot of people clawing at him, trying to come from behind. And
yeah, this should be a fun afternoon. I look forward to watching. Yeah, everybody's going to have a loss at this point. Nobody really had a super awesome spread. So yeah, this almost certainly will come down to the last round.
So I spoke too soon. That did create an X spot, which is nice for Steve to save a little bit of points on the scoreboard. But Stefan is going to squeak out the victory. And how many are in the bag now?
Hang on, I got a little off kilter there. Let's see, X scores 41. All right, so now updated. Looks like 8. Sorry, 1 in the bag. 1 in the bag.
So this afternoon, we will be back at what time? And when we're back at whatever time that is, it'll be Robin Pollock Daniel and Dr. Andy Hong on the commentary call for 3 more games.
Yeah, it sounds like so. With the start time being of this being around noon, players should have eaten lunch already. So this won't be the typical, hour to hour and a half lunch break that you see at tournaments where where players have time to go somewhere and sit down. This will be a pretty quick turnaround. It sounds like we'll be starting right about 4. This game still has 10 minutes, so it'll just be a quick 15-minute break before we go in to the afternoon session. As you said, Robin Pollock Daniel and Andy Wong will be bringing it home. I know that I will be watching this afternoon. Hope to see all of you in the chat as well.
And while we have some extra time here in quote-unquote garbage time, let's give a shout out to crosstables.com. What a great website. If you're not spending at least 1 hour a day on that website looking at historic results, annotated games, cool things, you're not doing the Scrabble experience right. I have spent more hours of my life on cross tables than I probably should have, but I have no shame about it. And if you are willing to donate to it, that's an option. Seth Lipkin puts in a ton of work into working on the website, and that is a lot of upkeep.
All right. For Stefan, he will take the last tile out of the bag, which is an E. Oh, I
And
didn't
he
see
just
that.
plunks the
Yeah,
I,
just
which is cute.
plays the I by itself for 21. So EEODT. And we will get through this game without any passes, but I think anyway.
Never know.
I think Stefan can go. I think Stefan can go out eventually. Belated
See, as we're
congrats.
seeing now.
Belated
Congrats
congrats to Andy on his doctorate. I didn't. I was unaware that had happened.
Yeah, I think he's like finishing now or in one semester. So I was prematurely crowning him a doctor, but I felt like it was worth giving him the prefix because doctors are heroes and they deserve to be called doctors.
Fair enough. So, anything that you want to plug before we head off? I know it'll be a quick turnaround after this game ends. So that Andy and Robin can get ready before they take over.
Yeah, I think we covered most everything. It's been a fun session, and I'll be looking forward to watching the rest of the day and getting a little break on my vocal cords.
Yeah, I was going to say we haven't really kind of dived into the fact that this is your first time doing this, and especially your first time went a heck of a lot smoother than mine. So even though I don't think anybody heard what I said at the start, I stand by what I said. Where very well spoken, especially about the game, and you come at it with world class talent. So. It's really good, to see you here, and I would love to do commentary with you anytime. This was a lot of fun.
Yeah, thanks for the kind words, and yeah, thanks to Josh Greenway for letting me do commentary. I never really pushed to do it because I usually play or just enjoy watching, but I've recently decided that playing tournaments is not going to be in my future, but I still love Scrabble. I still love streams. I still love players. I still love words. And I want to stay involved if I can. So I'm going to try to do commentary whenever I'm needed to. And hopefully the quality internet in my house stays a thing.
Well, I was going to say, I look forward to, you were pointing out that I kind of put earbuds in because I live in an older house. And so, in Michigan, it's I think the wind chill is about 6 degrees right now. It's about 20 outside, so I got the heat going, and you pointed out that put the earbuds in so that you can't hear it, but the heater can get a little loud at times. So did turn it down before this last game, so hopefully that helped you and everybody out a bit. So yeah, I always love doing the summer tournaments because then you don't got to worry about it.
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, are we gonna be able to do the vociferate thing with Steve, or is that not coming to fruition?
We would have to. I mean, Josh is on the scene there. That we'll leave that up to him. It's not like like missing like I don't think Steve would be upset if we were to bring it up.
This is
but
the
that
only
being
situation in which it would be appropriate because it's such an outlandish find.
Yeah. And the more I think about it, the more I think that Nigel does see that about 90% of the time. So maybe 50-1 is a fair price.
Yeah, I mean, I would say it's not because, are there any anecdotes of him missing a word. Like he's transposed letters or maybe made a suboptimal endgame play 1 in 100 times, but has he actually missed a word? I mean, I don't know. I
That
don't
is
think so.
that's a good point. Did you watch the athleisure game, by the way? Speaking of Nigel,
Oh, of course.
did you think he would? Did you think? Oh yeah, he's going to find it. Like he's gonna see athleisure. He's gonna see that the only way to do it is if you put the E there and all that. Did you think like he's gonna do it?
Yeah, I think I didn't. I certainly didn't know athleisure, but once the commentators had pointed out that it was possible, that it was pretty evident that he was going to find that sequence, and of course he did. And yeah, we were very blessed to have Nigel travel to the U.S. this summer and compete. It was nice having high-level competition at multiple tournaments.
Yeah, I remember Rafi and Will. I didn't watch it at the time. I had to go back and watch it, but very impressed that both of them were on it right away, and it provided so much. Like it's blocked. Oh no, wait, it isn't. He can put the E here, and will he see it? And amazing job. I think Rafi was the one who pointed out first. So right after he finished like top 200 in the World Series of Poker main event, remember I sent him a Facebook message like, can I just like rub your head for luck or something? This is like the summer of Rafi over here. You get to call the athleisure game. You saw it. You saw the potential before it happened. Right after winning 70,000, 80,000, I think, in the WSOP main event. I was like, man, I'm very jealous of Rafi, just kind of in general, but especially then.
Yeah, I think 70K profit on a poker tournament, something we could all use, but I wouldn't really call it luck. I mean, he ran deep, but he made decisions that other people wouldn't have, like folding kings pre-flop when his opponent had aces, which 98% of the players in the field would not be capable of doing, and he ended up benefiting from it.
He did tell me. That's right. I don't want to veer too far away from the game here, but he did tell me that story. I did talk with him about it afterward because I assume you were following along.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, the main event is a special event.
But he was like never. He was never in the card player commentary. Like it was like I was like refreshing. It was like he finished like top 200, and I think he was mentioned twice, and they were both like hands that he lost. I was like, and he was like, yeah, I never had like those big hands that they write about. It was just a bunch of kind of chipping up gradually and then not losing it. So where did Stefan go out? Sorry, dots. He played dots.
Yeah.
Okay.
See, I don't know if we're going to cut to overhead mic, but
I've seen it in Collins, that's probably why. And I've seen it in musical scores, but that, of course, doesn't mean anything.
Talking about the Morendo opening play.
It's basically the same play to play doorman. I just thought putting the O versus the R. Should have just played doorman and went safe.
Maybe with my that was so bad. I just played bending, keeping a blank. I'm in good shape. Did you have the blank when you passed 5?
I drew it. I think was what. Yeah, I had.
Yes, I was just.
It's pretty good. I like it because I don't really want to make that play because I have a pretty nice rack I want to hang on to. But
All right, so we will not twist the knife and tell Steve about vociferate. I'll see if I can get a reenactment of what his reaction is when I see him next. But on behalf of Joey and what's your dog's name? I forgot your dog's name.
She's Cleo.
Cleo. All right. On behalf of Joey and Cleo, I hopefully we can take a quick look at standings after 4 before we take a quick break and set up the afternoon session here. Wonderful. Okay, so we don't have. So we're still missing. We know that Steve lost by about 50, so he's actually still going to be in first place if Jason Weisberg lost. Weisberg and Weisberg, the only other game outstanding. So we have Steve Grove, David Spargo are going to be 3-1. If Jason Weisberg wins, he will be 3-1 with the highest spread. Jonathan Lynn, 2-2. We saw him play a very, very good game on stream. First game this morning, played near perfect. Actually, a little better than perfect, considering he got away with a big phony at a early in the game in beating Zach Ensel, who is somehow 0-4, which just goes to show that Scrabble is unfair given how good Zach is. But any further reaction to the standings we're looking at, Joey?
Yeah, it's you took the words out of my mouth. I mean, the best player in the field here, 0-4, goes to show, any given one day, anything can happen. But what this really signals is that Zach is definitely winning the main event.
Yep. He's gonna use all of his bad luck here and save all of his good luck for the main. And I look forward to watching that because I like Zach a lot. But I didn't realize that Spargo and Grove are exactly tied, 3-1 plus 37.
Yeah, it'll be an interesting thing to watch unfold. Hopefully we can see Jason Weisberg on the stream because he is the only person that we have not featured because there had to be one odd man out. He just happened to be it, and there will be quite the logjam here as the standings unfold.
All right, so Andy and Robin are all set to go. We're going to do a quick turnaround. Again, one of the cool things about the Let's Play Scrabble channel, we will have a little clip of a past game to show you, so it won't just be B-roll footage of the playing room. But for me and Joey Krafchick, again, a reminder to like, subscribe, become a super fan if you can, and I look forward to watching the coverage this afternoon.
Yep, it's been a good time, and enjoy the rest of the day.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to Albany, New York for the back half of the early bird event of the 2025 or 2026 New Year's Scrabble tournament, generously supported by the Word Game Players Association and Bob Lynn. I'm Andy Hong, and I'm joined here in the booth with Robin Pollock-Daniel.
Hi, everybody. You're right. I had to smile when you said 25 and then thought better of it and said, is it 26? So I think it's a bit of both. We have the early bird here in 2025, and the winner of the main event will be crowned in 2026.
Yeah, so we have an exciting game 5, which is what we're about to see between first place and also in first place. So looking at the standings, we're about to see David Spargo and Steve Grobe go at it. They are currently tied for first place with identical win-loss records and identical spread. Robin, what should we be looking for in this game?
Well, what we should be looking for is actually a different opponent for David Spargo, even though it might make sense when you look at it, we're doing a round robin. And so actually David is scheduled to play Jason Weisberg right now.
My apologies. Thank you very much. So we still have a great game there. Both young players, very talented players. So everybody in this field is going to be a fantastic game.
Yeah, Jason's a player from Plymouth, Minnesota. He has a WOW rating of 1729. Oh, no, of 1808. He's got a NASPA rating of 1729. So interestingly, players tend to have higher ratings with WOW. I don't know if you have any thoughts on that, but playing, as far as I can see, since 2006. So he's just about to enjoy his 20th year anniversary. I don't know him personally. I've never played him. Have you, Andy?
Yes, I've had the tremendous honor of getting to play and know both of these young men, and they are both stellar players. They know their words very well, and they have very different approaches to the game, and I think we're going to be treated to that in the next hour.
Fantastic. So let's get going. I know David Spargo as well, up and coming player, or he's already come. He's arrived at nationals. I remember playing him, and I said, and he hit 1900 for the first time. I gave him a hug, and I said, good on you. Welcome to the club, and that kind of stuff. And he was really, really proud, and deservedly so.
So off we go. David Spargo is on the left. He will go first. Jason is on the right. He will go second. And out of the bag, David Spargo has pulled in a litany of T's.
Oh, there we go again with the T's.
And not a great pull there to start this game. Robin, what can he possibly do in this situation?
Oh, you pass. There's nothing to think about.
Would you pass down to?
AT.
Yeah, I think that is very reasonable. Let's see. He does that. And the L? What do you think about
it? The L is optional, but you could get screwed with the L. So we'll see what happens. It wasn't bad. It's not terrible. I think it could go either way.
Yes, passing or exchanging tiles is a good move to start for David. And on to Jason, who has a better rack, but no 7-letter word open for him.
He's going to play very quickly. Get rid of the ugly tiles. No question about it. Oh, let me take care of this here. Exchange a. I think the problem with keeping the L is that it's so early in the game that you're going to want to maximize your chances of picking S's and blanks. So I would have given up the L for a chance at a blank or S.
I think that is a great level of insight. And Jason Weisberg makes the what Matt Canick would say, the equity train move, where keeping RANT, excellent equity letters. The leave is the letters that you leave behind, while also scoring pretty well, getting rid of the most clunky letters on his rack, the V and the W. And out of his 4-tile exchange, David Spargo has pulled into an X, but still no E, no S, or blank at this point.
Right, so he's going to block Jason's Martagon, and he might give him an A to play through, and he is. So we'll see what happens.
So David Spargo using his X for only 13 points here, but on a very tight board, his options are limited. And as Robin mentioned, Jason Weisberg will have a playable 8-letter word. Let's see if he spots it.
I did that without looking it up, so I'm hoping I remember it correctly, but
No, I definitely see the word, and I don't think we're both mistaken here. This is a word that I would expect Jason. He knows his words. I think he'll see it. This being his first game on the stream in this tournament, maybe the nerves would be understandable if he misses it, but I fully expect him to see this word. He definitely knows the word.
Right, and he almost has it. He does have it in alphabetical order, but it almost, I don't know. Maybe it's because of the way I study, and you're probably the same way, Andy, because we both, I think, study alphabetically. That it just kind of leaps off the neurons. You could just see it. But he's not playing it right away. I don't know if he can't really be looking for anything else. The only other big letter to play through reasonably is the G. And certainly nothing with the W, because you can't go down because there's no XI or XU. Or off the L, I guess he's looking to, but I don't know. Maybe it's just one of those things you either see or you don't see it. I don't know.
Correct. Now Jason's doing a good job taking his time. Let's say he doesn't go for the bingo here of Martagon. We're just going to say at this point,
Yeah.
what is the next best option that's not a bingo?
Let's have a thought here. There's no double. So the first thing I always do is look to see if there's a double. Obviously, Maggot plays, but I'd probably want to play low. So something even like Mo to the W, saving Grant. You'd have to pray for another vowel, but you're not really opening the board too badly unless you give a P hook, which he would be doing to David Spargo for amp. You can play long off the L as well. You can go to the right of Galax and play something like Graham. I mean, there's lots of things you can do. The question is, what should you do? What are you thinking?
Well, I think playing something short like Mo, keeping Grant is a good approach here. The board is still pretty closed. Jason might be thinking, what is David Spargo likely holding with a play like Galax? A lot of players with their X would try to score at least in the 20s. He played Galax, probably doesn't have an S. What else is he holding?
There's also the worry about the Y hook that could eventually, you might want to block it. So a play like Vagrom would do that, but it would open up the triple down row, the middle row, unnecessarily. In simulation, Artagon obviously is going to come out number one. The question just becomes, where do you place it? It doesn't matter. They're both worth 65 points, so you don't want to open up a triple row by playing the M to the left of the A in Galax. You would push it more out to the left to 6D instead of 6G. But there is something to be said for also just, he's going to play Maggot. Okay. So we have two good Y hooks early in the game.
Yes. Jason Vaisberg playing for 20 and Maggot, which will give, let's see, what could David Spargo respond with? It's still a very low scoring game. He doesn't have a 7-letter word here, but he has scoring options. Robin, what would you do in this scenario?
You know me. I think you're getting to know me, Andy. I would play Depict and just go, let's do it. Like, it's early in the game. Take the Joe Edley approach to early game. Play 6-letter words if you don't have bingos. The question is, I'd have to do the math. Does Depict above Maggot or below score more? And because the big tiles hit triple letters, it might be either. Or you can play Pectic, which I think is actually even nicer.
David Spargo opting for the shorter play of Pick, setting up a litany of hooks, many letters go after PIC, and keeping a very strong lead behind.
Yeah, I've done that against Jackson Smiley to my horror. So I don't do that anymore. Give too many hooks to people who have good vocabularies. So I would have personally taken Pectic. Did you like Pectic?
I think if I had seen Pectic quickly, I think Pectic is a fantastic play, scoring well. Jason Vaisberg pulling into a J and a lot of E's does the right decision here of just getting rid of the J, scoring okay, and keeping a balanced leave behind.
Oh, and here's that first Y. Now I don't know that he's got anything usable. And there, again, no 8s even in that rack, let alone 7s. But he's got such a beautiful galaxy hook as one possibility. I'm looking if he's got cycad and maggoty as another, which, wow, that's a nice play.
So David Spargo with the Y will unlock lots of potential great plays, as Robin mentioned, hooking onto Maggot or Galax. Which one he is going to do, he's going to think about it. I think it's fairly reasonable to look at the Galaxy hook. That one's the more unobstructed one. Cycad and Maggot would require a lot more board vision, which, you know, both of these players certainly have, but understandably not the first instinct to look at there.
What would you play, Andy?
I think I would play Cycad here for 40-something points, keeping ERT. I think that's exactly what you want to do.
That sounds okay.
He opts to use his Y for neither of the hooks, but still scoring very well and keeping
very well.
RT leave.
Still getting 38. And he actually this way plays off one more tile and makes a harder hook for Jason to bingo off of, whereas Cycad would have offered the AD very juicily.
Jason Weisberg pulls into, you know, he's been dealing with a lot of these duplicate tiles the entire game. First, you know, a bunch of A's and G's, and now he's got, or last turn, a lot of E's. Now he's got duplicated E's and N's. No playable bingo. Robin, what is the play here for Jason?
All right, so let's go into thinking before we talk about the play, because the play comes last. The thinking comes first. So I know I've got double E's, which is not a problem, but I've got double N's and I've got an L with it, which makes it the N, double N even worse. So how am I going to undouble the N's and maybe even get rid of an L and score points and block the board and open the board for me? And such is the fate of a Scrabble player. So Pike Cal is good. But the only way to go is down. Now, he could play something like Lend, which is not as easy to play off as you would think, because YE doesn't take a lot of letters. So I'm thinking I might play Lend.
I like Lend. It scores in the 20s, and as you mentioned, doesn't open up too much. Jason Weisberg going with Vend, which does score very well, and it keeps a great lead for him behind. So, you know, two stylistic decisions. Maybe he didn't want to expose that triple this early, but he does expose a different one with his play of Vend. On over to David, who has pulled into more balanced racks.
Oh, we're playing so quickly. It's like I'm back at Worlds again. That was PTSD inducing, some of those African players with their quick play.
Well, David Spargo going just, you know, sometimes these high equity plays are just very obvious. David Spargo sees no 7s, no 8s, get rid of the F and the B, keeps good letters, doesn't open up too much, scores 27, just hit the play and move on.
Now, unfortunately, he's in this, you know, in the last game we saw, were you watching when he had Grackles after he passed 7 and saved an E? Did you see that?
I did not see Grackles. Did he find Grackles?
I can't remember who it was, but he names are escaping me. But I should mention to everybody, I've just come off my sick bed. Like it was hanging in the balance whether I was going to be able to come in today because I had the flu. So my memory is just a little off, but passed a mitt full of crap, saved an E and picked Grackles through an A in the board, and it stayed open. So similarly, Jason here needs that A for shrapnel, but he's not getting it.
I mean, he could pass, and maybe David Spargo would give him an A. He's certainly going to play the A next turn.
Oh, Senator, look at that. So easy, yeah. Does he have a double-double? The famous donator's rack. So we know immediately there's nothing in there for a double-double.
Yeah. So Jason Weisberg, too many consonants now. And again, same issue as last turn where he could play parallel to Decay and hook Pica, or he could look for other options. Unlike David Spargo's turn, no clear-cut equity play where he can just slam it down and just move on.
Well, if he doesn't want to open the board, he can play stuff like Hexer. But again, Lair is coming out top in the sim. Lehr to the right of Pica. And now, you know what? Plex is coming up very nicely as well, saving the EHRNS combination, which is really lovely. So it's a sacrifice of, 9 to 12 points by playing Plex. But there is something to be said for now. Lair is coming back up again. So it's going back and forth. He's looking at Plex as well, I believe.
Yeah, Plex
and if he didn't have so many consonants, I think he might just even play Lex, hoping David doesn't have an I.
So Plex, as Robin mentioned, has several accomplishes a couple things. First of all, keeps that very synergistic Hearns lead where any one vowel would give Jason a high chance of scoring a bingo next turn. Also creates a couple of lanes, and 13 points just pulling, scoring 13 with just dumping 2 consonants is not that bad.
No. But he's decided to play Helps, which also came up in the sim. It moved down. It lost about 2 points of equity. It doesn't take anything in front. I keep saying Schlep, but it's not. So he's just decided to, score some points, go for some blanks, and see where it takes him.
I think this is a reasonable game. Jason Weisberg playing Helps for 29 or a little bit less than or some score, and he basically ties this game up back over to David Spargo, who has one of the best racks in all of Scrabble, and he is now going to have to just think about which of his numerous great plays he can do.
Yeah, so Senator, Atoner, Santero, and Treason. I did not look that up. I just know it, just as Andy knows it, just like anyone who's played for a long time knows it. It's the kind of stuff you need to completely understand in Scrabble, that you need to understand know these tiles. Now, I don't think, unless Andy plays Resonate to be safer, which he won't, to the Ian Helps and Earstone, he's going to have to play either Va with an S or Picas with an S. And I believe Jason has Inquiry, right? So
yes, Inquiry will respond if he doesn't play Senator to Picas.
Exactly. Where would you play it, Andy?
Well,
without knowing the rack, just where
without knowing any 2020 hindsight, I would say David Spargo is probably going to play Senator parallel to Decay. It's 6 more points. Senator over there, 77 versus 71 hooking Vaz, and it also doesn't dangle a very big S hook in the triple column because Jason Weisberg just played Helps. If your opponent plays Helps for 29, Robin, do you think they have another S in reserve?
No, I think he has a lot of consonants. And he's had enough.
David Spargo putting down after a good amount of thought. 77 for Senator.
Certainly safer than Santero. You don't want to slap that O next to the triple row at O12.
So this play will block Inquiry for Jason Weisberg, but with the Q, the U, and the blank, he has many options this turn, even if they're not a bingo. Robin, walk us through what is going through your mind here if you are Jason.
Give me a sec. So I want everybody to know that we're doing a new experiment today. I am doing the Quackle entry. So that's how you get to see the scores and how you see the remaining tiles. And I'm also now, instead of being the host, which I normally am when I do the Quackle entry, I'm actually the analyst as well. So being the analyst requires a bit more thinking, quick thinking. Right now I'm thinking query through the RY. So I won't always have the answer right away. But now so as I'm talking and I'm looking, I see that he's also setting up query. What else are you seeing, Andy?
I think, even in the luxury of time that I have, you're doing a great job doing all these hats, Robin. I think you're spot on. Query for 42 getting rid of that Q, keeping blank NR is going to accomplish exactly what you want for Jason. He's probably just spending some time to make sure he's not missing, a bingo or something stand out, because, there is that E and helps that could potentially be a bingo tile.
Yeah, and there's also the psychology of it. Like, oh my God, I just played, I played helps and I picked up a blank with a Q and a U, and I have a place for inquiry, and it's not going to, it's going to stop one short of the double word, but it's not going to take an S. So I'm in really, really good shape here. And then it gets blocked. And the worst thing that gets, what the worst thing is, one of the worst things in Scrabble is not just being blocked, not your bingo being blocked, but your bingo being blocked by a bingo. But the good news is he gets to play query for a ton of points. He gets to save a blank, gets to save an R, which for me is like one of the best tiles in Scrabble. And it's all good. It's all good.
So Jason putting down query for 42, closing this deficit to about 40. And with a fresh 7-tile draw, David Spargo has pulled into the kind of rack where you say, if I had a Q, wonderful. And without the Q, this is a whole bunch of 1-pointers, EE, IIU, and duplicated N's.
Yet he has a Q, and really, he can't play unique. He can't play equine. He can't really do anything except hook the I underneath the Q.
Yeah. So
for nothing. So he's got a whole bunch of nothing. Yeah. So let's see what he could play uni to the right of Senator.
Uni would be 19 points parallel to Senator, and that would be the standout equity play. It scores well. It leaves a great leave. And it doesn't really open up much because David Spargo does have a moderate leave at this point.
Yeah, and I think he sees it, and I think he's doing the right thing. He could pass right now, but it's 18 lovely points. It saves EEIN. He could pick up RST and be in business. So there are a lot of vowels left. There's no question, but there's more consonants than vowels. So take the 19 points. Increase your lead. It's not a lot. It's only 19 points, but it's a lot better than passing. And you as long as you don't pick more vowels, I think you're okay.
And at this time, we can start looking at the tile pool. So in the left-hand corner of your screen, you're going to see the remaining tiles point of view from the player on turn. So David Spargo looking at about half the game has elapsed, and he sees 5 R's still to come, which would go great with his E's, right, Robin?
They would go great, but I'm telling you what he's thinking right now because I know David's play and I see what he's doing, and he's doing the right thing, which is I'm going to sacrifice the balance and I'm going to block the only bingo lane, the plausible bingo lane. Yes, there is one through the U, possibly through the Q, but the only thing really available, and now the second Y has been played, so Galaxy, there's no Y hook unless you use a blank. So he's looking to play mean above helps to block the board. And he's not. Oh my goodness, I'm wrong. Oh, well, if he was playing me, he would have done it. That's for sure.
David Spargo playing the highest scoring play available to him, Nene for 28, keeping the dreadful UII lead, which if you are a computer science AI person, which David Spargo is, great. UII is what they probably work with, but he's going for the points. He wants to close that triple lane. He says, you know what? If I need to exchange next turn, so be it. He plays Nene for 28. And now
I think he should have, if he's going to save UII, I think he should have played mean above helps and block the board, because now he's going to get bingo games.
Jason Vaisberg with ringer blank on a board that will allow him to bingo somewhere. He's just going to spend some time to think about what he should play.
He's got, okay, can people find stuff? There's all sorts of stuff. There's 2 through the L. People want to try. Now, the first one through the L will open the triple. There's a safer one, but it's a more difficult one to find using the blank as a Y. Those are the highest scoring ones at 66. And then, understandably, anything through the E is not going to be doubled, so it's going to be worth less. And we'll also open, you can do easy ones like Regainer and all that. There is nothing through the H. So there are 2 with the Pringler is not good. One who eats Pringles chips, I guess. That's a great line. That's a great word, guess.
So we can tell this is a deceptively long turn for Jason. He is doing the right thing. Take the time. Make sure you're not missing anything important. He's going to look through everything on this board. He's going to look even through the queue of query just to see what his best bingo option is going to be. And we know this is a difficult bingo turn because even the chat is unusually quiet. Usually they're very robust with their bingo responses. And David has put out Erringly for 66.
I think that's the best bingo.
So Erringly for 66 would be the highest scoring. It would put the Y, and it would not really give back too much to David Spargo. Let's see if Jason Weisberg spots it.
And it's tough because he's got like one of the nicest, except for the fact that he's got 2 R's, but I'd rather have 2 R's than 2 V's, right? Any day. So he's got one of the nicest racks in Scrabble, ing blank R. I mean, you can't get much better than that. But unfortunately, because of the nature of the board, he's really being forced to. I had a feeling he wasn't going to find something through the L. It's very, very hard. Erringly is a very, very. I don't know if I would find it. It's a very hard bingo to find. Gnarlier would be a bit better, but it does in terms of score. But it would open up a triple row. So he's going to go with.
He's going to go with something Ingerer, and I'll let the audience in the chat can think about what are the options that blank could be. There are more than one candidate that blank could be. So we will be using the wonderful blank cam our producer Josh Greenway has set up to see what letter Jason Weisberg has chosen.
Well, I know Fingerer. Is Gingerer good? Fingerer?
He's going with Lingerer, the other option.
Oh, Lingerer, of course. Okay, Lingerer. So
would you have made it an F or an L, Robin?
So the first thing I think of is how many hooks do they take in front and back? L only takes the E and the A. F takes the E, F, and O. So already Lingerer is a better. But does Lingerer take anything? Is Flingerer good or Slingerer? I'd have to think about that.
I will be honest. I'm not familiar with the front hooks to Lingerer, but you're right about the front hooks to the to play parallel to the word. The F only taking the O, the E, and the I, and the L taking only 2 front hooks. So Jason Weisberg making the more defensive selection here with Lingerer. And on to David Spargo, who with his UII leave pulls into probably a decent draw, ooze. He's got 6 vowels, but he does have the Z, which will allow him to score on this turn.
Yeah,
what are you going to play here, Robin?
I think he's looking at Zune. But wouldn't it be great to get rid of some of that other direct with it? So let's have a look.
David Spargo shuffling between Zune for 39 and Ozone for 42. Ozone has the benefit of turning over 1 more letter and another vowel and 3 more points.
He can also play Zoo to Joe, to the J and Jean. Sorry.
That's right. He's got Zoo into Jean. So a lot of, 3 solid options here for David. What are you playing in this scenario, Robin?
Well, I'm actually looking at a possibility of Uri through the R in Lingerer, second R. And I've mentioned this before he's going with Ozone, and I don't blame him. But the sage words of Steve Palatnik: don't play the Z so quickly if you don't have to. And in fact, Uri for 26 points, saving ZIU is what's coming up in the sim, if you could believe it. Wow.
I would 100% believe, because it scores 26, which is a lot more than I think a lot of people would ever score with OORIE.
Right.
But David Spargo going for Ozone, still a great play, 42 points. And back over to Jason, who, despite bingoing last turn, is still, with the tempo of this game, I would say he still needs another bingo to win this game.
Well, see, the other problem one problem with Ozone is it does open another bingo lane, but so did Uri, so off the L, I, and the PE. but it would at least cause a bingo that goes right above the triple row, which would then be playable by your opponent to come back maybe with some big points. Oh my God, so much to think about when you're a Scrabble player.
And
So we're
these
seeing
guys,
tramways, I think, is the only bingo in this rack.
so no playable bingo for Jason on this turn, but he does have some very high scoring options. He's got very synergistically, probably one of the better post bingo draws for Jason Weisberg. Which of the options are attractive to you right now, Robin?
All right, so what am I looking for? I'm behind. I need to open the board and I need to score simultaneously. So my mind is going immediately to row M, where I see that beautiful double letter next to AN and very easy hookable tiles. So I'm seeing water. You could also play Wames, but there's no point. What you wanted, the Y's are gone, so there's no worry about watery, except for one blank. You've got the S. There's only one other. Oh, there we go. Oh, he's going to play Wames, but I personally would have played water. What would you have thought? What would you have thought of?
I agree with water. You know, it's only a 6-point sacrifice, and you keep the S, which is going to hook onto water and lingerer. But he's playing Wames. He wants the 6 points now. And, you know, who knows? Maybe Jason Weisberg will pull into the S right now. And with his ART leave, he'll look like a genius here. But
well,
still,
maybe he's also worried that he's just about to give a spot for David to bingo by giving him an S hook. So maybe he wants to just cut that short.
good point. You know, like you said, lots to think about when you're a Scrabble player. We have the benefit of knowing that David Spargo is the farthest thing from bingoing with his 6 vowels and not even the good ones. But he's on turn now. He is down by 3 with not a great rack here. Robin, are you looking to play through this? Are you looking to exchange?
No. Throw it out like fairy dust into the ether. Get rid of you. I'm looking up. There's still 2 R's left. It might be, I always like to keep an R, but late in the game with 2 R's unseen, it's 50-50. Get rid of the O's. Get rid of the I's. I might keep an A. I might keep AR, but
Okay.
everything else is in the dustbin. How about you?
You know, with a blank and an S still unseen, I might consider just throwing all of them back because,
Yeah.
you know what, you don't really have any of the great letters. You know, you can probably pull into another R. You really need an E.
Yeah.
I would just throw them all back. You know, David does have one play. If he's not going to exchange, he does have one option that scores 22 that he could consider if he didn't want to exchange, and it looks like he's setting it up now.
Yeah, the
Do you
queue
like
is
this,
gone.
Robin?
Yeah, I saw it because I've been attuned to the area because of Uri, so I did see it. The question is, did he want to stick the U there? But really, what's really left? The K, H, F, and V. I mean, you could have Kufi. That's your worst case scenario, right? That's what he's risking. So I'd have to think a couple of times about it. I personally would pass and do exactly because with the blank S and pretty good tiles left, I think I would say has he hit his clock? He has not hit his clock. I have hit that he's the score you're seeing now is as if he hit his clock. So if he changes his mind, I will remove it.
Yeah, so a lot to think about for David. Basically a tie game, 250.
Yeah, I had a feeling he might take it away. Okay. Sorry about that. I hit that too quickly.
And he's
So
going with what you suggested at the top.
Oh my
and
goodness, there you
go
go.
down to AR rather than play Urari. He probably looked at that unseen pool and said, wow, there's a lot of heavy hitters that could potentially hit me. So we'll see if this we'll see if David Spargo can pull into somewhat decent letters on his 5-tile exchange. On to Jason Weisberg, who has a lot of 1-pointers, and he has pulled into the S that he knew was going to come when he played Wayne. So what are you playing here, Robin?
Well, there's so many bingos that like heuristic and sartorioi, and like there's so many that are with this improbable rack. With this one, there's absolutely nothing. So he's just looking to balance his rack, and he's playing very quickly with Aura. He could score a lot more by playing Aria underneath helps, but he'll also open another lane. So I think there's something to be. I like what he played. I'm okay with it.
So Jason Weisberg could have played those exact 2 letters right below helps for 4 more points. He opts for this one, presumably to preserve and protect that valuable S hook that he
And guess
had.
what he would have given him? Bark here, right? So
That's true. It would have given David Barkier and Lab, but now what is David Spargo going to play with a homeless bingo, as we say?
yeah, that's annoying. So he's looking at Yerk, which is a good thought. Now, with all those I's to come, however, I would be thinking, how can I get rid of IK or KIB or...
You're right. Look, there are 6 I's unseen. It is hard to believe we are 2/3 of the way in this game, and only 2 I's have been played.
I mean, I will take those 2 R's, but if I have IR and IRR, and not surprisingly, key at F9. I'm sorry, we should get those markers the way that Will Anderson has. Kex and IN is coming at the top of the sim using the exact logic that you and I are using. Get rid of the K, which is not helpful. Get rid of an I. David continues to go for score, which is understandable. But we'll see what happens. He's going to have to get really lucky not to get screwed here.
Playing for 33, high-scoring play of Yerk is the decision for David to take a moderately sized 15-point lead. And Jason,
he's going to play a phone.
Something that
David will never keep that.
Well, let's see. So what Jason Weisberg has played is aortitis, which, Jason Weisberg is a 4th-year medical student. He is probably thinking this is inflammation of the aorta. David Spargo will not have any of that. Immediate challenge.
And in fact, I think the star play was to have played ITS and QI and UT. Open the board, undouble the ITs. Everything about it would have been good. He played it very quickly. I give him credit for,
Well, to give credit to Jason, aortitis is a real word in the medical field. It is inflammation of the aorta, but some of those medical words have not made it into the Scrabble dictionary, which, I think all of us, no matter what our background is, have definitely had our list of words that we begrudgingly wonder, why is this not in the dictionary? And aortitis is going to be on Jason Weisberg's list.
I think those of us who play spelling bee every day on the New York Times have that same feeling when about 80% of our Scrabble words are rejected as well as anything that they consider to be offensive. So dildo is okay, but gangbang is not. I mean, you just have to take a guess. So
yeah, David Spargo off his ERK plunk of Yerk for 33 have pulled into the blank.
Did he get lucky?
And a D. So he has avoided not just every single I, the 3 U's, the V. He has pulled into the valuable blank, which will unlock many opportunities. What would you
Except
play
he
here?
ain't got nothing. He got nothing. He doesn't, not bingo anyway. So I love, this is, I'm thinking, you want to play low. You don't want to play a lot. I'd like to play an I, but I have such a good play, I think. Orb, making Oho and Alb, setting up his A for Alba, I think is the play.
So Robin pointing out Orb for 27. Now, because Jason Weisberg played all 7 of his tiles in a phony, David Spargo has perfect knowledge of what Jason has. So he knows Jason will not be able to hit back with a 7-letter word if he plays Orb. So that is one of the pros for David. And I guess that's one of the cons of playing an invalid play. But David Spargo could look for, there is some thought to be thinking of, okay, so he has set up ABO, which is good in this dictionary. Where's he thinking to play that, Robin?
Let me see. He's maybe Bora in the same spot.
Yeah, I would think that's good. He could be thinking, I guess, Abo and Jo to open up the top of the board. He has the benefit of knowing that if he exposes an A at the very top of the board, Jason will not be able to respond with his rack. But David Spargo in a commanding position here. He's got a 15-point lead. He's got the last blank. He knows his opponent doesn't have that great of a lead, and he can take a pretty good lead here at this point. So David Spargo in a good position right here.
I could see the thinking behind behind wanting to play another vowel, because the likelihood of picking an I, O, or U is so high. Do I really want to save DAIR and pick 2 vowels? So I get the thinking. So Bora and Orb, I think, are quite close. I have been doing a sim. Have I been doing a sim this whole time? Oh, he's looking at, oh, you're allowed to play that. We're playing WoW. You're right.
So David Spargo playing one of the bonus words in the WoW lexicon for 24. He'll keep IRD blank, and he is going to hope that he doesn't pull into one of the 3 remaining U's. Jason Vreesberg still has the same rack as last turn. He didn't have great options last turn, and now he is in a position where he probably will need a bingo to win this game.
So he picked up 2 consonants, right? What did he? Yeah. And now the A might have looked good. The other thing is, the best place to bingo is through that O in ozone. He has created another spot. I'm gonna have to think a bit. I'm sure there's something through the A with a C8 Colliard, or what am I thinking? No, I'm not thinking that.
So a couple of options available to Jason because of the play of David Spargo. He could play parallel to Abo. And try to unduplicate he's trying to unduplicate a T. He would like to get rid of at least 1 I on this turn.
I would just play it, not 8. Oh yeah, see, this is the play he should have played last turn, in my opinion.
So Jason playing it's down here, which will open up another S lane for him, and a far easier one to hit. Easier to finish words in an S than have the S in the middle position.
So now David only has 1 bingo, and it's a bingo that we've talked in the past about the need to do prefixes and suffixes. There is a very big suffix here in his rack through the O. And then if you do that, you will find the only bingo very easily. So I'll let you chew on that for a little bit out in Scrabble land. I haven't seen a lot of people hit the like button for the last while, so I'm just going to implore people out there, because there's a lot of you, hit the like button. It helps the channel. Very good, Brian. Well done.
So David Spargo is calculating in his head. He's going to think, like Robin mentioned, the O is the best tile to bingo through. It's the least obstructive. And he's thinking, what are my options here? It's not intuitive to play a bingo through the O since he already has one. He might be looking through the A. He actually might also be looking at the K down there, but David Spargo's still in a good position here.
So the thing is, he's down to 3 minutes 48. So that's also going to weigh on you. And if it's not hitting you right away, so what I was saying, and it's because I study so much and I see hood words all the time. So I would immediately put hood together. Not everybody does it. So there is, and now he has to also deal with the fact that Jason has just created an S hook and he knows it. So does he do something to try to block it? Good luck doing that. You can't play just like dork or something. So he's got a lot to think about, and he now doesn't have a lot of time. And there's still a lot of tiles left.
Well, the good thing for David is he can look at the unseen pool. He knows Jason Vreesberg kept stair, S-T-A-I-R, and he's going to pull 2 letters after his play of its. And from that unseen pool, how many bingos are actually going to end in an S? And from his perspective, not as many as not as many.
Yeah, so I think this is going to bite him. Let's have a look. I got to put that in. Commit. And we've got auditors. And so, you know, this level, you cannot make a single mistake.
So Jason Weisberg hitting home his bingo to take a lead here. And David Spargo with his one tile dump of the H, hoping for a bingo, will not pull into one.
Wow.
Actually,
Is that right?
Doesn't he have like
No, he's got like
Tripodal?
tripodal and stuff like that, but
Tripodal
he's not going to hit any points, and he's got nothing to the K. So he's only going to be he'll get one through the A because he's looking at idolatry.
Yeah.
But that was the game. That turn entirely changed the game because if he blocked auditors with girlhood, Jason would have had nothing. So that's unfortunate, but it happens, especially with time pressure at the end of the game. Also, I don't even know if these guys have had a break to eat lunch. So that doesn't help either.
Well, this is going to be an important turn for David. If he misses his bingo here, there's 5 in the bag, and they're not great tiles to draw into. So he really needs to find and play and he's identified one of the bingos, trinodal.
It's very interesting. I'm looking at the sim, and it's not letting me bingo at all. It's not recommending a single bingo because it knows it will lose.
Really? A bingo?
Wait, or maybe he doesn't know. Well, we'll see. I don't know. I don't think I've made a mistake. Everything looks good. We have the right score. Do we have the right score? I think we do.
Interesting.
I'm going to try putting it. It's only suggesting Lee at F9. So Lex and Ian, that spot that nobody's taken the whole game. Very interesting.
Well, perhaps the chat can think about, what's going on with the computer. Computers, they're not perfect. We know AI is an imperfect model, so there might be a reason, or maybe AI is thinking 2 steps ahead. Maybe it knows something that we don't. But David Spargo with Dioptral, the blank is a P for 59 points, and will take a 40-point lead, and he will draw the final 5 tiles out of this bag, and the bag is now empty for Jason Weisberg.
I could start guessing at it, and part of it would be that what if VUUI is in the bag? And it's only a 40-point lead. And can Jason do stuff like just putting the F next to the I in auditor, if or F, and, there's already 28 points taken care of. And, you see what I mean? So I think that's the reason for it.
Now, it would be easy to think maybe a possible V stick, but David has 2 places to play the V. He has Vex and he has Vid next to Fib. I'm sure deeper analysis can give us an answer, but would you pass up the bingo there, Robin?
I'd have to think about it. I think that X spot would have been taken a long time ago if I was playing. I would have pawned off 2 tiles there, score some points, and got rid of it. So I think my whole board would have been a bit different. I'm thinking I don't have the last S. If I don't bingo now through that A, it's going to get blocked. And there's no guarantee that I'm going to bingo to the QI. So I think it would have been difficult for me, a mere human, to have given it up. Do you feel the same way?
I feel the same way, Robin. I think a lot of Scrabble players, in our personal experience, every time we defer a bingo, it seems like the tiles know or they're going to punish us, and they're going to give us the worst draws possible, and they're punishing us for deferring that bingo.
I don't know if Will, are you watching? Will Anderson? I don't think he is, but I think this would be a really, really interesting situation for him to do a video on.
Yeah, because not a V stick, so I really don't see, and it's not like there's a potential bingo that Jason Weisberg could play back. Like Outlive is possible, but it doesn't play anywhere. So I'd have to do some deeper analysis. I think the computer must have made a mistake. I think, I don't see the reasoning there. But on to turn, Jason Weisberg down to the final 2 minutes. The bag is empty. He knows what his opponent has, VIIO. He knows David can't go out. Unfortunately for Jason, he himself cannot go out right now, which would have won him the game. So what is he going to play? What are you playing here, Robin?
Oh, I'm playing F. Yeah, I'm just scoring. What is the point of rack balancing and going out in 2 and like with 2 U's IE on my rack? I'm not going out in 2. I just need to score. The first thing I'm doing is looking, are there 2 places for him to play the V? I see Vex, I see Vid. I'm screwed, right? As soon as I see that second one, I cannot block him. And the only thing I can do is just score. What about you?
So I followed the same line of logic that you employed. Maybe he could block the better V scoring play of Vex. He could play something like LI and keeping EF, because EF for 29 is not going to be blocked. It cannot be blocked.
Okay, then now they're playing very quickly. Sorry, I'm going to just try to catch up. So he's playing Avo. No, he had an even better.
Playing his V for Avo for 12. He's down to his final minute. Jason Weisberg in the pre-end game knew he was going to play EF because it was not going to get blocked. He responds with 29 to cut the deficit a little bit, but it will not be enough because David Spargo has OI to go out.
Look at that score. Look
final
at this
30 seconds.
Unbelievable. So I think Jason did a very good job in his end game. He was just unfortunate that there were so many places on the board to play Vs.
Well,
and
as long as David Spargo makes any valid play and doesn't go overtime, he will win this game.
He just needs to, he's got 2 eyes, right? So there we go. If in fact is the best play. And he's got Ulu, which is not going anywhere. You weren't around, Andy, when Uit was good, right?
UTI, Uit?
UIT. No, UTI is never good in the medical world. But
Uit was I would have loved
used to be a word. Can you believe it?
What a good time to be playing a Scrabble. That would have been great.
It would have been great. But it never took an S. I think it meant out or something, but they got rid of it. So now Jason's down to 9. He's just got to find one place for U. I think is it. He's got the L. Of course, that's the right play. Oh, I just closed off Quackle. There we go. So Lex is the right play. Nothing to think about. And David plays off the I where?
And we have a very close finish here. Great game by both young men. David Spargo is going to win this game narrowly.
He didn't stick it under the I in Lex. Oh, he's played C. Okay. Yes. Okay, but he didn't need it. He got lucky. He didn't need it.
Yeah, he just didn't want to go under in the overtime penalty. The 10-point deduction would have made this potentially a loss.
It would have made a loss, absolutely.
By 7.
Yeah, he found 4 with his. Oh, I'm sure he's. Producer, let's go to the overhead mic.
Yeah, no Sulu, no Lulu.
I had to pass on some flashy plays to like put an Exequi here or a Swaraj here, kind of,
Yeah.
It's like I knew they were wrong, but I'm on stream. No.
Yeah, tempting to make the flashy plays.
Yeah, that was interesting though. Yeah, I don't know if I probably had a better bingo this turn. I just couldn't find anything better. I don't know for whatever reason.
Yeah, that must be good, right?
Yeah, pretty possible. That's good. But then I spent like better scoring. So
yeah, that's why I figured you kind of shook your head because, yeah, it's good. Yeah, because figured you thought there must be something better, but maybe not.
Yeah, right. It seems like there should be something better than that, but Nothing with the H. I mean, gnarlier, but that opens triple lane. I didn't want to do that. I saw that.
Yeah, Linger does give Waylands back.
Yeah. I thought I'm playing Greenier too, but I wasn't 100% sure because I know Greenie and Greenies, but yeah, Greenier is fine.
Yeah, Greenier.
I don't know if I want to get back to the S lane or not. I feel like I kind of do because it's like, so I'm putting one here, I'd rather have another here.
Sorry, what was that again?
I said I don't know if I want to play bingo with an S lane or not. I feel like I kind of do.
Yeah, after. I guess it's a tie game after that.
Without I'm down at tempo, and there's a opening up scoring spot there.
Maybe. I'm not sure.
Were you blocking Satellite when you played H? Is that what you're? Or was that a?
No, I had I think DIRLOT blank. Or sorry, HILDOR blank was my lead when I played off the H. Like I was just trying to fish for bingo, essentially.
Makes sense. Yeah, from my point of view, I was looking at III, UU, whatever. I just didn't think. I thought it was extremely unlikely you were in a bingo.
Yeah, definitely. That was. Yeah, I figured I had a decent shot at bingoing through either of those lanes. Like you take one, I take the other, and then I just have a lead going into the pre-end game.
Yeah, I mean, timing-wise, I almost don't. If you're in a bingo, I almost shouldn't bingo right then. But I don't know that you're in a bingo. Obviously, if you fish to one tile, yeah, that'll be an interesting spot to look into more because I feel like there was more to it than seemed.
True. Although if you don't bingo,
we're gonna go ahead and cut out of the overhead mic. The two players are just recapping a very tight 7-point win for Mr. Spargo. We're going to head on to our next game, which is going to be Stefan, who has now won back-to-back games to get to 3-2. He's in 4th place, and he will play against David Spargo, who will remain on stream, who is currently in 2nd. Both of them are chasing Mr. Steve Grobe, who is at 4-1. And it's going to be a tight finish here. We are down to the final 2 games of this early bird event. Robin, how was that last game we just saw?
Well, you mentioned Steve Grob. I'm going to, we've been friends for ages, so I'm going to start calling him Mr. Begin just to bug him in the future. We are really blessed because the first 2 games this morning were one of those, one person got everything and it wasn't as interesting. The 3rd game was more interesting. And the 4th game was filled with, bingo errors. So not as interesting. But frankly, I wasn't paying as close attention. So I don't want to diss it because I didn't pay close attention, but I did see the 2 mistakes. And I don't blame him on bendings. I think that was a good phony to try. But this game, I think, gave us everything. We had a lot of balanced and unbalanced racks on both sides. We had easy bingos and blanks and difficult racks to go through. We had interesting situations in terms of how to open the board, when to open the board, when to block the board. So lots of Scrabble philosophy in this game as well. So I think this was one of the better games of the day, just in terms of interest into what we could talk about.
Yes, well put, Robin. So, and if the viewers out there, they like they like the game, they love supporting Scrabble Stream, make sure you go ahead, give this video a like. It's free to do it. It costs nothing to you, and it helps Let's Play Scrabble. It helps you indirectly in the future because we can continue putting on these excellent streams. So go ahead and give this video a like, subscribe to Let's Play Scrabble if you haven't already. And we can also look ahead to other Let's Play Scrabble tournaments in the future. I think the next one coming up is the Canadian Scrabble Classic in February. Robin, have you ever gone to that one?
Where is that playing?
It's usually, I don't think it's in Montreal this year. I think maybe it's in Bellevue.
Yeah, Bellevue, but I thought they already did Bellevue, so I didn't. Is there another one? Anyhow, it's in February, and unfortunately it's the Olympics, and I am glued to 8 screens during the Olympics, so I have to put aside my love for Scrabble for my love for athletics. Armchair athletics, I should add.
Very understandable. And then we also have, Let's Play Scrabble. It's one of the best places to watch Scrabble on the internet. I love it when they put on these productions. gives us something, allows us to showcase our players, allows us to grow this game. They do a fantastic job. Josh Greenway is on the ground. He's running this whole production. Kieran O'Connor, he's directing this tournament. They do a fantastic job. So if you want to help build Scrabble, the future of live streaming, support these tournaments, you can help us out by becoming a Let's Play Scrabble super friend for $5 a month. There's a join button at the bottom of this video where you can click. And if that's not in your budget, you can subscribe to this channel, like the video, share this video with friends. That will still help us out. There's many ways to help growing this game. We certainly appreciate it. We certainly appreciate the whole Let's Play Scrabble team. They do such a fantastic job.
Well, as they say, money speaks. This doesn't come without a cost. So if you can afford it at all, and this is the worst possible time of year to ask anybody for a donation, but it's only $5 a month, and it goes a long way towards supporting the channel and allowing for this. And I'll tell you how much Let's Play Scrabble has grown. And Brian Garnett and I are going to be doing some commentary in a couple of days. And he wrote to me and he says, "I'm looking forward to meeting you." And I wrote him back and I said, "I enjoyed watching you, and I couldn't pinpoint the tournament because there are so many tournaments now online thanks to Let's Play Scrabble that I said it was American Blanksgiving, and he was either not saying anything because I was right, or he was not saying anything because I was wrong and he's being polite. But that's how many tournaments there are now available online. So very, very grateful to Let's Play Scrabble. We're getting, the standings are ready. After my point, let's go for it, Josh. Let's go do the standings. I'm sure these people want to finish the day and move on with their lives.
So here are the standings after 5 games. There are 2 games left that we're going to finish out the early bird event. And as we mentioned, still in first place, Mr. Bendings, Mr. Grob at 4-1 with the best point differential. And then in second place, not far behind him, is the young man we just saw win a tight game, Mr. Spargo, also at 4-1. And in third place, David Weisberg from North Carolina. And again, the next matchup we're going to see is second place, David Spargo against the guy currently in fourth, Stefan Kack.
Do you think, is that the order, Josh? If you're listening, is Dave? Oh, this was the one we just saw, but we're about to see David versus, who did you say, Andy?
I think we're going to see Stefan next. Stefan against David Spargo.
And do we know who's going first? Oh, I just need to set up the game.
Stefan is going to go first.
Stefan is going first. Okay, very good.
So don't take a break. We're going to go straight into this game. The players are ready. We're going to cut over to that game. And they have not played each. They have not played. Stefan is out on the West Coast, David in Vermont. So understandably, they probably haven't had the opportunity to play against each other, but they will play today.
Oh, wow, LA. He came a long way.
I would come. I mean, that's very, the Let's Play Scrabble tournaments are some of the best. So understandably so why he would come all this way.
Okay, let's, between the two of us, who has the best excuse? Why are neither of us at this tournament? What's yours?
I guess, my thing is the snow is up there. It's definitely canceling a lot of my friends who are planning to go to Albany. They cancel a lot of flights. And then also I wanted to spend this holiday season with my family. I don't get many opportunities to do that. So I wanted to spend it with my family this time. What about you, Robin?
Oh, you've won it already. I mean, I have a travel one. I just came back from a 13-day trip to Europe and did the cruise the Christmas markets of the Rhine. And then 4 days in Switzerland. And then I came home and was so sick. And as I said, this is the first day I'm actually standing on my feet. So I wasn't going to come off a plane and 6 hours difference and play in a tournament. But I think love and family usurps travel. So good on you for saying
all reasons are valid. And I know we all want to be here, but that's why we have the stream. We have the next game ready. Game 6. Josh, take us to game 6, please. Players are ready. On the left side is Stefan. He will go first. Mr. Spargo will go second. He is on the right side. What kind of do you know any of these players' play style? How much do you know about Stefan, Robin?
Zero. I didn't even know of his existence before today. I'm so sorry. And that is because I don't go off to California, and I should, because my son lives there, and I go and use it as an excuse to visit him. But I do not come to the Los Angeles area at all. So this man is a complete unknown to me. How about you, Andy?
I have met Stefan. I think the first time I met him was in Atlantic City a few years ago. He's a very nice guy. I think maybe he's a musician, or he does something with music. So he's very, he's very well spoken,
Cool.
very
cool.
polite.
Yeah.
He's a great guy. And then on the opening rack, Stefan has pulled into A, O, and 5 consonants, but one of them is an X. So what are you playing here, Robin?
I am playing Gox.
Yes.
I am playing, I don't, if there was a nice 5-letter word where I could set up the X, with 2 vowels, I would consider it. But otherwise, a nice sleeve of ANPT. There's a possibility also of POX to score just a little bit more, but it does take the M front hook, and it takes the Y back hook. I never remember front, back, end hook. So I would go get rid of the G, just move on with your life. What about you?
Fox is, I would get rid of the G. I think it's tempting with the N to keep the G, but without an I, I think it's a toss-up. Getting rid of the G is, in a vacuum, the better tile to get rid of. He opts for that. And on turn, David Spargo has pulled into the first blank of the game. He's pulled into the U and the V, but I'll leave it for the chat to see. But he does have one playable bingo. And
this is a very nice set of games for both of us who are both medically, inclined in our work. Lots of nice medical words, but I'm assuming that's what this is. Yeah, vacuole.
Vacuole is one of the, what do you call them? The things inside the cell. It stores energy. But a difficult word to find if you're David. So let's see if he spots it, and if he doesn't see the bingo, what would he do instead?
He's going to find it. Well,
there you go.
He's looking at vincular, I think, possibly.
Well, he's lined up vacuolar as is through the O and Gox, but he might be thinking, is this how you spell it? Is there something better? There's many bingos that look similar to this, like anovular, biovular, but at least he has spotted vacuolar. Let's see if he pulls a trigger.
I'm just looking at what's going to happen. Oh, come on. You this. Come on, David. I'm just wondering if he had played Pox instead of Gox and he saved the G, what would he have had? And he probably would have had gelation. Right now he's got pinotage. Yeah, I'm looking at Stefan. I'm always, that's my mind. I'm going ahead of the situation. So what does David do if he does not find the bingo? So you have to get rid of the V or U or both. And the only way to get rid of both is through love, which you cannot play, or ulva off the XU, which you don't want to play. So you could just play gov and save the perfect ACLR blank, and that blocks pinotage as well. You could play lav off Gox, but that sets up an E and an A hook. Yeah, he's
going for
he's playing with a phony
vernacular. A word that doesn't exist, depending on what that blank is yet.
I think it's going to be accepted. I don't think he's even being held.
Well, he hasn't hit the clock yet, so Stefan, you don't want to give a tell away. Some players, if you play a word that they're going to hold, they freeze up, they don't do anything, and that kind of is a tell.
He did hit the clock.
So David Spargo has put down the word. We don't know what the blank is. It doesn't really matter. Stefan has put him on hold. That's why David has not drawn his tiles yet. And it is an I, so he's
Vicular. Oh my goodness.
Okay.
It's getting a bit stranger. And I think it's being held.
Yeah, it would be plausible if ovicule was a word, but since ovicule is not a real thing, there's nothing that can pertain to a word that doesn't exist.
And now he's going to get pinotage if he finds it. Oh, how the game could change in 3 seconds. But it's early. That's the best thing for David, is that it's early.
Yeah. if you're going to play a phony, I guess early is a better time to do it. You have more time to recover from that. And Stefan, as you mentioned, will have the one playable bingo of Pinotage. And then if he does that, is that going to give anything back to David?
Vincular. Double. Oh, and let me see. Not double.
No
Okay.
double, but it will play.
It will. And
Play
I
for
think
about
I saw that
78.
before. So here's the situation. You're Stefan. You see Pinotage. You know it's going to give him Vincular. What do?
I think you have to play Pinotage here because,
course.
David, he's got a blank. He's certainly going to bingo at some point. You have a bingo right now. Yes, Vincular will be 80, but you've got to take your bingo now. And there's also no guarantee that David will find Vincular on the next turn. He has just lost a turn, so I think you cannot defer bingo here. There's not enough. It's not like he has a 40-point play as a backup option. It's either Pinotage or you're hitting something in the 20s.
Yeah, you're doing something like Apo on top of Gox, which could happen. There's
Stefan,
no sevens in that rack. It's not like he was blocked by anything. Yeah, there's nothing. Well, it's an interesting situation, and it's a more difficult one for someone who knows a lot of bingos. I don't know Stefan's word knowledge, but this is torturous for somebody who knows a lot of words, sees Pinotage, sees Vincular, sees Vacuolar, figures, well, David didn't get it the first time. Is he going to take a chance the second time? Probably not. But playing Pinotage definitely gives a bingo back. Definitely. And it's the C on the double letter. I mean, it's a major, consideration. 6,
and
8,
you can
9,
see
10, 20,
he's really
90.
deliberating this decision here. He's thinking, okay, do I have an option that gives back a little bit? He sees Pinotage. Vincular's gonna, if seen by David Spargo, will come back and hit hard. But I really don't think you can defer.
He sees it. He sees it.
Well, Stefan's got great word knowledge. I think, he definitely knows the word. It was just a matter of, is there anything better? Maybe, I hope that I don't have to give anything back. But we'll see. I mean, he's taking the time, and it's possible that Pinotage will come down, and then David Spargo, who has just lost a turn, will opt to play something like Ulva and forego Vincular.
That's exactly right. And I think all of those things are what's been going on inside Stefan's head. He's got good word knowledge, as you say. He sees Pinotage, he sees Vincular, and he goes, what am I going to do? And I think you have to give it, but you're taking a low point bingo and giving a big point bingo. So it's a difficult situation.
So David Spargo will have a chance at redemption here. He has lost a turn. He's allowed a bingo, but he can basically tie this game up if he sees Vincular right here for 80. He has spotted the other bingo, which Cultivar, still a fine play. He played that kind of quickly. What do you think about that, rather than taking a little bit more time to think about?
Definitely would have taken more time, but I also had a lot of time to think about it while Stefan was thinking, and I would have gone through the whole alphabet, and I would have seen, if he gives me an N, I've got Vincular. If he gives me an I, or T, I've got Cultivar. Like, I would have done all that in my head already. It's only a 4-point sacrifice. It's not terrible. And does Cultivar take an S? I think possibly it does. Vincular will not.
I would Cultivar. I'm not familiar if it takes an S or not. So that could become.
Yeah, it is. It takes an S.
It does take an S. So we will see if either player wants to put an S on it.
So Vincular was, for all the reasons, 4 more points, doesn't take an S, was the better play. But in the absence of finding it, he may not be familiar with it, or he just didn't think of it. Cultivar is certainly a plausible alternative.
Correct. And back on turn. So Stefan has survived a blank bingo. He knew he was going to get hit hard after Pinotage, but that's okay. He has a small lead, and he's back on turn. And he has AIOOLMY. What are you playing here, Robin?
Well, first I'm putting the rack in alphabetical order, but okay. Is he does he put his vowels on the left? Is he one of those? Ooh, interesting. Like a la Joel Wapnick. We all have our own little ways of doing things. You want to, I don't like Y's personally, but if I have an L on my rack, I don't hate it as much. So I definitely want to get rid of at least one O. So I'm looking at Moon under Cultivar, under the U in Cultivar for 23 points, saving AILY, which is really nice. Or I could play Moan and Oily. I mean, 6 one, half a dozen the other. I like 2 O's better than 2 A's, but that's... there's also like Oxy if you just want to get rid of an O and a Y, but I think I want to get rid of more tiles early in a game. What are you thinking?
Well, I would play Moon because that sets up your Y hook on the back end. And there's a number of 4-letter words like
Love it.
Ivy, Navy that would hit for 8, 12, 13. That would hit for 50 plus. If you pull into a J, that could pull into Jivey for 70 something. So I would play Moon for 23. It's a high scoring play, and it sets up a sneaky Y back hook. And I actually do think that's what Stefan's going to play. He is a very strategic player, and I think he would find that sequence.
I love your thinking about it. I love the fact that you're right. VY and a vowel in front of it. There's so many words that go there. That is a wonderful, wonderful setup. That's a Nigel Richards kind of setup. I love it. And it's winning the sim by so much, it's sickening. It's like 7 points ahead of anything else. So and this is a good lesson. We might as well do some lessons while we're waiting for people to play. If you have a tile that you don't particularly like, don't see it only as the enemy. See it as a way that you can use it in future plays, such as this, setting up a VY hook that could score you a ton of points later. So don't automatically get rid of the tiles that you hate.
Great point, Robin. And as we expected, Stefan finding the first half of a 2-step sequence that will score possibly over 100 points. Moon for 23, keeping the Y and 2 of the vowels. And chat, I'll let you guys do the math. What are the odds that of his 3-tile pull, he pulls into any one
He
of
He did.
to capitalize?
He did.
So he's
He
pulled
got
into
KV.
C,
He got KV.
and if that's an E, he is at least pulled. So he's pulled into
Levy
K
and
and
KV.
Levy. So, I mean, I think the odds were very high. It's got to be at least 50% with a 3-tile draw because what?
Unbelievable.
C, J, D, N.
I think it's going away. Look at this. I think it's going to VUV.
So David Spargo with 2 of the power tiles, the Q and the Z, and not a very synergistic rack at all. Has spotted Vav for 31 that would take away the Y setup that we would love to see go down. But he has now positioned his rack for Zag. Where is he going to try to play that, Robin?
I think above the AR in Cultivar, which, well, that'll do the same thing. It will still block it.
So do you think David Spargo is sniffing out a setup here with Moon? Do you think he thinks like, oh, Moon has to be a setup?
I think it's a possibility, and I think that's what you should be aware of. The trouble is when you have 2 high-scoring tiles on your rack, and you have a V. When I mean high, I mean like the Z and the Q, and you also have the V. You're not looking to keep one of the, you're looking to get rid of one of them. So I can understand why he might want to play Zag. The problem is it does set up a dangerous row, a 6-letter word above it. Oh, no, he's going to go with Vav. Good for you. It's winning the sim by a lot. So that was the correct play.
So David Spargo taking away the Y setup that I knew. I'm sure Stefan was going to capitalize on, but now Stefan's going to have to look elsewhere. His best play of KV taken away. He's pulled into a decently balanced rack. A, E, I, O are his 4 vowels, and C, L, Y are his consonants. Robin, what are we doing on this turn?
Oh, I'm loving the new 3-letter word, and it's not so new, but LOC, which is largely overlooked by people because it's just, we only had call for the longest time, but now we have lock, and then we have LOC, LOCI, and then we have LOCIE. It's the gift that keeps on giving. So I'm looking under there, and I'm thinking, I was going to say cooey, but I think cooey is even better. I want to get rid of another vowel. So COOEY would be my play.
I think that's a fantastic play. And remember, the blank is a T for our viewers at home. Cooey would play right below moon, and it would score 32 points, keeping holding back an AL and an I on a board that is very, very close at this point.
Pardon me. Let's do a sim on this. Oh, my cooey is coming to the top. Yay! It does everything you want it to do. It scores a ton. It doesn't open the board. It gets rid of the Y. But he's keeping a very beautiful rack. So he's saving Alice, who's a very beautiful girl. I think cooey would have been a little bit better personally because he doesn't have anything to hook in front of Oxy. But I can understand his thinking.
So yeah, David Spargo, keeping the Q and the Z, has pulled into the U, which will help him out. He's going to try to get rid of one of the power tiles, as you mentioned, on this turn. He has positioned his rack to play glows, keeping a very synergistic LOQU in reserve. Do you agree with this play, Robin?
Well, I'd have to think about it for more than 3 seconds, but yeah, I can understand why he would want to do that. You definitely want to get rid of one of the two, preferably the Q. If you don't, I would need to sit down for a few seconds and analyze this. Was there anything better with the Q? He's also opening up bingo lanes, which is okay. Glows came to the top of there was no good way to get rid of the Q except for Roke. To the O in Oxy. So Glows does everything it wants to do, gets rid of one of the big tiles and scores a good amount, which never would have happened if you'd played Cooey. Just pointing that out.
Well, Stefan was hoping with his play of Oxy to pull into a bingo. Unfortunately, with his lovely Alice leave, he pulls into EE, giving him too many vowels and triplicated E's. And on a board that is not really great unless you're playing all 7 tiles, his options are going to be limited.
Well, that's why you have to ask yourself about Oxy. You have to say, what am I doing to the board that's helping me? And it's doing absolutely nothing. He doesn't have a D, he doesn't have a P. So really, it does nothing. And there's already a bingo lane available to him off of the E in Pinotage.
Area is his option here, AREIC for 15 to get rid of some of those vowels.
Yeah, but again, now he closes the board, right? He closes the board. So again, what am I doing to help myself? What am I doing to limit my opponent? These are always the mantra you have to ask yourself every time you put your tiles down.
On to David Spargo. He is now trailing by 5 points. He has the Q, but he does have the U to help him out here. He does have a couple of good options, but it requires him to know the back hook to glows.
Yeah, and I think the obvious one is to play bold.
Would you play bold or would you play
quad? In a second. We'll do word. It's not too much to worry about. Or you could play quad.
Well, both have good merits. You can keep the QU, which is always fine to have. But
not on this board, though.
You're right.
Everything requires a vowel first to start it.
He hasn't set up anything that suggests he sees the D hook onto glows. He's playing
May
Bell.
Not be aware of it. Yeah, maybe.
Or he could be saving it for next turn. Bell turning over his consonants.
Right, he's got to see how many E's are left, though, right? He's created a very, very easy E hook.
Correct.
And not given himself anything. Again, right? He's setting up his opponent, but not himself.
And all those E's are still on Stefan's rack. He has 3 E's, an A, L, and an R, which he's getting close to, a very good bingo opportunity, but I don't see any bingo on this turn. Robin, do you see any bingo on this turn or any?
No, and if I were him, I would be closing off that bell hook. I've got nice enough tiles that I don't need that hook. I would be playing, how many N's are left? How many L's are left? I would be playing NEE at M3 or at M2.
So
I would
here
probably do, the K is still out. Let me see. That could be a little dangerous Where would you play something like that? And where would you play it? Oh, that's dangerous with the A. Oh, that's dangerous.
Yeah, I don't love this play because, first of all, as you mentioned, there are 4 N's unseen, but that is the last L. And
there's absolutely no need to play it there. Just play it 1 down.
Yeah. We'll see. We'll see
learning curve. Learning curve. Or we could be wrong and he could be right,
Well, he is pulled into the F front hook, so if that lane stays open, he's going to look like a genius. But we'll see. David has the F himself, so he could take that away. The D hook onto glows is still an option, so this is going to be a thinking turn for David. He's going to have to think about what he wants to do.
Stefan's not even going to have to use the F on top of leave for flea. He's going to do far better by sticking the F on the double letter and then the Ali and, making fart or feign or whatever he wants to make.
Yeah.
I think it's time for David to know glows. I think he needs to know it right now.
Yeah. If he doesn't know glows, then he's playing FID. But to be fair, even if he sees glows and quotes, he might be thinking like, hey, I need to close this clear setup. He knows the hooks to Lee. He's got to be thinking to himself, this is really suspicious. His alarm bells have to be going off.
Totally. Why didn't he play it 1 down? Totally. I would FID, I think you have to do FID based on that last play. Yeah. Agreed. 100%.
He's now shuffling between diff to play parallel to Lee, supposedly.
No, just play FID.
Play FID, 28, move on.
He's still in very good shape.
Back over to Stefan, who would have liked that hook to stay open, but he still got, good rack for scoring. No O for pan fort.
Ooh, nice. Very pretty.
But I don't see any bingo for him, but he does have a high scoring option on this turn right now if he chose to.
Yeah, I think I see it. Eft and Fa. Is that what you're seeing or something else?
Yeah, that would be great. Sets up his R, doesn't give back much. It closes off that glows hook that's just been dangling there. And with, all those eyes, which still don't like to come out on this board for some reason, all those eyes still unseen, he could easily pull into a bingo next turn, like dipteron, or any 7-letter word.
Yeah, that's why playing elf underneath through the L and flea would be a bad idea because then it blocks D bingos. Although this board is very, is really quite bingo friendly as long as you have 7s and anything through an L or a D, off an L or a D. But I'm liking Fa because it sets up that R hook as you rightly put. There is the worry about saving 4 consonants to 1 vowel. I understand that. I think Beller is also good, is it not? Oh, it is not. It's only bells and belled. Okay. So he plays Fa very quickly.
With the concern about
making such quick decisions. What?
With the concern about the vowels, would you consider just retaining the A and just plopping down the F for 14?
No, never. Too many points given up.
Yeah.
With a lot of vowels unseen.
So
now quad isn't on, and the other reason is quad wouldn't. The glozed hook is now gone.
So David Spargo is unable to shed his cue on this turn, no matter how hard he tries, unless he puts it right back in the bag. He's setting up down, which is going to play parallel to flea and hooking on to belled. Do you like that play, Robin?
Well, I just want to give a warning to all those kids out there just starting to play who love the Q. They love holding on to the QU. And it's a perfect example of how this can just come to bite you. Because if you don't get rid of it within 1 or 2 turns, look, how long has he had that QU now? Like forever. Nobody's bingoing. The scores are extremely low.
I think he's had it since after Cultivar.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
I personally would have played Belden down for the more points. It's 25 points. But that's me. I'm a bit crazy sometimes. Where would you have played it? If you played that word, where would you put it?
I would have taken it's a toss-up. His position is fine. Chad has already identified Stefan's bingo, his one and only playable bingo of Entropy. It plays in the other slot. This one's a little bit more points. Do you have a preference over Entropy here or Entropy on the right side of Oxy, Robin?
Oh no, this is absolutely the best place because not only does it score the most, but the Y is not as playable as it is in the other ones.
Well,
like you could do something, 4-letter Y. It's so much easier than 2-letter Y.
David Spargo is going to get bailed out with those E draws. It's going to allow him to finally shed this Q unless he chooses to retain it for another turn. We'll see
I think
what he
David
does.
would like to throw this Q to Kingdom Come. Is there a good place for it? Andy,
It
do you
is.
see anything?
Like Eckwood for 40, parallel to Oxy, keeping EI, which is going to
There you
do
go.
exactly.
There you
He's going to play that.
Yeah, let's get this board open. Let's get the bingo fest out. Let's see it happening. We still have a blank to come, 3 S's to come.
Yeah, we're going to be.
Oh, he's going to play it somewhere
in
else.
that position. Okay. That I think that's only a 1-point sacrifice.
Oh, I don't know.
I guess this is the more defensive play. Any other? Can we reason out his logic here, Robin? What might be going in David?
Yeah, he doesn't want to open the board up.
But he's down.
To use the 8s. Equid is so far out that I don't know if it's really interrupting all the bingos through T, R, O, P, and Y. I just think I could just see something nasty coming down the triple, the A row. Where would you put it?
The more I think about it, I actually like David's placement here.
Okay.
It also sets up, it allows some access to that upper left-hand triple word score. It won't allow bingo, but any high-scoring word would be fine there. And after his play of Equid, he's only down 23, so he does not need a bingo to get back in this game.
Oh, yeah.
I think this is actually a better placement than what higher scoring 40 points. So kudos to David. This is the better play here. On turn of Stefan, who has a very nice 48-point option. He's got a balance rack. The board is open. Good letters. What are we doing here, Robin?
Oh, definitely playing Thyme through the Y. I mean, I don't love saving AGA. That's pretty sucky. But it's just too many points to give up. There's a possibility of empath through the P, but why stick an E on the A row? You could also consider Etima if you want to hold on, if you want to balance the rack a bit more. But HAG, not bad considering how many vowels are left.
Well,
but I'm going for points. I'm just scoring Thyme. That's it. What about you?
I would probably play Thyme here. But there is, playing Etima for 39, keeping the G and the H actually does synergize well on this board, because of Equid, ending any 5-letter word ending in GH is going to score, 30 plus 40 points, even possibly. So I think there's, something to be said about both options, but he takes the higher scoring play of Thyme, which I think we don't have any issues with this play. Good job for Stefan. And on to David, who has now pulled into a lot of vowels here, but he's pulled into an S and an R.
You will not believe what's coming up first. Are you simming at all?
Does he have a bingo here?
Nope. But by far the winner is playing up and
Really?
for 18 points, saving EEEIRS.
3 E's? I mean, I guess with the unseen pool, let's take a look here. 4 R's. Well, all right, we gotta switch it to David's point of view, but from David's point of view, there's still 3 R's, 3 S's, 3 T's, and there's about 30 tiles or about 24 tiles in this bag, so I could see it. He's going for the vowel dump of etui for 8 points, keeping the very synergistic EERS leave. Any thoughts on this play?
It certainly makes more sense to me, but it's giving up 10 points. So yeah, so we'll see what happens. Oh, I think it worked out well.
So on to Stefan. He has pulled into, fairly clunky looking vowels, but the consonants are going to save him here. A, I, G, and R. Any option that stands out to you, Robin? He can take.
Personally, the first thing I would do is get rid of AI. If there was a good way to do it and save grain. I mean, I just think it's such a, it's a perfect rack.
I agree. Let's get rid of AI here. Nice synergistic leave. Is there any higher scoring option on this board? That
I might play it next to the Y in Oxy, actually. Isn't that interesting? And set up an R hook or an N hook.
So, I mean, looking at this board, the rack or the leave of Stefan after AI would be grain. And you've got the places to put sevens. You have the D and fit in the upper right-hand corner. You have the L and bell to start letter words. I mean, I see a lot of potential good things to happen down the line with just the AI plunk of 9 points. So I think that's a great play there, Robin.
And at the same location off the Y? Do you agree with that?
I don't see any better place or any place that scores more. So I think AI is fine. It opens valuable 7 lines that you would probably want. You mentioned so many letters go after AI, the N, the R he has in reserve. So I think AI for 9 is great. He's playing the more defensive option. What do you think about this one?
No, don't agree. But that's okay.
What about this placement that you really seem to hate this one, even though it's only 3 points sacrifice?
I'm trying to even find it. It's 4 points behind in the valuation, and I agree with the. It just doesn't do anything. It's really not blocking anything. It's not like David was going to bingo along row 10 over the I and etui. It doesn't do anything. It doesn't do anything. It correctly gets rid of the 2 correct letters to get rid of. But I can understand being afraid of opening up a line for him. But there's, by playing AI next to the Y, I can understand the thinking. So,
I mean, Stefan has the lead here. He can afford to be more defensive here. Let make it harder on David to bingo, or if he does bingo, make it less volatile. So that play of AI does block his best placement of testers. He does still have many opportunities to play testers. He could also play the anagram of streets elsewhere. Robin, what of these bingo options, which one are you? What would you play here in David's position down 69?
Well, considering that I'm just noticing that Stefan can play sparking parallel to time, I would block that.
Wow, I really hope Stefan just sees it, because that's going to be at least
my God,
at least 108. But setters and bells is going to play for 69.
Yeah, they're all good. That's setters is absolutely fine.
Yeah.
But oh my God, can you imagine sparking there? And you have to see it. You have to look.
I'm sure he's going to. Obviously, he knows the word. Everybody knows the word sparking. It is a little bit, maybe, if he misses it, it's a little obstructed, but I fully expect Stefan, he's a great player. He's going to see this.
You know how much it's worth?
It's at least 108.
116 points, baby.
Wow.
And here it comes. I'm going to watch David's face as it comes down. Let's see.
Poker face for David.
Good for David. I would have been dying inside.
I mean, he's probably dying on the inside, but he is showing all poise and professionalism on the right side. So 116 is the standout play for Stefan. We said his leave of grain was going to have a lot of good things to happen, and this is a very good thing. 116 to take a 116-point lead. Does this put the game out of reach? Is there any way that he can win this game?
Not have the rack he has. That would be the first start. Yeah, he's down 116 points. There's still a blank unseen. He'd have to pick all the good tiles, and Stefan would have to pick all the bad tiles, and he'd have to make, a 98-point bingo and stick him with a J. And yeah, that's how you do it.
So there are 5 tiles in the bag. David Spargo is on turn. He's down over 100, pulling into J.
He's got reshown.
He's identified Jarina, which would turn over 5 letters. It would close the scoring gap. We can see from our point of view that the blank is in the bag, and he would pull into it. So I'm not going to do the computer thing, but I'm sure chat can start to wonder, if he plays Jarina right now, will David Spargo win this game, emptying the bag, pulling into a blank on a very open board?
Well, has he just given him anything? Let's just look at that. So nothing through he's got reshown.
But does that play anywhere?
No, but does he need it? Actually, you know what? The computer was saying Aji, and not emptying the bag was the right play. I haven't done a sim, but I would have to agree with that. Don't empty the bag with the blank unseen. I think he played too quickly. He had 8 minutes to think about it.
Yeah, I agree with Aji. You don't want to empty the bag here. It makes it too easy for Stefan to know exactly what he needs to do to outrun. Because now Stefan can just play a high-scoring play next to Equid for 40 points, and he can eat a bingo, because any bingo is not going to score enough.
Yeah. See, and this is what I didn't like about Equid, because now he's got shown exactly there, right? Hitting the double on the double letter. And he's going to score 47 points and put the game away. But I can understand also that David might want to go for the blank so we have to do, so there's 7 tiles unseen. Is this correct?
Yeah, the bag is empty. The remaining tiles is not correct.
So I've done something wrong somewhere, and I don't know what.
Yeah, I don't know what, but unseen to. But Stefan, the important thing is Stefan has it right. He's tracked correctly, presumably.
You know what? I think I've missed down somewhere. No, I have down. Okay, but there we go. It's all good now. It just, for some reason, it didn't show the correct play. Okay, we're all good. Bundis, dustbin.
There's one playable bingo for David Spargo. It's hard to see.
Wow, is there?
Not a very common word at all.
Wow.
I would be very impressed if he saw this.
Oh, I know it. I've played it. Isn't it a great word?
It is a fantastic word. It's a word that you just look at and say, who came up with this word?
But I think shown will outrun it. I don't think it's an issue. It's a baby bingo.
Mm-hmm. So really, Stefan is going to win this game, barring a 0-point turn here. So
get another medical word, doctor.
Yeah, blind gut will be is the word for the chat. It's probably a developmental stage or something like that. Foregut's a word, hindgut. Those are all medical terminology. I'm not sure if all of them are valid in the Scrabble dictionary, but foregut and hindgut at least are in the dictionary.
So the question is this: so there are 2 places on the board to bingo right now, reasonably. There's through the R in Jarina, and there's through the L. So what could he play that will block both simultaneously? And that would seem to be something that plays off of to the left of setters and down at least 3 or 4 letters.
There's something like hoers, but the problem with that is that makes it too easy to play parallel to setters and hit the triple, because right now, because of the R, David has, and it would score a lot. So that's the risk. But I think what Stefan is probably doing is he's doing the calculations, and he's saying, like, is there any possible bingo through the A in Jurina? Is there any possible bingo through the R? And
well, there's no room in the A in Jurina because of setters.
Mm.
But this is it. So that's the reason why you don't empty the bag, because now he knows, as long as he tracked correctly, he knows David's rack. And then the question is, do I know any bingos, BDIN RTU? Is there anything in there? And then you start doubting yourself, right? What did I miss? What am I forgetting? Is this really a word? Right now, the top valuation is Ween, WHEEN, through the E in setters, blocking the L because blind gut is the only playable bingo.
Stefan's down to the final 90 seconds here. As we mentioned, he'll win this game as long as he makes, a valid play here. And David Spargo, look at his rack. He has set up blind gut. So kudos to Mr. Spargo for showing the world that he knows and sees blind gut. Very impressive. That is not an easy word to spot. And it looks like
we should all know our rectal words. That's the final thing I say for 2025. I'll be happy.
Well, it won't be, because we got a Game 7 coming up, folks. So don't tune away. Game 7 still to come. We don't know the matchup yet, but once we do, we'll let you know. The final game of the day is still to come. Game 7 between. It's a tight race. We'll take a look at the standings after this turn. But Stefan putting down Shrew for 45 with 30 seconds on his clock. This will block Heinz.
That'll do. Absolutely.
That will put this game to bed. David Spargo could invent words here, and they will not win.
Well, he's got. He can play a cake. He can play bunt down to the E and E quid or unbid. Nothing will score more. Bunt will be 32, and doubt using the blank will score 32. But obviously, Stefan is going out, and tough game. Tough. That's sparking. Oh my God.
That was a fantastic play. We love to see those high scoring, has a lot of overlaps, puts the K on the triple letter. I mean, those are the beautiful plays. What a very fantastic find and a nice draw for Stefan. But he had to work for it. He had to find the correct, two-tile fish that would give him options like sparking, like other words. David Spargo has plenty of time. He knows he can't win this game, but he is doing the responsible thing of trying to find his best end game, because we know this tournament is very, very close. Spread, the point differential, how much you win and lose by is going to be a factor. And he knows that, that could be the difference between first and second and third, and so on and so forth. So he's going to take his time here to find his best, his outplay. Or I'm sorry, his best end game scenario here. Robin, you've already mentioned bunt is the highest scoring and play.
Well, while we're talking, I'm looking to see if we have any results to see what might be happening. So David Spargo was in first place going into this at 4-1. He's about to lose, and he's about to lose by close to 100 points. His spread was only 45 going into this. Steve Grob has lost to Zachary Ansel, who's uncharacteristically having a horrible day at 1-5. So Steve Weisberg now has jumped into second place, and he will take first place after this game is over, because he has a plus 196, and David Spargo, they will both have 4-2, but he's about to be like minus 145. Steve Grob will now go back into second place. David Spargo will drop to third. In fact, Stefan here will go into fourth, or third, and David will go into fourth. Wow, what a big change. But this is a round robin, so we're not going to get 1 versus 2 and 3, 4, etc. We have to see who hasn't played each other yet.
So
we
we'll
can see.
show everybody the standings and the pairings leading into Game 7, but it's going to be a tight race. So definitely don't leave anybody. Stick around. Game 7 is going to be an absolute banger to close out the penultimate day of 2025 here from the Albany New Year's Scrabble tournament. David Spargo going for a spread negative play here of Turbined, which is at least pronounceable. Turbined. It will cost him some spread. Unfortunately, this is an outplay, so an automatic challenge from Stefan is coming in here, and it will cost him about 50 or 46 spread points because of this. But still a good fight, a great play, or great showing from both players.
See, another reason not to empty the bag if you can't. No, you can't. I don't know if anybody saw that crazy game I had with Ian Weinstein at Nationals, but like I played a crazy phony worth 67 points, 70 points, whatever. And he knew that if he challenged it incorrectly, he'd lose the game. But if he didn't challenge it, he'd win by 2 or 3. And that's the time to try these phonies. But perhaps
Turbine is good in Collins, although it would be such a high probability word for anybody playing the North American lexicon. We would have seen it if it was a word, but at least it's a valid word somewhere in the world, just not here.
It should be good. It's ridiculous. It sounds like it should be good. Let's go to the mic.
What you blocked?
I had no idea. I already failed to do that once. Probably wasn't going to figure it out there. So I was just trying to get points.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I didn't miss any actual bingos there. Yeah, I saw Bundist and Dustbin shouldn't fit. Nope, didn't have nothing through the R. Nothing that fit through the S. Nothing through the H. Nope, didn't miss anything. Okay. Was Vincular good?
I think so.
Crap. Yeah.
I didn't see that either.
Yeah, I saw that. I could have played that there, like, maybe a minute after I played Cultivar. That would have been better.
Yeah, I've had games where I spend 10 minutes, and then I play slow anyway, but 10 minutes on a play like that, trying to figure out every possibility.
Yeah.
I don't think that's ever going to happen. Just slap down the bingo and cross my fingers.
Yeah, but if you don't play Pinotage, then what else do you do? Just not bingo?
I mean, I have Exaption.
Yeah. Oh, true.
Which is kind of an interesting play because I can draw. I know you don't have an S. I can draw an S.
That's a good one.
Assuming but it gives you a servile eye. Which is, I didn't. If I'd seen that, I would have seen it gave you that too. But
Okay, it looks like they're at the looking up the dictionary part of the discussion, so we can close out for now until the next game.
Josh, do we have standings that we can take a look at? As we mentioned, this is a very close race here in the top division of the early bird of the WoW Lexicon of the New Year's Scrabble tournament. And then there we go. These are the standings. So as we mentioned, win-loss and then point differential spread is going to be a big factor. So the result from the game we just saw, Stefan beat David Spargo by about 160 points. That has not been added to this the computer yet, but we can tell you now, right now in first place is David Weisberg at plus 196. And in second place is Stefan at plus 160, 170. Third place is Steve Grobe at plus 97. And in fourth place, Mr. Spargo at minus 100-ish. So we will see what our next pairings will be before we tell you what the game is going to be. We know one of the matchups is David Spargo against Steve Grobe, so that would at least be a very good game between 2 4 and 2 players. I don't know who David Weisberg is playing.
He's playing Zachary Ansel, who's completely out of it.
Okay.
So that unlikely, although we will have seen David 3 times in a row. So we could also ask people in the audience what they think. David, again, very dynamic player. Zachary is also a fantastic player. He just happens to be in last place, but he's not a factor. But it would be a fantastic game to watch. Yeah, I agree with Andy. I think, and it still does have some saying into who's going to win this tournament. So I personally would go that way.
Yeah, but we'll leave it to there's so many factors that go into putting on a production like this on the ground. So whatever game we'll see on the stream, we are very happy to have. But I think what we will do is we're going to take a brief break, folks. So stick around, go get some snacks for this final game where we're going to try to see who's going to play what, but it's going to be a 4-player race to the top here. It's going to be a good one. So stick around, folks. We'll be right back. Hi,
I
folks.
can't hear anything.
Welcome
Oh, there we
back.
go.
Game 7 is the final game of the day. We have a good one. First place, David Weisberg. He is 4-2 plus 196. He is playing against Zachary Ansel, a very strong player. And Zachary Ansel is going to try to play spoiler. David with a win, and based on other results, should hold on to first place. We will try to get you scores throughout the game of the other games of interest. But as you can see, a 4-way tie with 4-2 records is going to set up for a very exciting finish here. Stefan Kak's game we'll try to get his score. Steve Grobe is playing David Spargo, so one of those two will get to 5 wins. But in the pole position right now and controlling his destiny is David Weisberg. He has to win, and then he might have to think about winning by as much as he can. But then again, by as much as we can. And as always, I'm in here with Robin Pollock Daniel, and it will give you commentary of Game 7, which is about to start right now.
And for those of you thinking, why in the world are we showing you somebody who's in 8th position and has absolutely no chance of winning? Let me tell you, there's 2 good reasons. One of them is that Zachary, is he rated number 1 coming into this? If not 1, 2, like he's right up there. He's a marvelous, marvelous player. So watching him anytime is a pleasure. But especially, and I don't know if you guys are all sports fans out there as well, but if you're noticing it with the football that's ending the NFL football, you'll notice at the end of the NHL season, these teams who have no chance to make the playoffs all of a sudden play fantastic, and they play some of their best. So Zach has bragging rights in terms of saving face. So we're going to see a very ferocious, hungry, talented man playing right now. So this is going to be a fantastic game, as long as somebody doesn't get bagged. We can't predict that.
We've had 2 great games to start the afternoon session, Robin. Hopefully we get a final one to close out the day. And again, remember, the main event starts tomorrow. It is another, 4 days of fantastic Scrabble. So this is just beginning. We are just starting the fun.
Yeah, we're just revving up, and I think are we ready to? We have Will Anderson on. It's hard when Josh makes typos. Well,
yeah, Will Anderson will be commentating tomorrow morning.
There you go.
Players are ready. Let's go to the game.
Perfect.
On the left side, Mr. Ansel. He is a very fine young man, very great player. He will go first.
He will go first. Oh dear, I have the opposite. So let's start a new game. Okay. Very good.
David Weisberg will go second. He is on the right. So we'll try to get scores of the other games, if possible, midway, just to keep track of the standings. As right now, David Weisberg has a 61-point spread advantage over the guy in second place, Stefan Kak. So, that turbine decision by David Spargo certainly is helping Stefan right now. And opening his rack is a fantastic pull for Mr. Ansel. F, D, G, E.
Oh, he has an R.
He's got a couple options that he's debating between these two. Robin, what would you do between figured and?
I'd have to, I think fudgier is a little better in terms of not putting 2 vowels next to
figured or 82 is the decision by Zachary. So off to the races we go in Game 7. David Weisberg to respond. He has 5 vowels: A, E, E, I, O, N, and an R.
There's the one possibility, and I don't want to detract from Zachary's word knowledge, but fudgier wasn't good for a long, long time. So if that's playing in his mind, at least is what I remember, that fudgy wasn't good for a long time. If that's at all, because I do think that putting only 1 vowel next to a double letter is better than 2. So if there was any question in his mind, and it's also better to have the DG versus consonant, vowel, consonant, vowel, consonant, vowel, consonant, right? It's much easier to play parallel. So I would ask Zachary later why he didn't play fudgier.
David Weisberg, with all those vowels, unfortunately doesn't have a playable bingo here. He can play short, he can play long. Robin, what would you do here?
Yeah, I would definitely save the A-I-N-E-R, Ainer. What more can you do? But I would play it probably to the left of making F, OE, set up an R hook. This could be very dangerous with a Z or a W, for example.
So OE on the left side of the board is the option here for David. Zachary, to respond in his post bingo draw, has pulled into 3 E's, an A, a T, an H, and a Y. So he has options to score. He has options to balance his rack. What are you looking at here, Robin?
I got some I hate. Let's see. He's definitely the thing that you have 3 E's. You'd like to probably get rid of at least 1, possibly 2. You have a Y, which is another glorified vowel. So the thing that you want to get rid of is I, and he's able to do that with figured. He can just do it right above it, very easy. It doesn't deal with the fact that David has set up an obvious hook for a bingo, but you can't deal with everything. You have to take care of your own house.
Correct. So, I think EYEI above figured is a very good play. You might say, oh, it exposes a lot of hotspots, for the Z, the W, but with a play like OE by David last turn, he is what? What are you thinking? Do you think he has a Z or a W with playing OE? Probably not. But right now, Zachary has set up yeet on his rack, which is a word now. It didn't used to be a word. Any pros to playing yeet over I?
In the same spot? No,
yeah.
None. Except it makes it a little bit harder to play Z, for example. No, this is the play. TH are very synergistic. If David had the Z, he would have played OE over there by himself the turn before. He only played off 2 tiles, so I think it's pretty safe.
Yeah. So Zachary doing the correct calculation that David Weisberg unlikely to have high scoring consonants to hit him back. So he plays I in the more volatile position, setting up something potentially for himself. David Weisberg on his fish has missed, which is always something that we are worried about as Scrabble players, where you fish and you miss the fish and then you fall into the cycle. So what do you do here, Robin? Do you play
Well, this
short?
is the problem. The problem with playing saving 3 vowels in an early game is that the likelihood of picking up another vowel is so high. It's not like you've drained, diluted, boiled off all the vowels and you're in mid-game or late game. It's so early. So in fact, he did pick up another O and then he doubled his N. So he could have picked a lot worse, but then you're in a situation with, once again, I'm with 1 pointers. What am I going to do? So he's now making it easier to play off. And he hasn't set up any hook for himself with a C or an L or a P. Anion in the same spot, I think saving ER would have been maybe a little better, but I think there's arguments to be made for both.
Well, at least he has the OE on the left side. Zachary Onsell has pulled into a couple of A's, an E, an H, a K, O, T. How will he approach this game? We do have an early scoring update for the viewers. Early update. Steve Grove has an early bingo in his game against David Sporgo. Nothing to report on the Stefan Keck, Jason Weisberg game. So that is the early update we have from the other games. But right now, David Weisberg is trailing by 85 in a game he must win to win this tournament.
So this is an interesting situation where the way your eye would naturally go on the board is horizontal along row 6. What can I do to make a lot of points with my H, for example? But head isn't a word. So you have to start looking down. And what I'm seeing is the beautiful Kheda, Kheda, which scores a ton, undoubles the A. It does save 3 vowels, but it's worth so many points. Like you could also play odd, A-A-H-E-D in the same spot, but then you're saving the K. You're scoring 8 less points, which is what he's going to play. Which did you like of those two?
Well, both of those plays are beautiful finds. Between the two, I would probably, it's a toss-up. I would take the points here and just play Kheda. It also sets up a sneaky back hook that, could come into play later on. in the game. Kata takes the H in addition to the S, so always fun to have those words out there. But he goes with odd, which is the more balanced decision for 32. Still holding on to a very big lead, and David Weisberg is back on turn, down by over 100 points, and he has missed his fish for the second turn in a row with all of these vowels. How is he going to get out of this mess, Robin?
Well, the thing is this, it's tempting to do something like agio because it really gets rid of the clutter, and then you've got 2 vowels, 2 consonants. But then you also have IN on your rack, and how easy is it to get rid of that? So I think what he's looking at very correctly is Iron at L2 to the right of to make Ain and Ho. It saves. It's so hard to do that because you've been fighting to have a balanced, beautiful rack with good 1-point tiles, easy bingo tiles, and then you just break the whole thing up in order, but if you play agio, what are you going to do? Right? But you keep your R for the OU hook that you set up in the first turn of the game. So there's something a lot to be said for agio. What do you like?
It's really frustrating. These are the kinds of sequences that as a player you just look at it, you're like, I have to go through this again, and then I would, it's frustrating to go through these missed fishes. And David Weisberg has opted to continue the fishing expedition here. He is exchanging for the I. He has failed to hit his fish again for the.
He did not learn the first time that the ain or leave was not going to be good,
especially on this board. But we will see what happens. Zachary Ansel on turn. He has set up elk. Where is he trying to play elk here? Do you see a place for that? I think he's trying to play on top of OE.
Yeah, nah. He's got Kevel to make AL. I mean, that just scores way too much not to take it. 37 points.
Well, David just did. He's been fishing the entire game. He just exchanged 2. Maybe, Zach's thinking, I'm up 100. Do I really want to open a triple, albeit not the greatest of triple triples? A K in the 5th position isn't the greatest, but he's playing it much more conservatively here.
Yeah. He's blocking the obvious bingo.
The play I would make here.
You like it, eh?
Yeah, I mean, you're up by triple digits. Why do anything to risk that?
Well, unless he has a bingo with a Y, that's. But that would really suck. Eh?
It would suck. Although if David had a Y, he probably would have exchanged it or used it last turn. And if he pulled into the 1 remaining Y on this 2-tile exchange, then
just bad luck.
Whatever. Unfortunately, the bad luck has compounded onto David Weisberg, who, to his rainy leave, has pulled into another duplicated A and an E. So, David Weisberg, you need to learn the lesson that Matt Canick always says, and that is don't draw vowels when you have already drawn so many.
Well, he could set up his N by playing gay, GAE. And I think at some point you just got to do it. You just got to blow the board open a little bit. Because right now there's really nowhere easy to bingo except through a G. And that G is not kind. And so if you play gay and yes, he plays something through it, chances are he'll open the board more and you'll start getting the bottom of the board going. You're losing. Zachary has no desire or interest to open the board for you. He's doing exactly what he should do, close the board as best as he can. So it's up to you to open the board and just, hold your breath.
Yeah, so GAE pulling dumping off the A and the E that David just drew for just 6 points would set up his N and give him another lane to work with. He is opting for a different approach. He doesn't have any of the hooks to hoe, so tell us, Robin, what might be David's logic here?
Well, he should have played Ain for exactly the reason that he played R. Now he's got an R hook for hoer. So that was a mistake. So I don't know what he was thinking.
He might be trying to keep the N and the I for that G and figured for ING bingos, but it is
That's exactly right. But
Yeah.
I have learned, I have been burned so many times for doing that. I just don't do it anymore.
So Zachary Ansel on turn, he is up by 123 points. He has great letters. He has the first blank of the game. He's probably wondering, where was this kind of synergy earlier in the day? But that's okay.
Right.
You got the whole main event to work with. Anything standing out here for you, Robin? He doesn't have a playable bingo, but he does have a cute play that he could consider.
Tell me what you see. I know what I would do in terms of rack balancing, but I would need a few seconds to look at the board. What do you see?
He could burn the blank here for something really that actually has some merit here. He could play outfigured,
Right.
45 points, burning the blank, and closing off that Yelk hook, which has, if you're up by 100, you're thinking, how do I lose these games? I lose to a big play. So, if you don't play outfigured, you could, fish and, keep the blank and try to bingo next turn and really end this game early. And but we'll see. What would you do here? Would you play something like, I don't know, vote, or would you play outfigured here?
Well, I'm thinking about Vogue. And just close everything up. Just make them suffer. It's like slow torture. Is there anything to the ER? I don't think there is. We have to keep that in mind, everybody. We've got a nice 6 letter to the ER that you can score a lot and open the board up. But he's going to play vet, which is winning the sim.
So vet does a couple of things. It keeps the board closed. If David is going to bingo on this turn, he's going to have to expose the triple column, which is exactly what Zachary would want. But David does not have an S. He has pulled into better letters, so he's finally out of the vowel land of the vowels. Unfortunately, he has not pulled into any playable bingo. So what could he be doing on this turn, Robin?
Well, the interesting thing, I'm doing just a little look to see if he had played Ain instead of air. And of course, we want to know what the board would look like because Zach could not play vet because there's no ain't, there's only airt. But he would have had carbine, which wouldn't play. So he would have had cabering is not good, but it would be a hell of a phony to try. But otherwise, he would not have had a bingo. So he has binnacle through an L, and that's it. But this is the danger of holding on to IN. Unless you're a god, because I see this with all the top players, they hold on to the IN and they bingo right away the next turn with ING. It doesn't happen to mere mortals. And I'm among the mere mortals. So what would I do? Let's have a look.
I do not see any standout options.
There's nothing. There's nothing.
I mean,
you have to open the board now. It's just you have to play through that G. You got to do something. The board is now closed.
I mean, against a player like Zachary Ansel, you can't attempt phonies. He's going to swat them off the board. And David Weisberg knows his words. He knows it enough to not even try to play something cute there. So I guess he could be playing through begin or began through the G. Yes, that does close off your ING lane, but where else are you going to score on this board? Where is Zachary going to score? He's going to do something next turn, and his next move is going to close off that G.
And what's really interesting is we're down to just the last 4 E's in the whole game. And look at this, we're not even halfway through. I think we have an update. Mr. Huang, would you like to read to everybody while he's thinking?
So thank you, Robin. We do have a scoring update from the other games right now. Steve Grove is up 189 to 151 over David Spargo. Both of those guys are 4-2, so the winner of that game could come in first. And currently, the guy in second place, Stefan Kak, is up by 22 over Jason Weisberg. So if the results were to hold, Stefan Kak would be your winner of the early bird. But again, both of those other games are still early, and we can't count out David Weisberg, even if his win percentage has got to be in the single digits at this point.
It's exciting. Very, very close. This is the only game that isn't close. But do you know anything about David? He looks so sober and so intense.
Yes, so David is from North Carolina. I've gotten to play him several times. He's a very nice, very professional, very, very good guy. He's very, very good. He knows his words. He used to play, I think, 20 plus years ago. Then he took a long break. He came back after COVID. So he knows his words. He knows the strategy. He doesn't play in as, I'm sure if he played in a lot more tournaments, he would find his rating would, soar back up into the 1900s, 1800s that I'm sure he is capable of playing at. But he is a very, very talented player. Unfortunately, the racks that he's been given with is very difficult for any player to deal with.
So I'm doing a sim and I'm not doing a multiply one, but begin is what's happening. And very good not to do began because CAN is much better. Although IC is very good together, but I like CAN better. No S hook, however. So, it's the beginning of opening the board.
Yes, so it is it's something, and David had to do something. I mean, there really wasn't a great move there for David at that point. But on to Zachary. He has still the blank. He's got a bunch of low scoring letters, no playable bingo here. So he's got to think about what his approach is. He could close a very closed board down even further. He could play long to try to end this game early. What would you do here, and Robin?
Again, I would not do anything to open the board for my opponent. The trouble with anything like doing any kind of 6-letter words that ends in DOE through elk, the trouble with that is it will open the board. It will give opportunities for scoring back. But you got a blank. You got a pretty good rack. I just might do something like yelled.
I was just going to say I would play yelled because that makes it hard to bingo through the newly somewhat opened part of the board that begin played.
Yeah. Yell or yelled? YELLD.
I would play yelled with a D because that doesn't take an S.
Exactly.
That's the critical thing.
And that's a good trap.
Yes.
So I'm liking yelled. That's personally what I would play.
Although, something that Zachary could think about is he's probably looking at ER, and as much as he's looking for nines, he might be thinking, okay, where are the bingos that David Weisberg's going to play possibly going to score? He needs the Y for Yelk, or maybe he's got a 9 through the ER. Maybe he tries to obstruct that ER somehow. He certainly has ways to do it.
Did they keep Kazure in WoW? They did not. So I'm just looking to see what David's playing there with Kaj. This might be the time to do outfigured. Where else are you going to score 45 points on this board?
Yes.
But then you're keeping 2 L's. But obviously Begin was an attempt finally to open the board by David. The question is, he's just played off, there's only 3 E's on scene. Does that mean he's got another E on his rack? I would highly suspect that he might if he's willing to play off an E. Or was he simply just desperate at this point just to do anything to open the board? But Yelled would do everything to block bingos to a great extent. Not totally, but to a great extent. Possibly causing him to open up a triple-triple. All right, he's thinking along the same lines.
So Zachary Ansel dumping off his D and the O to obstruct a little bit of the N. The back hooks to Udo is just the N and the S, and that makes it a little bit harder for David to bingo. Zachary Ansel probably thinking David has an S at this point. We know he doesn't. In fact,
oh my God, he picked up Dio.
Wow. Well, go figure. Well, my issue with Udo, Robin, maybe you're thinking along the same lines. I mean, why would a play like Udo not be something that you would personally do?
Well, it doesn't do anything about an S hook in terms of starting a word. It opens up a nice, juicy opportunity down row H to make a 6-letter word and score points and open the board. Like you're giving your point, and it takes an N hook as well, and there's still a bunch of N's unseen. Yelled does everything you want it to do in the same way, and it undoubles the L.
Exactly. So right now, David has access to that triple word score. It won't play a bingo, but it would be an attempt to score well and open up the entire bottom hemisphere of the Scrabble board, which has been closed off and locked away by the defense. So Udo it's got some drawbacks, but again, with a 140-point lead and a blank, you really can't go wrong if you're Zachary. Just how will David Weisberg respond here in this position?
Well, I think what he was looking at was cash or fizz, and that would come down from 1I, or I1, opening up a triple with a P, which is not as worrisome, but still 2 blanks unseen and 4 S's, suddenly an SP, blank bingo is very, very possible. So it's such a nice rack, Paint's just so nice. You might consider doing yes, just sticking the Z or the Z as you would call it on the YE.
Yeah, I can see that. I really like the idea of playing either cash or fizz, hooking on to and making zaw parallel to odd because it scores well and it opens up the top part of the board and threatens a triple, which you really need. You're probably going to need if you're David Weisberg. Yes accomplishes, keeps that nice, rack together, but where are you going to bingo even if you pulled into even the best case scenario?
Spinach. In 2 different places.
Huh.
You'd have to get really lucky though.
Yeah.
David's doing he's praying, he's looking. What did he get? Oh!
Whoa.
Painful.
So we wanted anything for spinach, which you have to pray for when you're down this much. You have to hope for these miracle fishes to work. Unfortunately, he pulls into maybe the worst tile he could have drawn on that pull. But
not maybe.
Okay, yeah, probably the worst tile.
So I'm thinking Zach is thinking idle next to id and no.
Yeah, so that would accomplish, it would, continue to obstruct this board, and you're up by 100. You're up by so much that even if, David hits a bingo with an S, hooking onto idols, you're still going to be in a commanding position.
And I'm thinking about David, we're how many, he's 6 turns into this game. He's got 77 points. He's averaging 11 points a turn, and a little bit more than 11. I mean, can you imagine going to win a tournament and you're scoring 13 points a turn or something? I really feel for him.
Yeah, he's keeping his composure well, though. I think it's very reasonable for him to just, I think any human would have looked at this sequence of draws that he's been given and say, you know what, this is just ridiculous. But, he's hanging around. And Zachary Ansel is playing the top play that you recommended of idle for 18.
There you go.
Keeping things tight, if you give up a bingo, sure, whatever, but keep things tight. You have a good lead yourself. You can hit back next turn.
All right. Can we do anything to the ER? Are we there yet? No. But I think it's time to take care of everything by playing chive. That's what I would do.
So Robin is recommending chive for 26 down to the E and elk, keeping nap as the lead, which would open up more of the board, score well.
Keep the N for Udon, because I don't have an S.
Yeah.
The only thing is it gets rid of the H from Ert to stick onto. That's the only thing I don't like about it.
Yes, that would be nice to keep. Do you see any other option that would preserve that H, Robin?
Viper. Ugh.
I don't like that. I mean,
Nobody likes that one. The only things that's well, he could play Chape in the same place, but he saves the V. Oh no, he plays the H. He could play KV in that place, saving HNP and pray. But I don't like that either.
Maybe it's time for him to do something like Vahine or however you pronounce it.
Vahine?
Vahine, and threaten a triple that Zachary's going to have to deal with.
Where is Vahine? At B1?
Yeah, at B1, yeah.
Oh yeah, right. He almost says over. Yeah, he's playing Chai,
which is it's a good play. It's more points than he's scored in a long time.
All right, what can Mr. Ansel do?
He's cool into what? E, and there's 2 I's and
Still tier without even thinking.
Oh, yeah. So, all right. So, Zachary Ansel will bingo on this turn. He will spend his time to make sure that he's not missing anything better through the H in Chive. But he will take what will likely be a 150-plus point lead.
If he plays Nitrile, he's almost giving him dyspnea. Almost, but not quite. Well, no, just close.
Almost.
And he sees it too.
I mean,
so he's only got Siltier and Nitrile, both either hooking onto Ert or sticking it in on Udo.
So the play here, you would play Siltier over Nitrile just to not give out more hooks. Is that the line of thinking here, Robin?
Yeah, I'm just looking. Well, there's 4 R's to come and only 3 E's. So, of course, I'm going to want to give an R and not an E, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the E is still available, but it's much harder. You have to put it in the 4th position.
Yep.
He understands it. Yeah.
Got to be the best bingo here. And David Weisberg can, he's going to be able to score well on this turn. So don't count him out yet. We've seen crazy.
He's got the Y. He's got the Y. Oh, okay. The funny thing is, should he be? Oh, are we stuck here? Should he play the S? I know it sounds counterintuitive, but there's 3 to come.
Interesting. For 3 more points.
Watch him not do it and pick up 3 S's. Watch this.
That would be very thematic of his draws in this game. It
is.
He really hasn't. The score is going to suggest that it was a terrible game, but he really. I mean, sure, maybe some of the early fishes were suboptimal, but he hasn't really made any major mistakes here. It's just the fishes just don't work, and that's the thing about fishing in Scrabble. When they work, you look like a genius, and if they don't, you're just hungry.
My son is watching me. Just sent me a text. There's also something to be said for not playing Yapon and maybe just yawned, playing 1 less tile, saving a vowel, PAS.
I would actually prefer yawn because it sets up the possibility for those really big power tile bingos like EQ or AX, those types of words that, are going to score 100. And at this point in the game, you got to be thinking about the most optimistic of scenarios or optimistic of draws here. David Weisberg has spotted the Yelk hook. He has spotted his options that he could play. And he has lined up Yawn, which is what I would play here over Yapon. We'll see what he opts to do here.
I'm doing a sim. I'm just doing a 2-ply sim. Yapon is winning it, but barely. I think. And then, Yapon is first. Yapon's is second. I wasn't so crazy there. And Yond is way back, 6, 7 points. Why are we looking at that?
The blank can.
Oh, we're finally seeing the blank. Okay.
Thank you, Josh.
It's not nil tier, in case for all you people out there who weren't sure. He just got back. Josh is doing a million things. He's doing Yond. Okay.
So, I mean, he could pull into opaques. So
good.
It is not over yet, viewers. So we got drama on this game. We have score updates from the other game. So don't tune out yet. We've got great drama all around the board.
Okay, Andy. So a lot of people know me as the fact that I study like 11s, 12s, 13s, 14s, 15s on Aerolith. So what is the bingo with his rack? What is the first bingo? I don't know if it's the first, but it's the one I see.
Whose rack?
Andy's, Zachary's, with the
With the Q?
ACEO. Yeah, there's a bingo. I think it's an 11.
Oh, you're gonna have to. I can't even really put a stab on that one. That one is probably like some kind of bird or aquatic animal. I bet.
No, lacquerware.
Lacquerware is a word. Oh
Yeah.
well, obviously I should have seen the. I mean, that's a everyday word. I mean, Oh man! All right. Well,
You get a lot of wear words.
is a good play, keeping a good solid leave. David Weisberg has not hit his fish of opaques. Not that it was.
He did not.
He was kind of close. We do have score updates, folks. So score updates from the other games. Second place and who would assume first place or has the if David Weisberg is to lose. Stefan Kak is up 9 points, 349 to 340 versus Jason Weisberg. And in the other game between the 4 and 2 players, David Spargo has now climbed into a 112-point lead. He has just played down Orfish for 86. He now leads Steve Grove by 112. So
he's not out of it then? We thought he was out of it. He's not?
No, David Spargo can win this if he wins by a lot and Stefan Kak loses or doesn't win by that much. But as the results hold right now, Stefan Kak would win this tournament by getting to 5 and 2 and the superior point differential. But all 4 of these players, as we mentioned, are very much alive to win this early bird tournament.
Unbelievable.
So he's doing his job. So we will see. I think we'll see at the end if the decision to play Turbine was going to hurt David Spargo. But David Weisberg playing a very, very good standout play at Piranha. It scores well, sets up his S, opens a few more lines. Got to do something.
I like it. The sim is doing Powa on top of Siltier to open up a triple. But I'm kind of digging this, even though with 3 S's unseen, it's a little ballsy. I got to say that.
I love Piranha. If you play Powa is what a computer would play because computers play against other AI. And no human is going to let Powa stay open. They're going to do something about it. So you gotta think about that.
He picks up more eyes. This poor guy. David, when you watch us later, our hearts go out to you. And that's no negative against Zachary. You're playing beautifully. But just like, oh my God. This is not what you want to pick when you're trying to win a tournament. But it happens. It happens to all of us. Welcome to the club.
So Zach is probably going to think, okay, if he pulled into an S, he would have had claws, which would have been fantastic to see come down. But he's pulled into another W. So
no, it's the perfect. It's the perfect play. It's the perfect play.
So Wall for about 37 would kill the S line.
Exactly.
He would open up some fringe triples, though. I believe there are a few words in the dictionary that do have the SL blank pattern. I'll let the chat to think about any potential words that end in SL blank, but there are some potential options available to David Weisberg. Obviously,
SLY, I guess, right?
SLY, SLE.
SLE. I'm thinking onerously, but that's a 9. So David has to be very provocative now. He has to. He's got to keep doing. See, I've often said that when you're behind in a game, you're often actually more in control than the person who's in the lead because you start doing crazy stuff to open the boards and you're opening up triples all over the place and you're making the other person sweat like crazy. Unfortunately, with that chive, he's not able to do it. The chive and the vet are preventing him from opening more triples along row 1, which really sucks for him. So he's going to, and there's already a beautiful opening along row O. So what is he going to do? Ooh, this is interesting.
It's tough. I mean, going back to the triple, the only triple that I see that's possible that he could feasibly draw into is porously. He has the S, he has the O, he has the P. He would need to pull into the R, another O, a U, and the blank to make it a Y. But, you're down 173 or 172. You might, you're going to have to get real creative here. He plays IS for 24 or about 26 points.
26 points, yeah.
26. So, he's still playing this game,
Yeah, and Zachary's playing poorly. The only thing is they're both starting to get a little short on time. So Zachary has the advantage of being comfortably ahead by 136 points, it looks like, if I'm doing my math right, or 46 points. He's looking at MX. Let's see where he's thinking of putting that. Not Ma. XEM isn't a word.
He can play Mux through the U and Piranha.
He's looking at Mux, and that blocks the lane, so it's perfect.
Yep. So that would be a fantastic play, and it would, it's going to do exactly what he wants.
Exactly. Scores the most, blocks it, the lane.
Back over to David, who, finally has a balanced rack. Unfortunately, this board is just so close that he really doesn't have many options. He can score 40 on this turn, or he could
play an S. Oh, he's already played an S. Okay. But you know what? What's interesting is that there hasn't been an 8-letter word down to the ER. Like, that's shocking. It should be quite simple, and that's how unbalanced these racks have been. So what Andy's talking about is playing poems, if you didn't say it out loud, Andy, along row L through the ME and in M and E in Siltier and Mux for 40 points, but that saves AINU. Ideally, you want to get rid of that U. Ideally, what you want to do is open this bloody board. And it's really, really hard. I mean, he could play something like Tue, at this point, you're just playing for like, not an embarrassing score, but otherwise, like, you have to have the time to really figure this out, because this is really quite difficult. And I think at this point he should stop with the bingos and just take the points. What do you think?
Since he's on stream, and I would play off the A, the I, and the N, and play like Kane and AIS in the upper left, and try to go for Porously. He's another letter closer, so he's now 3 away from Porously at this point. He's got
saving
the
TIUS though.
POUS. He just needs to pull into another O, the final R, and the final blank, and he would have Porously for a bunch of points. But he is doing this, a very reasonable, smart decision here to just say, I give up, give me 40, and let's go.
I agree with that decision. Like, let's just, I've not won the game. I'm not winning the game. And let's see what happens, because often when you do that, right, when you stop going for the bingos, it's just a miraculous how the board opens up, and all of a sudden he's going to get a bingo off the C, and then he might get another one off to the top of it. Like, you never know. You never know. Oh, well, now you know.
Ugh. For you. Okay, well, Zachary Ansel's got, he could pull, the worst letters and he would be okay at this point, but he has ERG, CERT. No, not many ways for him to score on this board are left. So what do you think he's...
Well, he's looking at ERG, and you know what? The simulation is doing the same, which is really odd considering there's 2 O's unseen. So he's looking to play it there. Okay.
That would make more sense than to
that
play
would make far more sense than off in row D.
Because you want to block it. Because ejecta could still come down for 100 something. So, he's
absolutely. And now he's going to be full of consonants, but he can afford it. He's 147 points ahead. I think you got to get rid of the 2 U's.
Are you exchanging them, or are you going to play luau here, Robin? Luau for 5, exchange for 0.
Well, at this point, we've gotten so late in the game, the chances that Zachary has an S are very, very high. So are you just throwing away points, And there aren't that many vowels left. There's double the consonants to vowels. But I certainly get your thoughts on luau, Andy. I think there's lots to be said for it. There you go.
I mean, luau is a play that you make if you want to go eat dinner really quickly. What you could do is, if you want to get rid of one of the U's and have a hairline of a chance, is to play VAU, vow for 6, and vet to open up a triple, and leaving BUING is actually going to hit. It's going to hit some potential draws, but luau is the play that I would make because it's 650 on the East Coast, and it's really unlikely to amount to anything.
I don't know if you just noticed David's smile. I think it was
finally pulled into a bingo. Good job, Dave.
He finally got the bingo on his rack.
I told you he's a great guy. You know, he's I hope he plays in more tournaments in the future. He's really skilled. You know, a great guy. We love to see him around.
No.
What is this?
Yeah, he's automatically going there. There's actually, I guess there's a need to do it, but Cruft would have scored well and block the board completely and hold on to the S just in case David does something desperate to open the board. So I wouldn't be playing the S so quickly.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he was an E away from having the bingo reflex away, but obviously he's not in a position where he needs to fish for obscure bingos. Crest is the play by Zachary Ansel for 26.
It's fine.
David Weisberg does he even have a playable bingo here? Is bingo play?
No.
Oh, he can play bingo and bow.
Where's that?
Oh
yeah.
So.
Is there anything to the ER?
Almost
I'm pushing for that.
Beginner, right? He
Oh my God, he's got Bignonia. Just saw it. Oh no, don't put those together. Oh no, go. You've got a bingo.
To be fair, I mean, I don't think he's thinking about the possibility that he has a bingo.
No, and he's out of time, so he's just playing quickly. Okay. It's not going to make a difference. We'll see if it's going to make a difference in his position in the tournament. It might actually. Oh, he's playing OIS. Oh my goodness.
Oh, that's okay. You know, it's late in the tournament. They're really tired. But this might be a blessing.
Look at him hitting his head. He knows he made a mistake.
This might be a blessing if he sees Bignonia and plays it next turn. So
he doesn't have time. That's the problem. Okay, so he's playing coin. I try to put that in there. Okay, let me do this again so we up to score. Not okay. It is 4.
Okay.
Yes, it should be.
I think we have final scores.
I'm very sorry, guys. My Quackle just quit on me, and I'm not sure how to get the game back. So we're gonna have to do this. Let's see if I can get the game back. It just completely died. Thank God it's not a close end game. Maybe Josh can tell me how to get the game back.
Final scores from the other games. So David Spargo has won his game big time over
Current
Steve
game.
Grove.
Let's do that. I got it back. Okay, I figured it out. Yes, I did. Thank you, Josh. It just up and quit on me.
So David Spargo has won his game by 134. Stefan Kack has won his game by 83.
Oh my God.
So we will see. We'll look at the final standings after this game is finished. But it looks like Stefan Kack has done enough to win this tournament, barring David Weisberg's miracle comeback. Zachary Ansel smartly blocks Bignonia.
No, that's David who just played. Oh, I missed a turn. Sorry about that.
Taj came down.
He played Taj, so let me get that in there for you guys. Was it the only place to play it? Do you think it was intentional?
I'm going to say yes. I think Zachary Ansel is that good of a player. He definitely saw in his infinite wisdom Bignonia. No, I think it was a balancing move. It kept the blank, the S, the T, and his lone vowel. I think Taj is a reasonable play. And also the A was a fringe bingo line. It's a reasonable play. Zachary's got 3 minutes. He's got the blank. The bag is now empty, I believe, and I do not see a playable bingo from him.
Yeah, and the sorry about that. So the remaining tiles are offed. I don't know why, but I think we get the idea that this game is not winnable.
But I guess this would be a good time to do our thank yous. You know, it takes a lot of work. We have to thank a lot of people, not just to do streaming, but also just to have this Scrabble community so robust and so alive. So many people work to have Scrabble both at the club level, at the tournament level, and the recreational level running so smoothly. So who should we thank first, Robin? There's so many people out there.
Well, I believe you have the form for that.
Yeah, so
I can do it. I did find it. Thank you. We always want to thank our fearless leader, Josh Greenway, for putting this whole thing together and making this all possible. The Let's Play Scrabble team, Seth Litkin at Cross Tables and the Ulu clock that powers our stream timer, John Chu for TSH, the best software for running large-scale tournaments. Do you want to split this with me, Andy? John Castellano.
I can split them. We got so many people to thank. We just saw the challenge machine. Art Moore, great guy. He's the director of the Nationals, and he also does the computer programming for WordJudge.me. He does all the challenges, so we thank him. Part of the streaming production is we use some computer software that is very complex, and we have some smart people like Steve Seguin, who does the streaming technology on Video Ninja, powers these streams, so we thank Steve. You've seen the lovely tile bags that we've had on the stream. Those are made by Sarah Rosenbaum of Cozy Tiles. The lovely board is made by George Bissonnette of George's Custom Scrabble Board. I think we always thank our viewers. We thank the generous donors that make this tournament possible, the stream possible, and the generous prizes so possible. So we thank Word Game Players Organization. We thank Bob Lynn, who does so much for Scrabble, in addition to the call-in scene here in North America. And we thank, the viewers, especially our super friends. We love our super friends here at Let's Play Scrabble. We thank everybody, and it looks like we're about to come to the conclusion of this game. Have I missed anybody to thank?
Did you mention Kieran for running the tournament?
Yes, our beloved director on the ground, Kieran O'Connor. He does all the, ruling and the data entry, and all the planning. So we thank, our fearless directors, Josh Greenway and Kieran O'Connor on the ground. And I think we also have to thank, our software pairings is done by Kieran's son, Matt, and Josh Castellano, not his son, for the COP pairings that we use for this tournament. So we thank them. A lot of people make this show happen. And we do it for you guys, the viewers, because that's why we spend all this energy and resources. We do it so that you guys can watch some good Scrabble. And we conclude a fantastic day of Scrabble. We have 4 more days of the main event, which will start tomorrow at 11:30. You will be joined by wonderful commentators. Tomorrow morning, we'll start with the CSW Lexicon, Will Anderson and Neil Gahn on the call. And I think the only person we have left to thank is Josh and all of the folks that make LPS, the statistics that you see, all those possible. So we thank everybody.
Josh Koff, not Josh Greenway.
Josh Koff for the LPS advanced statistics.
And if I can step in, I would like to thank you, Andy, because you did your first job as host. And I was commenting between games that you're an absolute natural at it. You have so many talents, both as a fantastic player and as a commentator and now as a host. So it's been an absolute pleasure for me to spend my afternoon with you. So thank you.
Well, thank you. And I think the most fitting ending to thank is Robin, who not only is here after not feeling so well on a long trip, she is doing double duty here as an analyst, as an annotator, as running the Quackle behind the scenes. She does it so fearlessly, so seamlessly. It is always a pleasure to work with you, Robin, and I know our viewers love having you here. So we thank you, Robin.
Thank you. And are we seeing you again, Andy? Are you
I
coming
think
back?
you'll see me on the final day. So I'll be one of the analysts on Saturday, the final
You
day.
get to do the final games. You're so lucky.
And I think, Robin, we're going to see you on New Year's Day, right?
Yeah, you're going to see me. I don't know if I have another tiara like I did last year that said 2025. I don't think I have one. And I don't know if Amazon could get it here fast enough, but it will be here. I'm not a big party. You have a big party on the 31st. I don't. So for us, it's Chinese food usually. So I'll be in a coma from that. But otherwise, I will be here bright and bushy-tailed, and I will be with you all day.
Yes, we hope everybody will join in for the holiday week. It's going to be fantastic Scrabble, high-level Scrabble. For the international and the Collins folks, we will have all of that as well, thanks to Bob Lynn. Tomorrow, as I mentioned, is the start of the Collins. We'll start Collins in the morning with Will Anderson. I think should we do overhead mic, Robin, or should we go to the standings? What do you think we should do?
Do the overhead mic for 1 second to see if there's anything left that we were
feel
talking
like
about.
putting a phony on stream, but then I did anyway. Yeah. Well.
All right, let's go to the standings and see who won this thing.
Then I wasn't even 100% on the Yelp.
All right, so I think Josh is going to pull up the standings for us because that is really the drama that we want to see. Who won this tournament? Excellent Scrabble by all the players, all the divisions, all the lexicon in the early bird. It's fantastic to see Scrabble. I wish I was there. I think we all wish we were there, but that's why we have the stream. We are there in spirit. So final standings from Division A. Third place, we are still waiting for them to put in that result, but first place is Stefan Kak. He has won this tournament 5-2 with plus 218 spread. So congratulations to him. In second place, David Spargo, 5-2 plus 35. And in third place will likely be, I guess it would likely be Ari Sink, who will have better spread after David's loss is put in. I think he started 0-2 and he won 5 in a row to win this tournament, which just shows in Scrabble, never count yourself out. Have fun. Just try to win, put together a game and go one by one.
I'm super impressed. There's a few new names for me. I didn't know David Weisberg. I didn't know Jason Weisberg. I did not know Stefan Kak. And all three, I'm so excited about where Scrabble is going, that we have so many strong and up-and-coming players. See how devoted they are to the game. You could see their integrity as Scrabble players and as human beings. So I'm really, really excited to see these new faces for me. I know they've been around longer, but I have, maybe because I live in Canada and I don't get out to the States as much. I'm really, really excited to see these fabulous players. Are we ready to see the other divisions?
Yeah, so don't go away, folks. Let's see Division B for the WoW Lexicon, and then we'll Division B. They played 8 games.
Oh, Jane Geary's there. How lovely. So they played 8 games. We had I don't know, or is it Foster Tom? That's
Foster
interesting.
Tom, okay.
Boy, that must cause a lot of problems in life if that's the case.
Okay, well, Foster Tom at 6-2, winning a bonus game, has won the Division B. Good for him. David Spolter in second place, and Michael Ezedy winning in third. So we don't have Collins, so we will wrap it up with me and Robin.
You don't have Collins? Oh, he doesn't have it. So let me just see if I can get it for people since I'm on the web page. CSW, I will tell you who won. At 6-1, Joshua Castellano with a plus 727. Also with a 6-1, but only a spread of 435 only, is Erickson Smith. In third place is Nitya Chakti at 456 from Class B. So Class B made it into number 3. And Matthew O'Connor finished at 4-3 with 432. And Terry Kang also at 4-3 at minus 115. So a very nice tournament was happening there too. And it's only going to get better and better as the week goes on in terms of quantity of people, not in terms of quality. We had some fabulous, fabulous games today, but the more players we have, the more chances that we're going to have equally fantastic games. more variety because you only got to see the same players over and over again. And of course, we'll be giving you both CSW and WoW dictionaries as the week goes on.
Correct. So join us tomorrow, folks. New Year's Eve, 11:30 in the morning Eastern time, will be Collins for 4 games, anchored by Will Anderson and Niels Gahn. And then in the evening session, starting at 3:45 p.m., we'll have WoW Dictionary, anchored by Brian Garnett and Heidi Robinson. So close out 2025 with Let's Play Scrabble. Robin and I are done with 2025. Thank you so much. Any last words, Robin?
I guess I won't see everybody until the new year. So I just wish you love. And that's all you need in life. Yes, we have words and we have, we have our jobs and we have our cats and we have our dogs and, which are important, but just have love. Just open your heart and have love and everything will fall into place. And I'm sorry if I'm sounding mushy, but, I'm a little older now and I know what's important in life, and all that's important is love, relationships. So just be kind to one another and be kind to yourself. That's my wish for you for 2026. Andy?
I couldn't say it any better. Take care, folks. We'll see you tomorrow.